Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Yeah. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Yeah. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.
it'll be amazing to get into the LCS. I've been trying for quite some time.
And mousesports will be heading to the finals.
It's really important for me to come back here and prove that I'm better than I was back then.
It will be like my dream come true.
It would mean basically everything.
Well, we are kind of representing Denmark now, so I guess some is hoping for a full Danish team again in the LCS.
This could be the turnaround that Dignitas need.
I'm already 23 and that's pretty old, so it's maybe my last chance and I really want to make it.
I feel like it's now or never, so I'm going to give it my best to get in.
Hello and welcome to our special presentation of the 2015 European Challenger Series Summer Finals. We're broadcasting to you live from our studio in Berlin, Germany. As you can see, the teams are set up on stage, ready to do battle. And just a few minutes ago, mousesports was talking strats by the pool to make sure that everything was in order for them to play in this game versus Dignitas EU. Entered the building, well, some while ago because they wanted to set up. They have Brokenshard, of course, as their coach as well to help them do it here today. I'm Evie Schoogse-Poortre, joined by Mitch Kreppel-Voorspoels and Martin Fischer-Lunge as the top two European Challenger teams, mousesports and Team Dignitas EU, go at it for a spot in the 2016 LCS Spring Split. Well, the journey to the finals, I was totally out of breath, so excited. The journey to the finals has been a long one, so let's pull up the bracket and see how these teams got here.
Yeah, we saw, of course, mousesports beat Gamers2 here in the semi-final. Very, very strong performance, didn't drop a game, and they were the lowest seed coming into the playoff here. Obviously, Gamers2 yesterday, they beat Denial, so they are in the promotion tournament, and now the loser today will join them. The winner goes straight into the LCS, of course.
Yeah, and obviously a bit of a closer match between Team Dignitas EU against Denial Esports netted them the win, and that's why they're here in the finals. And just to remind everybody, just what the Fischer just said, the winning team go straight into LCS.
Straight into the LCS, indeed. We'll be deciding the team who will be automatically promoted to the big stage here through our match today in a best-of-5 between mousesports and Dignitas EU. And later tonight, the North American Challenger Series finals will get underway with Team Coast squaring off against the Renegades for a seat over there in the NA LCS. So jam-packed with action here today. And for an in-depth look at the Challenger Series Summer Split, the teams looking to go pro and VODs of past matches, point your browser to lolesports.com because it has all the info that your heart desires. Now, with these challenger rosters in mind, we want to get your thoughts. Hop on Twitter and tell us which EUCS summer finalist do you think is best prepared to compete in the LCS and why, guys?
I'm going to say mousesports at first here. I really like what they showed in the semi-final. I think some of the more simple strategies they were using and how they were controlling the side waves to set up objectives was very, very smart. And that's something even some of our LCS teams could learn from, because you don't have to be SKT to be in the LCS. And I think what mousesports are doing is the correct thing.
I echo the sentiment from the Fischer, especially when it comes to a strategic point of view. However, I feel like Dignitas EU may have a little more talent on their roster, just raw, just individual skill. Obviously, we've seen plenty of times that potential doesn't always get you everywhere. However, if they can really get those strategies across, then perhaps they might be slightly better suited. But obviously, this series will prove us a lot.
Hey, what about Gamers2? How would they do in the LCS?
I mean, Gamers2 from the third place match or Gamers2 from the semi-final.
Yeah,
very big
good
difference.
point.
So we need to see more from them. Obviously, again, they're in promotion tournament, so we'll face either SK or Gambit, and they got to get past them as well.
We'll see. Well, we want to know what you think, which challenger team you think would do good in the LCS. Tweet your responses at LOL Esports, and as the series unfolds, we'll be talking about your answers. Don't forget to use that hashtag EUCS this time around. And now let's focus in on the teams in the matchup at hand, starting with mousesports, who are on the blue side in Game 1 with Beansu, Dan, Sayu, Cedrian, Mountain, and their coach Inero. Well, mousesports, what a transformation coming into the summer season here for the Challenger Series. They were last in the spring split, yet now they changed 3 of their 5 members, and it has been a lot better for them.
Yeah, obviously it's Beansu joined, Dan joined in the jungle, and Sayo in the mid lane. I think Dan is very interesting to watch. This guy has a massive champion pool. It's not always the smartest picks coming out, but he has a few pocket picks here and there, and he's so important for this team when it comes to the early game. And honestly, I think his performance here could make or break it for mousesports in this series.
Yeah, what he does on the field will matter, and also just the way mousesports will play the game. Will they go for the traditional playstyle that they have? If you're not familiar with mousesports, they are the second highest gold at 10 minutes team in the Challenger Series. However, by the 20-minute mark, that disappears. They fall behind. And usually you would say that's a bad thing. But it's not, because mousesports rely so heavily on neutral objectives, and especially dragons. In their games in the Challenger season, they have taken 34 dragons and only given up 20. So they're very focused on these objectives in the 10 to 20-minute mark. And they're one of the few Challenger teams with a distinct strategy. They have a playstyle that they play and they follow every game through. And that might be better than just trying bits and pieces everywhere compared to the other teams.
Yeah, and the really smart thing is just how this team, when it comes to setting up for objectives, it's both Dragons and of course Barons, it's how they control the side waves. Like they've really learned how to slow push waves and apply pressure other than with your players. So you have more time now to set up objectives, and a team has to always make up their mind, do we want to go defend our tower because it's being pushed by minions, or do we want to contest this dragon? And teams start slowly falling behind, and that gives them all their objectives over to Mousesport.
Yeah, it definitely seems that they have a more coordinated game plan. They also went on a boot camp before the playoffs, and it shows. What else do you think defines their style coming into this game?
I think they have some very key picks, and then again we talked about a little bit fairly simple strategy, but smart, efficient strategy here. The key picks as well, like Corki Janna in the bottom lane has been very smart for them, and then also in the jungle, Rek'Sai is almost a must ban versus Dan because that's the only champion where we really see Dan open up as a split pusher, weird enough as a jungler, and he applies side lane pressure, which then again also leads into these objectives here. So I like what Mousesport are doing. They're not trying to be the best team in the world, but they're doing exactly enough to make it, or hopefully enough to make it into LCS for them.
I mean, Deficio pointed out right here, they have a very, very set style, but it's kind of neutral to passive, and they wait for the opponents to make a mistake, and that might be tricky against a lineup like Dignitas EU, or more skirmish heavy, and they just like just going at it a little more.
Yeah, let's take a look at that lineup for Dignitas EU. They were actually the early favorites for automatic promotion. Wonderwear, Obvious, Senkux, Kabi, Nisbet, and their coach, of course, Broken Shard. We know him so well. Well, they also went on a boot camp, and for Mousesports, it was really good. For Team Dignitas EU, though, it hasn't been that well in the playoffs. That game versus Denial, we remember, but it hasn't been going well for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, if you look at how the season progressed for them, fantastic opening. The first 7 weeks, they were give or take 2,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes. However, in the last 7 games of the split, that devolved to 2.6k gold down. So that's a 4,600 gold drop on average in their games. That is not something, that's not a fluke. That is a systematic devaluation of your games, and something will need to change. Yes, they did lose Broken Shard for a couple of weeks when he went over to the Dignitas NA roster to help out there with the coaching facilities, but it needs to improve and it needs to get better because they're playing for a spot in the LCS right now.
One of the guys that could step up to the plate is their mid laner, of course, Senkux, who has had some phenomenal games, but also sometimes didn't show up.
Well, I mean, he's a Danish mid laner, so we know he has the potential to become a fantastic player. But yeah, he's definitely one of the players to watch. He's one of the big carries on the team. Very aggressive, which can backfire. I mean, we have seen a lot of jungle focus against him. We could see Dan do exactly the same today. But like just leading up to this final, there's been times like this against Denial where Keyray would just catch him out multiple times and he would keep falling for the same trick. That needs to be fixed. Otherwise, Mousesport is just going to camp him.
Yeah, definitely a strong player here representing Denmark. And in addition to that, the entire team is pretty much Danish. So this could actually be the first time in European LCS history that we will see a strong support player from Denmark entering the scene. So that will be nice. Obviously, Dignitas EU waiting for that to happen, but time will tell whether it will ring through or not.
Yeah, time will tell. Something before we dive into the game, of course, we have to think about is the fact that 9 out of 10 players here have never had LCS experience here on the stage. Krepo, give us some more insight. Or you, maybe you've been on the LCS stage as well. I kind of forgot.
I mean, it's been a few years, so I'm fine giving over to Krepo.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I've played these type of relegation matches, try to get your ass in the LCS a couple of times already, and it is stressful because you really don't want to screw up, and at the same time, you're not used to the stage, you're not used to sitting in these temperatures, whatever. So many minimal things can change because you're so used to your online setup that you have your own desk, your height, chair, anything can change. So we'll have to see how resilient these guys are, and especially how they adapt because we're playing best of 5 here, so it can go the full length, and then we'll have to see how resilient these guys are because they're so used to solo queue where tilt happens over there sometimes, so we'll have to see if they can bounce back from losses.
And just, you know, the mentality of, hey, if we don't win, we might not make the LCS. Like, we might not have a full-time job here being in the LCS. It's just so annoying. It's so hard for a lot of players. Obviously now, it's a little bit different. When we were trying to qualify, if you lose, you were out. You were in the Challenger Series. There's no chance now, obviously, for the loser here. As we mentioned, it is in the promotion tournament. Gambit and SK are waiting, so you still have a second chance to get into the LCS.
Yeah, but still the heat is on here. And for a word with the minds behind these teams looking to climb into the majors, we're going to check in on stage with Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thank you very much, Shox, and the rest of the analyst desk. I am joined here by Inero and Broken Shard, coaches for Mousesports and Dignitas EU, respectively. Let's start by talking about your teams before we talk about some of the players. Mousesports, from spring to summer, you guys have just been getting better and better. Your most recent boot camp also made the semifinals look good. So talk me through what has made Mousesports so good that they're now in the finals.
Basically just our LAN experience, like meeting each other in person and just kind of bonding as a team has really helped us a lot. The boot camp, we got to fix all of our macro weaknesses. That's been our strength that we've been working on for the entire season. And we've just basically perfected that, and that carried us against G2. And hopefully the laning will come eventually, but for now we're working on the macro game so we can snowball games off of that, and it's done pretty well.
Well, it's great to hear a little bit of honesty there and some of the weakness. Talking about Dignitas EU and a little bit of weaknesses, for the first few weeks, it looked like DEU was the team that was going to win the finals. But in the last 3 weeks, we looked at some of the gold. You've went from 2,000 gold up to 2,500 gold down at 20 minutes. What's been going on in the Dignitas camp that has caused the problems?
So when we first put the team together, it kind of gelled super well almost instantly. And we had a winning formula of combination of both laning, dominance, and macro strategy that would carry us through pretty much most of the weeks. I think the weaknesses started happening a little bit before I left for NA, was not able to fully focus on the team, and I think not only did we start to get slightly worse and start kind of losing our grasp of what the strong meta was, other teams were starting to catch up like Mouse. They were working on their macro strategy, and there's not lie that we've been slumping, but I feel like after hitting that low period, we started coming back up from it, and we're feeling a lot better coming into this final, sort of tried to fix as many of the problems as we can and prepare ourselves as good as we can for the Mouse final.
Well, I'm looking forward to the matchup, and as you say, you have a lot of tools to work with. One of the most hyped players in the Challenger Series here in summer is Senkux in the mid lane. This is a guy that so many teams have been looking at, and he's also been absolutely phenomenal. What have you done specifically to get Senkux ready for this matchup and on this stage?
There was a running joke back when I was jungling for this team last split that it was Senkux 1v9, which I thought was kind of funny in the spring split because it really was me camping Senkux and getting him ahead. Now, the team knows how to play around him, but we also know how to have him play around other players. Basically, my goal with Senkux this split was to make him a more well-rounded player, not only a strong laner, but also be able to work with our really strong AD carry Kobe and our good top laner as well, Wonder. So we've just been ironing out all these small little solo queue weaknesses. He's been in the Challenger Series for almost 2 years now. He knows what it's like to play in a team, so it was just ironing out all the small kinks.
We'll see whether or not he can step up. Of course, Inero, I've just learned, former analyst for Dignitas EU before joining Mouse. You now have to coach Sayu against Senkux, one of these touted mid laners. What's that like?
It's honestly, it's a little bit hard because obviously fixing a player's like built-in habits of how to lane and everything is fairly difficult, but since I worked with Senkux and I've watched basically all of his games, spectated solo queue any chance I can to see how he plays the lane. We've just been noticing like his little habits and trying to get Zio to pick up on those and be able to abuse them. And hopefully it works. It's difficult, but I mean, it's the only way you can fix a player and get him better, right?
Well, we'll find out whether or not your approach works. Gentlemen, thank you so much for the interview. If I can ask you to leave and join your teams for picks and bans, that will be fantastic. Now, before we head over to the caster desk, we are going to hear from Zayu talking a little bit more about his opponent, Senkux.
I think he's mechanically very gifted, and he plays super well, but I think he has the tendency of going on tilt pretty quick if something doesn't go right. And I still don't think he's the best in Challenger. If we manage to just play consistent, then I don't think we can give Senkux a chance of carrying.
Hello everyone, I'm Richard Polscow, excited to be here with my partner in crime, Drain Stress O'Leary, as Mousesports and Team Dignitas EU load up for this first in its best of 5 bout.
Yeah, and a lot of talk about Senkux, but one thing to keep in mind is it has not been the Senkux show for Team Dignitas all split long. It has been so much more about the team as a whole. The same for Mouse. There is a lot more than just a couple of players in this game. There is a lot on the line.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard Broken Shard talking about it, trying to make Senkux a more rounded player, and we've definitely seen that through the split. Lots of experimentation in terms of his champion pool, but hasn't always found success in that over the last couple of weeks at least.
I think that's fair to say. You know, we saw the Zyra come out, we saw the Yasuo. Will we see anything that they've maybe been saving for a finals? We'll have to see as we go through picks and bans.
All right, getting into this one. Mousesports will be on the blue side, remember, for the first 3 games. Then we swap up to Dig if we get there onto the blue side. But for this one, they will be sat on that red team side. So, first ban will be Shen coming out from Mousesports, followed by the quicker Lee's ban, just a meta consideration coming in from Dignitas. Interestingly, banned that first rather than waiting it out, see if Mousesports might want to take that one away, but Rumble will be the next ban from them.
Yeah, a lot of focus on individual members from both teams. Mao's looking for that top lane. Team Dignitas looking for the jungle, feeling like that they can chunk through at least the stronger side of Dan's picks. We've seen a lot of junglers. We saw 9 out of 12 games he's played a different jungler. And, you know, they're trying to get rid of as much as they possibly can here. Rek'Sai is available for Dan. That is one of the strongest junglers for him. We've also had no prominence on AD carries early on here either. Rek'Sai is going to be the first pickup here for Max.
Will be. The final two bans, of course, were Wonderware's Gangplank, which we saw him take to Wicked a couple of weeks back, and the Twisted Fate against Sire. We've seen Sencux pick that one up as well, but as you mentioned, Rek'Sai will be the first pick.
So at this point, Sivir and Kalista are both available. Cobby has shown no real propensity for playing Kalista, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that maybe fall a little bit further down the draft. If they do pick it, it's a bit of a change-up here. They also are not having to look for their jungle now, knowing that the Rek'Sai is on the other side. So I would expect perhaps even support and AD carry picked up here. But speaking of, I guess, a champion that was banned against Denial a lot of times, or from Denial against Team Dignitas last week, was the Fizz. So with all of this top lane priority, the Fizz gets let through, and Wonderware picks that up.
Yeah, very early into this rotation as well. They'll pick that with the Sivir over the Kalista, so Mouse could potentially pick the Kalista here. Has a good lane against the Sivir, but they're in no rush to do so. Could look for other priorities on their team.
And Wonderware has been playing a lot of Fizz from that top lane role, so it's a little surprising that they'd opt for the Gangplank, because although we did see it from Team Dignitas, I know that it's not a champion that, leading up to that set of games, they'd actually practiced in scrims. It was one that they kind of were like, okay, well, it went okay once, let's bring it out, see what we've got, we're down in this game, and it worked out well for them. So that's almost a bit of almost a gift from Mouse to ban that out. I don't know how confident Team Dignitas would have been to pick that up this early on in a series.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how well that early pick Fizz does, as that was a big priority from Dignitas. The next two pickups were brought in from Mouse Sports, which will be the Janna and Victor. Again, the Victor being picked up before the mid lane's being picked up from Dig.
And Deficio talked a little bit about how important Janna has been alongside Corki for the Maus lineup. They still have the option to go Corki later. They didn't have to rush it after the Sivir had been picked up. So I like the Victor takeaway here, because you basically know that Team Dignitas are going to try and last pick Sencux, something safe. And the fact that they don't really have to rush to take anything else, Victor makes a lot of sense right now, because it allows you to see what the rest of the Team Dignitas lineup locks in, and that's a support that we don't really see too much out of Nisbeth. Only one game, but it was a very good game. 4-0 and 11 on that Annie, but this is a team that is going to look to skirmish pretty heavily with Fizz off in a side lane.
Oh yeah, lots of skirmishing. We also saw the Gragas pickup, which is no surprise from Obvious coming in here. His big three junglers were the Gragas, Rek'Sai's been taken off the table, and Echo throughout the split, and then he'll just opt towards the Gragas in this one. So now just waiting for the response from Mouse.
I'm interested to see what Binsu is going to look for. I don't expect him to take the Maokai that he's played a lot. Hecarim is another champion he's played a substantial amount. He's also been one of the players that has played Galio in that top lane, and I say that because although it probably wouldn't be the best matchup in the lane, and it's fallen all the way through. I can't believe we didn't spot this until now. Binsu is an old Aurelia main.
Yeah.
Normally it is banned out against Maus when you look at the picks and bans phase. I actually am very surprised that wasn't a focus with all of this top lane setup from Maus.
Yeah, that being said, Stress, Binsu over the split has often gone towards the tanks over the carries. It's only in the semi-finals where Maus really put him towards those carries once again. We saw the Hecarim, a couple other picks from him last week, which did extremely well in that carry role. And Aurelia will just do that again. And as you mentioned, he's been an Aurelia player for the longest time. So, I mean, there's you can see why it fell through the minds of a lot of people, because we just haven't seen Aurelia from him for such a long time.
Yeah, we really haven't. I'm actually quite surprised that Maus are making... Well, I'm not surprised they're making a shift, because Aurelia can stay on her own, Rek'Sai can stay on her own as well over in the side lane. So it goes along with what Maus have been running. They just haven't been running this particular setup all that much. Final pick coming in for Team Dignitas was Ahri, and that was actually played against Mouse Sports the last time these two met, all the way back in week 3 of the Challenger Series split. So Team Dignitas going very heavily for a skirmish and snowball setup. And the question is, on the other side, can Maus control their lanes and control any kind of skirmishes with the Janna, with the Victor, and try and prevent Team Dignitas from getting on them while Binsu and Dan do work in the side lanes.
Yeah, this is pretty much the bread and butter composition we saw from Dignitas earlier on from their successes, and then we saw Wonderware move towards the tanks. Now he's going back onto that Fizz, which has been left open, so we'll see how that one works out for him. But Yeah, I'm excited to see how both of these teams adapt to this final because we've seen lots of different changes in their playstyles over the last couple of weeks. Some have been positive, some have been negative, but there you can see Broken Shard and Anero shaking hands as they head off stage and just have to wait in the wings to watch their teams fight it out on the Rift.
Ooh, I cannot wait to get into this one, Pulse. That's, I guess, some pretty much quintessential team comps coming out from these two. When you look at exactly what they've been playing over the last couple of weeks, a couple of different champions here and there because bans not being let through, but it is what we'd expect from these two teams.
It is what we would expect, but let us know what you think and who you think will storm onto the pro scene today by tweeting at LoL Esports with those hashtags MOUWin or DEUWin, and we'll be seeing who you're backing in-game. But we're about to get into this one. Team Dignitas, EU, and mousesports, the first game of this grand final.
And a spot in the 2016 Spring Split is on the line to replace the Copenhagen Wolves as an LCS team. And, you know, this could be a long series. I don't think... Well, we're not anticipating a sweep. I think if you go back to right at the beginning of the split, you may have been able to argue that Team Dignitas looked like they were going there for certain, but the last 2 to 3 weeks have absolutely shown the opposite. I don't think there's any certainty coming into this matchup.
No, not at all, Stress. These are two entirely different teams from what we saw at the very start of summer and indeed at the start of spring. Even MOUZ changed 3 of their players from spring. Much better result from them in the summer split. Of course, they ended 2-8 in spring and bounced back and are now in the grand finals. So doing very well for themselves. Cedric and Mountain were those 2 players who have always stuck by each other and still sticking in this team. And in terms of this early game, we're not seeing a whole lot from either of these teams. We're just seeing the wards go down the river. So some neutral vision from both teams. Nothing really standing out in terms of item builds either, but Wonderwear has picked up that Doran's Blade in the top lane. Are we going to see a lane swap? Maybe. Kobbe and Nisbet are heading into the top lane, while Wonderwear is prepared to jungle with Obvious for the first couple levels.
So I think when we look at Cedric and Mountain, they've been together for so long that you expect their synergy to be really tip-top when it comes to challenger duo lanes. In this situation, though, they're up against Kobbe and Nisbet, who, although they've not been playing together for a very long time, these two actually seem to get a lead just in every single lane. Kobbe has been one of the absolute, pillars of Team Dignitas. Even when they've been losing, Kobbe has been putting up good stats. So I'm interested to see if we end up in a 2v2 setup later on in one of our later games, how that ends up going. But in this setup, it is going to be the lane swaps. This is going to put a lot of pressure down onto the Fizz from Wonderwear. So how does Wonderwear get himself through this early game while still getting farm? Because Irelia did appear up in that top lane and did manage to get the ball rolling a little bit. However, she is going to be zoned away as Nisbeth is coming in through the side. So Beansu is going to get zoned here.
Yeah, that's all he's going to get for now, and that wave is in a very awkward place for him, so we'll see how much he can get in this early game for himself, whereas Wonderwear is jungling with Obvious right now. They would put a little bit of damage onto Nisbet, but of course he's not going to get a kill here. Maybe able to soften them up for a potential gank, but Mountain is going to go into the top lane, allow Beansu to get some of that farm as it goes under turret. It is pushing towards him, so it will just be a little longer before he can get his hands on that CS.
This is going to be a fairly tough one now for Beansu. He's got to try and sit here, get harassed down by the Annie and the Sivir, and try and get himself through this laning phase. Mountain is coming up to try and assist. He's got to be careful he doesn't run into Wonderwear and Obvious. They can't really get on top of Mountain at this point. A little too tricky an ask. But that is Obvious spotted out on the map. Dan hasn't yet been seen, so you can see how careful Sencux had been playing around in that middle lane. We saw him drop a ward already prepared for the potential camp that could be coming his way.
Yeah, interesting that they put the pressure onto Beansu as a priority in this game. We talked a lot about how Beansu was that team-orientated player for the longest time before going to those carries in recent weeks from what we've seen from him. But I kind of want to look at this mid lane as well, though, because Sencux and Sayo, there's a lot in this mid lane. Sayo, you heard him talking earlier about Sencux and how Sencux is a super strong player, but can be prone to tilting. I was actually talking to Sencux yesterday. I was like, is that going to happen? He was like, no, not going to happen today. Not going to happen today.
Well, I mean, nobody goes, are you going to tilt? And they're like, yes, I'm going to tilt. After game one, I plan on it.
20 minutes into the game.
Oh, dear. But Nisbet taking a lot of damage in this top lane now. Forces out the heal, actually. Here's Dan. Not going to be anything
Dan's gone.
Much more, but it is the flash and the heal used from Team Dignitas up in that top lane. So I guess one of the places they were looking to snowball from would have been that top lane. If you can shut down Beansu and get a player like Senkux ahead with a roam post 6, that's a great setup for Team Dignitas for this game, and it makes MOUZ really start to fear pushing up in the side lanes. As yet, they haven't been able to apply that pressure. I'm still waiting another couple of minutes before it actually gets to that point when Senkux can get out of lane, but that'll be an interesting moment, is how do Team Dignitas control the lane against MOUZ so that they can go and gank?
That will be the question for the next couple minutes. But for now, it's just these one-on-one lanes, the duo lane and the top lane. Sejuan trying to get everything he can so far. There's not a big difference in CS that we can see at the moment, 5 minutes in. You can see the biggest change is in those solo laners, as Wonderwear was with Obvious. Beansu was in that solo lane, trying to get some of that farm against Cobby and Lisbeth. So he's going to be just around 10 CS behind. It's not going to kill him, but it seems like he's able to farm right now, so not too bad in the long run.
Beansu is, however, just under a whole level behind Wonderwear. So Wonderwear is up in both farm and in CS. So that is one to keep an eye on as this game continues. But this is a patient opening to this game from the lane swap. Yes, it is a little bit more passive, but at the same time, MOUZ are just waiting to be able to play their game. Waiting to get Beansu into a solo lane, wait to get Dan out into a solo lane a lot later into the game as well. We're looking at, after about the second or third dragon. That's really when they start opening up on the map. But Team Dignitas are looking to put some pressure down onto this turret, put some damage, and see if they can get anything. Wonderwear's going to go aggressive. No ultimate yet, and Mountain is here, so Wonderwear knows he has to just back immediately away from that engage.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like he was just trying to harass him more than anything, rather than go for the all-in. He does have the Ignite, of course, but still. Mountain and Dan are here in this bottom lane trying to go for this push, but Obvious did read that and is down there himself, so 2 versus 3, they should be able to hold this turret. It shouldn't be too difficult, but they are paying a lot of respect over to the bot lane from MOUZ. Wonderwear's trying to get in, put some damage down, trying to get some of this farm, but this push denied a lot of minions from Wonderwear.
Yeah, it did actually. Look at the farm difference between the two now. Wonderwear had completely flipped around with Beansu. Senkux,
like 8 or 10 minions there.
Yeah, that was a big loss for Wonderwear when it comes to losing under that turret. Senkux manages to find himself a pink ward after having seen Jungler down in the bottom lane. And Team Dignitas will take the time to take out the top tower as well. The problem is here, when the next wave joins from Team Dignitas, where do MOUZ put their bottom lane? Do they keep them bottom lane? Do they try and give some of this farm over to Beansu up in the top lane? Looks like that is indeed the plan. So Team Dignitas are going to have to bring their duo lane down to the bottom lane as well. That will give, obviously, both teams now the ability to contest the dragon, as is fairly standard.
It's interesting you said before that MOUZ are trying to get to a point where they just play their own game, because MOUZ used to be a team which would let the opponent play their own game and just kind of capitalize on those mistakes, whereas Dig was the team where it's like we always had this macro strategy, we would take the dragons, we'd always be set up for them, and if you take that into account, then Dig should win every time. But we haven't seen that from Dig over the last couple of weeks, and Broken Shard was even saying that their macro strategy was what got them ahead in the early weeks, but a lot of teams caught up to them.
Yeah, a lot of teams really did start figuring out Team Dignitas with regards to kind of how their early game played, where you could put the pressure on. We saw them actually fall behind a fair amount, even in some of their wins. Against Overclockers, Team Dignitas fell back and actually had to really dig deep for a comeback in that series. So, it hasn't been the cleanest of splits for Team Dignitas, but this opening is a lot safer. There's been almost no pressure so far onto Senkux. Dan has looked at both the top and bottom lanes in this game so far, and it looks like he wants to come top again. As long as Wonderwear doesn't push out, he should be okay here. Dan hasn't come into the lane yet. A lot of heavy trading onto Wonderwear.
Yeah, now he comes in. He's got the flash as well. That's going to be first blood over to Dan very easily, but the Chum the Waters landed. So did the Ignite. He's ticking down, but he's good to go. Mid lane, Sayo maybe less good to go. He flashed over the wall, so the barrel will knock him to safety, but Senkux has the follow-up. Gets him with the Orb of Deception and the Foxfires. Senkux reclaims that kill.
Playing both top and mid from either side of the map. Really nice trade from Beansu onto Wonderwear. I think Wonderwear was kind of anticipating the gank from Dan, and it almost never came. So Wonderwear knew he had to hold on to Playful Trickster to jump away from the Rek'Sai. The problem was he lost all of his health before that had even happened. In the mid lane, nice timing out by Senkux though to jump away, but it's obvious that's caught. He'll have to flash and then body slam through the Dragon Wall. But yeah, Senkux narrowly avoided getting locked up in the gravity field. Got himself over the wall for the kill. And that's a kill onto Senkuk's Ari. Last time he played Ari, it was a massive scoreline, 9-1 and 11 against MOUZ. So MOUZ know they can't let Senkux get too many kills, but on the same time, if Binsu starts rolling, I'm really excited to see what his Irelia can do.
Yeah, for sure, in the top lane. I actually really like the timing out from Dan and that gank. He very much just waited for Wonderwear to overcommit, because what Wonderwear wanted was just to keep on trading, pop his ultimate on the Irelia, and he knew he would win. But yeah, Dan coming in at the last moment, and at that point, Wonderwear just knew he was pretty dead without Flash in the top lane. So Binsu has his wave in a pretty nice place. He'll just be freezing that most likely. Wonderwear will have to go elsewhere for farm. Binsu is already ahead in this lane, so Wonderwear he's going to have to try either make a play or try and scrounge for farm in the jungle.
So we're at the 10-minute mark, normally looking at the stats from the entirety of the regular season and the semi-finals. MOUZ have been ahead on average at this point. They're slightly down on Team Dignitas. It is about an even game between these two. The turret and the First Blood are the big separators here for both teams. Of course, MOUZ did get their playoff just a little bit faster. It resulted in First Blood. However, first Dragon attempt of the game. MOUZ have got Dragon in about 80% of their games as the first Dragon. See if they can get it this time, but Team Dignitas are already there. Would have taken a steal. Absolutely no chance.
They broke that percentage. It's definitely gone down now.
They want to go bot lane.
And on the hunt ultimate use, Cedrin will be preemptively flashing. There's the flash into the Tibbers as well. Cedrin is locked down, and the Chum the Waters comes across. There is no way you're getting out of that, but the kill actually goes over to Nisbet. I believe Tibbers and the Aura picked that one up. So the kill, regardless, over to Dignitas on top of the Dragon, and they have the pressure in the bottom lane. The only thing they gave up was in the middle lane as Senkos came down to roam.
Yeah, Team Dignitas, meanwhile, while they did use a lot on that engage, they used the Flash, the Tibbers, the Ignite, everything, and the Sivir ultimate.
Kitchen sink.
Yeah, they just are trying to get this composition snowballing for themselves, because if they can expand their lead that they've got from the turrets, from the kills, they might be able to put MOUZ at a position where they'll never be able to split push. However, the problem with that is Binsu has just been solo farming in that top lane. He's basically just frozen it up there for the last couple of minutes and has edged significantly further ahead on CS. I'm just going to take a look and see how far away he is from Triforce. Only on 1600 gold right now, so he still needs a few more minutes before he can look for that Trinity Force. But at that point, they have to start dealing with Binsu.
Yeah, Irelia scales on that Trinity Force very well, and at that point there's very few champions in the game who can deal with that, and Wonderwear most likely will not be able to. Wonderwear right now 60 farm to 94. Despite that start where Binsu was significantly far behind, it was really just a combination of a good push from MOUZ in the bottom lane where they're able to deny a lot of the farm from Wonderwear, combined with, of course, their kill in the top lane as well. So Wonderwear around this mid lane. Charm lands onto Dan, but not much more. Wonderwear, his main goal in life is currently warding and chilling out in the jungle of MOUZ, but a lot of the MOUZ members are in the mid lane, so not too much going to happen there. In terms of item builds, Senkux has picked up the Luden's Echo as his first item on that Ari. I was actually very interested in seeing what Dan was going to pick up this game, because last time we saw him picked up the Warriors into Black Cleaver. He still has time for Black Cleaver, but actually no, it wasn't Warriors, it was Cinderhawk. My bad. So
but the Black Cleaver did come out though. You know, at the time, it was kind of an odd purchase, but we saw the use coming from it. Obvious, no, Flash does have the body slam and the ultimate available, but chooses not to commit with it because that Victor is clearing waves out so incredibly fast, and without a charm or a body slam, or a charm or the explosive cast landing onto the Victor, that mid lane is going nowhere. So they're gonna have to switch focus up, put the pressure onto Binsu, and see exactly what ticks here. But Binsu is pretty strong still, although hasn't been back to buy yet, so he's edging up on that Trinity Force ever so closely.
Yeah, he's probably just waiting for the exact amount of gold to go back and just get that gigantic power spike. Mid lane though, Sayo clearing away this minion wave with the Death Ray. Sedge's there as well, so Senkuk is not going to be able to take this tower today. You can see the damage coming out from the Ludens. But yeah, this so far has been a fairly passive start by both teams, apart from those plays that they made around the Dragon.
Yeah, it has. And this game will start to open up once you know, you can get Nisbet into the action once his flash is available. It's kind of difficult at times to engage onto a Victor with a Janna there as well. Very difficult to actually catch them out, but Flash Tibbers will do it. If Team Dignitas can get that every time it's available on cooldown and hit it onto the Victor again and again, that's how they'll win these skirmishes. A Stray Charm will do it as well, but far more difficult to actually catch on. And there is a cleanse on Sayo as well, so it's going to have to take a lot of crowd control to actually lock this Victor down and keep him down. We'll see exactly how Team Dignitas can actually load that up, as mid tower is under attack once again. This time no Victor means a lot more damage on it, and that is going to be the tower falling.
Yeah, a lot less wave clear means a very dead turret. So mid lane will go over to Team Dignitas EU. The third turret of the game, 3-0 in those. And despite those 3 extra turrets, the gold advantage is not even that big, only 1,000 gold. Binsu was trying to find Wonderwear there, but that's mainly because of a lot of the farm advantage in the top lane. 50 farm at this point, bottom lane is ahead as well, jungle's ahead.
And speaking of jungle, you can see Dan has been off in this side lane. He's stalking Cobby for just a moment. This is what we've seen from Dan time and time again on the right side, is just push out in the side lane, cause trouble for your enemy, and try and get that wave management under your control. But this time doesn't opt to go for any kind of aggressive play. It's just going to recall. A little bit of wasted time there, actually, considering how long he spent there for ultimately nothing.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he was looking for, because he was waiting for him to push out. It's like, I can take him, I can't take him, I'm going to recall. Binsu in the bottom lane takes the ultimate from Wonderwear. Wonderwear decided not to go all in. Trinity Force completed now by Binsu. Most likely the reason why. He has his Ignite as well, so maybe not too unhappy with that.
Senkux was starting to roam down as well, did actually pass a ward, so Binsu didn't want to stick around there any longer. Team Dignitas right now, they're a little bit stalled out because it's difficult for them to push down objectives. They have managed to take the first 3 towers pretty quickly in this game. MOUZ haven't really looked to be pressuring a tower since the very early onset after that lane swap. We saw a lot of damage pushed up where Fizz lost the wave. But after that, MOUZ have been playing this patient game, sitting a little further back, waiting for Team Dignitas to make sketchy engages, and that hasn't happened yet, really. Binsu, oh, he's going to check straight into Cobby, and obvious.
He'll flash away instantly, try and get the vision, but that's instantly blue trinketed away, and now it's just a fish in a barrel, and Cobby will be the one to pick him up. Obvious just coming in with the assist there as well.
And it's a great timing on this play. You know, it's a fairly straightforward play. Dragon's coming up. Let's look for the pick on the Aurelia that is on her own in the bottom lane. That's how Team Dignitas are going to be able to shut down this Aurelia, considering Wonderwear can't really do it on his own right now. So Team Dignitas now looking for their second Dragon of the game. This is a big, big departure from what we're used to from MOUZ.
They try for the Prey Seeker for a steal, but it's a shot in the dark, really. Senkux looking for the kill onto Mountain. Great Monsoon knocks him over the wall. I don't think he's got any more Spirit Rush charges, and he'll be good today. Nisbet did also get chunked by Sayo on the way out, so no casualties from either team, but the Dragon did go over for Dignitas 2-0. Dignitas are actually now a couple recalls started, but have been cancelled. MOUZ do push down the middle lane to try and get that turret, but as everyone stayed from Dignitas, it doesn't look like that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, what this means though is Fizz is going to have to collect the top wave now that they've seen Aurelia down on the bottom side. Both teleports are available though, so if this one does end up opening up into a bigger fight, we will see both top laners arrive, but MOUZ have no minion wave in that middle lane anymore, so they're kind of just running around, not able to actually push onto the turret, and Team Dignitas will be able to clear this somewhat quickly with the Ludens there. And you've got an Annie with Tibbers and a stun charged up, so I don't know how well MOUZ will be able to dive this once the wave disappears in front of them.
Honestly, Binsu is getting alarmingly strong right now. 56 CS ahead of Wonderwear. Every time we look, he just gets further and further ahead. At some point, this is going to be pretty gigantic, and no one can really stop him. So Dig trying to pick up these objectives, getting ahead in gold, making the team stronger, being able to take them in on a head-on engagement seems to be the way it'll take this game. Binsu pushing down this bottom turret, trying to de-nice and farm, but unfortunately it's hitting in cannon minions, so that's not going to happen.
You can see right now the difficulty that Team Dignitas are going to have with Binsu is they have to commit multiple people to shut down this Aurelia. And with Wonderwear already in the top lane, the real decision there was, do they lose mid turret or do they lose bottom turret? Ultimately, do they maybe end up losing both? Because Aurelia is just going to go back down there and push, and you can see the amount of damage that went onto mid tower as well. So Team Dignitas, it is the outer towers right now that are getting pressured down, pushed down by MOUZ, but certainly they are starting to slow down when it comes to their decision-making around the map. However, Senkux wants a pick for himself.
Senkux is not slowing down, but he whiffs a couple skill shots, and that means he can't go all in onto Sedge, and he'll be backing away with that Spirit Rush. Also lower mana. Blue Wolf has just spawned, so he'll be taking that one away. 19 minutes into the game, almost 20 minutes here. As you mentioned at the 10-minute mark, usually MOUZ do have that gold advantage from the lanes, but then at 20 minutes, they're usually behind in terms of gold because they've usually picked up the dragons, and that's where their priority has been. This game, they had 0 dragons, and are still lagging behind the gold.
Right, and the other thing to contrast with that is Team Dignitas in the last 5 games, you saw the stats earlier, down 2,500 gold. This time they're up about 1,000. It's been because it stems from a patient game from Team Dignitas. Now they're looking for picks and setups from Vision denied areas from MOUZ. The problem is they have not been able to deny a lot of Vision in the last couple of minutes, so there hasn't been the opportunity for too many picks. Senkux looked for one on to Cedrian, but didn't quite land the charm, and the Valkyrie put too much distance between the Corki. So if Team Dignitas are going to look to engage, they're really going to have to try and get the 3-man stack here in the middle lane. You've got to somehow get onto the Janna. She has her ultimate available. Very difficult to get through that onto the Victor. So we'll have to see what exactly is the decision-making coming from Team Dignitas. Standing on a ward is not going to be the decision that wins you a place in the LCS.
I mean, I don't think you decide that. It's just like, guys, we're going to sell on this ward. And, it's just like the tilt thing. I'm gonna tilt this game. That's what I plan to do. Nisbet has picked up the distortion boost, by the way, so looking for those flash tibbers as the primary source of engage from Dignitas. Wonderwear. What's that? Dan is in the side lane and pushing.
He hasn't got a black cleaver yet.
Not yet, Stress.
Not yet. Those ruby crystals could be going anywhere. Top lane, however, Beansu's going back into Dig.
And he's actually going on to Copy. Please don't push the Aurelia into me. Beansu trying to get away now and might just turn around, and I think he can probably still win that one-on-one against Obvious if he turns around. Okay, maybe not. Drunken Rage comes down, Q comes out, he flashes over the wall, gets an Equilibrium Strike. He might be able to get away, but Nisbet is coming in from the bottom side, jukes him with the Blade Surge. Oh, gets him with the Body Slam. He's going to go down eventually. Bot lane, jungle versus top lane once again. Wonderwear against Dan this time around. Gets him with the ultimate, but doesn't get him with much else. And that engage will fizzle out.
Man, Beansu is so incredibly strong right now, and it didn't help as you saw that Obvious blasts the Aurelia into the Sivir, and Copy's like, no, please don't, please. This is not what I want right now. I'm a Sivir. Give me the Aurelia from a range where I can just chunk her down with the fat man stood
between us.
Called a
ranged AD carry.
Yeah, it's not exactly the best of ults. I mean, you know, it was...
I mean, usually it would make sense, because you knock him towards the turret.
Don't knock him towards
the dude there who does a lot of damage.
It is completed, Pulse.
What is?
It is done.
Yes.
On the jungler of Dan. The Black Cleaver, second item Rek'Sai, which that pains me to say, but the style that Dan plays, it fits in with what MOUZ like to do.
But the interesting thing about this, Stress, is they have Dan as a split pusher, Beansu as a split pusher. They'll be obviously going for a 1-3-1. I'm going to shut up about that because Cedric has been caught out by Senkux in the middle lane. He's taking down from the Ignite. He will heal up just at the very end of that. Sayu maybe also caught out as well. The ultimate whiffs from Obvious, as he did see some flashes out from MOUZ at the end of that engagement.
However, Dragon coming up once again. It's another attempt at a pick coming from Team Dignitas right as the Dragon is spawning, and MOUZ somewhat play into their hands. Beansu is getting almost faked out a little bit with the Team Dignitas lineup running down. Forces him to back away. Corki is still in base, so they can rush this Dragon down. Is Dan around? He's currently sat on his red buff, and Wonderwear is playing blocker right now. So this should be Dragon 3. And it is Dragon 3 going over to Team Dignitas. Their ability to pick with that extra movement speed just went up.
Yeah, Beansu was looking for maybe an engage there, but opts out of it. The gold is basically dead even right now. The big difference between the two teams are those dragons going over to Dignitas. And as I was talking about before that action happened, obviously they're going to go for a 1-3-1, but we never usually see MOUZ take like a smite top laner, which would offset the fact that Dan is just in a side lane. Right. And when they're trying to challenge over objectives, which we've seen before, we've seen MOUZ try and go for Barons, try and go for Dragons, where Dan is on the opposite side of the map. Alright, he's Rek'Sai, he can Void Rush towards it, but it's not instant. And not having the smite there when you've started the Baron is difficult. And I'm just surprised that they haven't opted towards smite top lane, so they at least offset some of that.
I don't disagree. It's an interesting point because we've seen MOUZ multiple times just go, okay, we're doing better. And then somehow it's worked out for them because of kind of picks like this.
Welcome to Black Cleaver, Sencux.
That is no ordinary Rek'Sai. That is an angry Black Cleaver queen.
What is this, an M&S advert?
Oh dear. Not a lot of people get that reference, boss, but you know, MOUZ are pushing up onto. True. MOUZ pushing up onto their third turret of the game, and now they've started to really take the vision and map control away from Team Dignitas. But again, we're always going to see Team Dignitas look for this kind of play. Oh, double Tibbers.
Onto 2, but he gets eviscerated and blown up. Kobbe, meanwhile, trying to put the damage onto Sayo, but he'll actually just turn around and run. The Chaos Storm comes down, and Sedrian's closing in from the top side, gets that pincer movement down, meaning Kobbe will have to flash away. Wonder where now might be caught, or maybe he's just caught Binsu. Actually, you're not the one I want. I'm going to run away from this, but Dan, he's in the side lane, he's pushing, and he's going to take this turret.
I mean, you know, teams... The top teams in the LCS would look to exploit this jungler split push being done like this, but it is actually fairly difficult to do if you can't get the engage like that with the Sivir ultimate, with the Annie as well. If you can't get on there and get the kills in the rest of the map, then it's difficult to shut down any kind of split push, because that's honestly how you beat a split push dynamic, is you just engage on the main pack, and if 3 are dead, then good luck pushing in a solo lane while the rest of us are taking objectives on the rest of the map. Just very difficult for Team Dignitas to do right now.
I mean, in that situation, Dignitas did everything right. Hard engage onto them, kill them, then take objectives while Dan's just doing whatever in the lane. I don't think Nisbet expected to get 100 zeroed.
Well,
that's the biggest problem.
He ran onto a Victor, who had a lot of damage at the time. I think he may have just about had the Rabadons completed when
I'm not debating the fact he had a lot of damage considering he 100 zeroed on Annie.
Okay, he didn't quite have it from what I'm aware. He did have a needlessly large rod and a blasting one. So, I mean, it's a one-way trip for Nisbet. If he does that, he's just going to get disco balled to death with that Chaos Storm. Yep. And suddenly the party's over for Team Dignitas in that kind of setup. But right now, they're looking for more picks. This is going to be... We're basically playing a game from MOUZ's side of just which bush a Team Dignitas in right now. That's all they've got to do. It's like hide and... Yeah, it's battleships, pretty much.
You sunk my battleship. That's what we're looking for. Down and clearing the top wave here. As always, Nisbet is going to head into this opposing jungle, take down some of these shallow wards, and should be good to go. He's actually standing on top of another one, which he might find, I believe. Yes, he has. And Wonder where it's still farming in the side lane. Interesting enough, he's actually caught up a little onto Binsu. We were looking at like almost a 60-70 CS lead. It's now close to around 40, as a lot of action has happened around Binsu, and he's died a couple times since then as well. He's still very strong, but Wonderware is getting to the point where he's becoming a big blocker for Binsu, and eventually he'll get to a point where he can just stand in front of Binsu and be like, alright bro, come at me, I've got a ton of armor.
At this point though, I can see this game kind of almost hinging... that's a little BM by Binsu. Just to say, hey, I'm going to use my ult just to stop your recall
just
and then back away. But hey, I mean, nobody can touch Binsu right now. No one individual person can shut down this Aurelia. And honestly, you know, we talked about it in Picks and Bans, how even we'd kind of omitted the Aurelia in our minds because Binsu hasn't played it in so long.
Yep.
That's the really interesting thing is Binsu, from between it being banned away and not picking it when it's available, we just kind of, and it looks like Team Dignitas just didn't really anticipate having to go up against Binsu's Aurelia, and it is very formidable right now.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't pick it once in semi.
Right.
And also he hasn't been picking carries until the semi-finals, so I don't think you can be, I think you can be forgiven on that one for sure. Nisbet pulling down a couple more wards. Dragon is around 50 seconds, so both teams will be looking to set up around that area. Wonder where his teleport will sync up with that timing, so he's happy to be in the top lane for now. He's actually going to go ahead and recall. The farm share will be going over to Sencux in the bottom lane as he will be slow pushing that one out. And the push continues. It looks like MOUZ have gained control over the area though, quite substantially.
Yep. DE, you have to be careful of their flanks when they move into situations like this. Look at how many wards they're leaving behind them. This is a situation where Binsu just appears on a carry in a fight, and there's not a lot that Team Dignitas can do. They don't have outside of Gragas, they don't have any real disengage. To get an Irelia off the backline, it's all about engage, and if they can get Irelia first...
Another whiffed ultimate in from Obvious, but they have caught him. This is a lot of resources used on Beansu. They need to get this kill. They get him down. Dan will have to flash away. Must not call the meek. That's an ultimate in from Wonderware. Dan looking for the re-engage. This is 4 versus 5, but there's a lot of members stacked up. Sayo maybe looking for a good engage here with his ultimate. He will be cleansing out of the CC in from Sencux. Diggy, you now have to disengage. There is no Gragas barrel to do so. Everyone's trying to get out on their own right, but Sayo still had his ultimate, and he blows up Sencux on the way out. Kobe has been exhausted. Spell shields the knock-up, but he doesn't have a spell shield for the damage, and that is a 3-for-1 over to Maus.
Team Dignitas used so much on trying to get Beansu down and didn't hit all of it either, so just so many resources we used in trying to shut this Irelia out and then try and kick a fight off, but they never got it. And Maus were just so much stronger at that point. Maus have been ahead for the last few minutes, and now their lead is really starting to build and really starting to snowball in Maus' favor. They've taken away the possibility for an early 5th dragon coming from Team Dignitas, and plays like this are what Team Dignitas are going to have to try and do, but the execution just has to be better than that ult coming from Obvious. Yes, Beansu did flash himself out of that engagement, but you've got to anticipate that flash is going to be available.
Yeah, and this re-engage from Maus was really well thought out. Dan has actually done that a couple times now. There's good re-engages, and even 4 versus 5, they just find more kills.
And Sayo still has everything. He just used his cleanse, but now everything is up, from the Chaos Storm to the rest of his damage, and Sencux just absolutely melts. Everything was used by Team Dignitas, and nothing was left in the tank to take this fight. And Maus, they're going to punish the mistakes of Team Dignitas. That's what we talked about them being so good at doing.
Yeah, Dignitas, all right, they have those 3 dragons, but that's now being stalled out from Maus, and what Maus do have is now that gold advantage. They have a big power spike with the Corki, the Irelia, who's actually opted towards the Frozen Mallet this game as well to stick to people. They have an insane amount of damage coming from Sayo, who's essentially just been farming this entire game. Now is 2-1-2 with almost 300 CS under his belt. This is a very strong team from Maus, but if, again, they can get the pick in the bottom lane, whether they can do that, I'm not so sure. Beansu is being kited around, and that constant damage from Wonderwell will eventually take him out. The 2 carries were committed to that play. Obvious went to the bottom side of the map as well, and Maus are just going to make the reaction play onto Baron.
Teleports coming through, though, from Wonderware. Maus have to respect that the numbers are even right now as Fizz appeared. Yes, Sencux was still on the bottom side. This will now give them a little bit of vision control here, but they may have rushed down mid and may be able to get themselves onto this turret with this minion wave. There is, however, the Victor and the Janna here, so that wave is going to die pretty quickly, and the shield is going to go onto the turret.
Yeah, I think Dignitas need to play the game of don't stack for Victor.
Yeah.
And they'll just disengage here. They do have Kobe's ultimate for disengage. I believe Nisbet as well has the talisman, so they have forms of disengage. They won't help you very much if Victor's already ulted you, but if he's running towards you, can be okay. Obvious as well with his ultimate. So there's a lot of forms of disengage with Dignitas, but most likely we see them blow that at the start of a fight, and then Maus just chase them down and they have none of that left.
You can see Kobe even opting for the Bilgewater Cutlass right now. Just trying to get anything to kite back.
Yeah.
Just anything to get away from this Irelia. Please don't, first of all, ult her on me again. That's would not be good. And then second of all, if she ever does start coming towards me, try and get away from her, but that is a very tough task. I mean, he will be able to spell shield. So, you know, there's that little factor coming out from Kobe, but it is a tough task if Irelia gets in on the flank. But the last few minutes, and to be honest, the last 10 minutes of the game from Beansu, he's not been able to get into the backline all that often. He's been focused out very hard by Team Dignitas. You can see he's 1-4-2. So now they have to try and get this split push going once again. Try and get Beansu out on his own and make sure the wards is safe enough for Beansu that he can actually push up and make a difference. Because, you know, if you're in the middle section of the map, in a side lane, and the enemy team is already pushing towards the rest of your team, you're not exactly going to split push fast enough to do all that.
Yeah, very true. All right, I've seen this situation before, Stress, but maybe Dan feels like he can take on Kobe this time around. He's tracking him. He's going to go in. Gets the tunnel up. It will be spell shielded out by Kobe, and that will be the turnaround for Dan to just back away. Kobe actually uses his ultimate there, and Dan used nothing, so that was actually pretty good.
Yeah, Dan's pretty tanky in spite of the, you know, building towards a little bit of damage. Black Cleaver will give him some tank stats. Has Oranduin's available as well for himself. So not too worried about Senkux right now. I expect him to build some extra magic resist a little bit later on top of that Mercury, those Mercury treads. But Nisbeth is recalling on a ward once again. Team Dignitas not finding all of the wards coming out from Maus despite having 2 upgraded sweepers already.
So kind of going back onto Obvious. Okay, going back onto Obvious. We were looking at him just over the summer split, and he was just by far the best consistent jungler through the entire round robin. Then Kicker showed up and showed him up, but then he never really returned to form after that. And up against Dan, he's doing okay. He has the same scoreline, but he definitely hasn't had the same impact that we've seen him have throughout the round robin into playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, part of it I feel is Dan is looking to get in behind Wonderwear in this bottom lane. Binsu took almost no damage from this trade.
Yeah, Wonderwear doesn't want to be here anymore, but Dan is going to make sure he stays, and he just has to try and trade as Binsu eats him alive. Another kill over to Maus.
It's a really interesting question about Obvious, because, you know, the jungle meta adapted recently to include Elise, to include a lot more Evelynn. We did see Eve at the beginning of the split as well, but Obvious is kind of just wanted to play Rek'Sai Gragas for a very long time. We haven't seen all that much more out of Obvious. Yeah, he did play Echo and a couple of games of Sejuani back when she was strong. Yeah, 1 game of Sejuani. So hasn't really shown the desire to play much more. And while it's not exactly a problem, it does make the ability to make plays for Team Dignitas in different games a little bit stale, because there's nothing particularly unpredictable. I mean, okay, Dan's on Rek'Sai, but he's playing a split push Rek'Sai. But here go Team Dignitas, a lot used, and they have to back away. Teleport was cancelled.
The fact that these engages are just never really working out from Dig. They always go through the front door as well. They never really look for flanks.
And it's difficult because even if they get a flank, the general ult is going to come out. Victor is pretty difficult to actually control as well. If you try and run headlong into a Victor, he's just going to lazy put the gravity field down, and if somebody manages to somehow get through, Chaos Storm just drops on top of them and they end up falling. So it's very difficult for Team Dignitas to actually secure any kind of engage here without a miracle Flash Tibbers. And even then, cleanse onto Sayo as well. I assume a little bit later on down the line we're going to see a quick Silver Sash come out from Cedrian. Dragon has spawned. Maus, they're getting chased down by Team Dignitas. That Tibbers whipped.
It didn't land, and it gets dragged into the gravity field. Binsu on the front line did get tagged by the Fizz ultimate. Kobe gets blown up, but he's not down just yet. Wonderwear has been sighted for that Chaos Storm. Dan also drops very low, will be healing out from that Monsoon and his passive. No one actually dies in that engagement, but Dragon will go over to Maus, and they are maintaining this big momentum swing in this game. Dig are actually trying to react in the middle lane by taking this turret, but they may have just put themselves in enemy territory.
They know it's low, and Senkux has everything up.
And he will jump onto Mountain, but jump immediately out as the gravity field comes down from Sayu. Now they disengage, and he actually gets something away from that. Dan looking for the engage, uses the Void Rush to get to that stray tunnel, but Tibbers is there to block the Prey Seeker, and Dig still get the disengage.
Yeah, they get a consolation prize from that, but they can't all recall here. If they all recall Maus go Baron straight away, they know that Team Dignitas used a lot in that engage and skirmish, and Maus is just going to clear it out. Only Wonderwear was able to recall from this because he has the teleport available. And Maus, they're in no rush to take the Baron because they know Team Dignitas did not all back away. So a little bit slower pace as this game has really opened up. Team Dignitas managing to find themselves at least an objective, but that's the first tower in about 20 minutes for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, that hasn't changed since very early on to the game, since Dignitas got those early towers. But this is both stalled out, and the swing is now gone over to Maus, and they're only really going to get stronger. Victor does a bunch of damage late game. Irelia, well, Irelia is Irelia. Corki, okay, he's a big mid-game champion, but there's a lot of farm, he has a bunch of kills, and he's picked up that Elixir of Wrath as well. He's doing a lot of damage.
And speaking of a lot of farm, I've been kind of keeping my eyes on Dan's farm throughout this game. He hasn't really been able to farm in the last couple of minutes, so he had about 200 CS as we crossed the 30-minute mark, which for a jungler is significantly higher than what you would expect at this point. Team Dignitas, however, that was the Chaos Storm used from Sayo trying to catch on to Senkux. Team Dignitas are going to bail out of here. They've left the Baron at 5,000 health, but Irelia is nowhere to be seen. Teleport not quite available for Binsu, so does not result in the objective going down for either team.
Yeah, and talking about farm as well, Wonderwear has basically equalized top lane. There's only a small difference between them now. He's sat on 3 big items, 2 defensive ones, just like Irelia, plus the Trinity Force. In a one-on-one, of course, Irelia's just going to kill him anyway, but underneath tower, I think he can probably just stop the Irelia now in a one-on-one.
They've also been avoiding the one-on-one for a fair amount of time as well. You've seen Wonderwear head to the top lane while Irelia was bottom lane. That really has how the dynamic of this game has played out. The problem with that is Irelia doesn't have an inner tower in front of her in this lane, or neither in the top lane either. So it makes it a lot more difficult for Binsu to stay in the side lane, whereas Wonderwear knows that if he's given enough time, he can end up going for the turret, but the rest of his team is under a little bit of trouble in this mid lane, but they are able to just back away with the Sivir ultimate. Wonderwear did, however, back off.
Yeah, but Sivir ult used for disengage is not really what you want. Obvious, again, that's the... Maybe it's not the third ultimate in a row, but 3 ultimates in this game have definitely whiffed by Obvious.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 was flashed away by, but the other 2, no excuse.
No excuse. Well, I mean, it's tricky because we've not really grown accustomed to Obvious making those kind of individual errors. And speaking of individual errors, Wonderwear
run away.
Gonna stop himself from making one as Binsu appears in the lane, and suddenly Wonderwear doesn't seem to wonder where he should go anymore. It's all going back towards his base.
I mean, it was pretty obvious where he should be going in that one.
Stop it. Stop it.
Got him. But yeah, I mean, Obvious has been like, yeah, I'm 1-3-0. I haven't died at all. I mean, what are you talking about, Kabu? You're the one with 2 deaths. Don't know where they came from.
Yes. Barrels from Irelia's back into your teammates. It is, but, you know...
This game in general, I mean, take a step back. What do Mouse have? They have this big gold advantage, 3,000 gold. 40 minutes in, okay, it's not gigantic, but it's still a gold lead. The dragons are basically evened out. It's going to take a long time if we want to see either team hit 5 dragons. So essentially we're coming down to these fights over these objectives, and most likely Baron as well. Dragon will be coming up in around 2 minutes. Dignitas have shown repeatedly that they can't win these fights because they engage and the engage doesn't quite work out, or they get re-engaged upon, and Mal's consistently gotten ahead in these fights. What do Dignitas need to change? Do they go for flanks? Do they just play better?
I mean, the problem is their composition is very difficult to actually, you know, do anything. As we said about how Maus have got this setup, they've got so many comfortable picks for them with the Corki, the Janna, the Victor. It's difficult to engage into that because of the amount of disengage and damage they have when it comes to front-on engages. So somehow they need to create the picks. Somehow you get a charm and are able to set things up. The Flash Tibbers as well is going to be an option. You know, this kind of almost reminds me of yesterday's series when it comes to how the end game was starting to be played out, where, you know, Gamers 2 were struggling to get picks. They were struggling to get engages, and all of a sudden SmittyJ out of nowhere gets a 4-man stun, and that's the game. Yep. That's the kind of setup that Team Dignitas are realistically going to have to look for if they want to take a team fight against Maus and somehow stop Maus from just split pushing them to death. But, you know, Maus haven't got themselves in front of an inhibitor tower yet. They haven't really been threatening around the Baron at all, and neither team is really wanting to make an unforced error at this point, like going for a Baron. We've seen each team attempt it, but as soon as there has been even the first sign of danger, they've both backed away.
Wonderwear in the top lane is recalling. He has the teleport, so does Binsu. Dan has Void Rush as well as a bit of a teleport across the map. Dragon is spawning right about now. Mouse have the positioning over it. They haven't started it just yet. Death Ray comes across. Pretty much every cooldown is available across the board. Could have a big team fight opening up here, Stress.
Could do. Where is the Annie? Off at the side, and look at how split Maus are right now. Almost a perfect just curve or arc. No real single target. Binsu gets ulted.
Well, he gets caught out, but they don't have enough damage just yet. The Monsoon is used for soft disengage midway through this fight, and they have disengaged. The Dragon is now being focused out. It will go over to Obvious. That's the 4th Dragon of the game. Now they have something to play around, and Dignitas will be backing away.
4th Dragon finally chalked up for Team Dignitas. It's the first one they've really had in 12 to 18 minutes at this point. 6 minutes goes on the clock now before MOUZ really have to start thinking heavily about this next Dragon fight. MOUZ, you know, even though MOUZ is still in the lead, they're still going to have to sit back a little here, because if they do get picked off, Team Dignitas are now going to be able to turn towards the Baron, turn towards a turret. So all you got to do is avoid the picks. Sounds easy, but it is difficult. You've just seen Mountain almost get caught out there.
I mean, I'll be honest, it doesn't sound easy either, honestly, in this game.
Avoid the Ahri coming out of the
Just don't die.
Simple.
I mean, obviously, Dan have got the right idea.
I'll be challenger in
this
no
mountain. Yeah, good luck with that one, Stress. But in this game, Dignitas and MOUZ, they're matching each other blow for blow. 44 minutes in, and honestly, this game could not be more even. They're fighting over different things right now, but if we look at how MOUZ performed over the split, I mean, they were 4th seed even in playoffs, and they have surprised. They are going toe-to-toe with Dignitas, and this has turned out to be an extremely close final.
For the first time, Beansu says, I don't want this fight with Wonderwear. Wonderwear came back to lane with a Thornmail, by the way, on top of his Frozen Heart and now a Giant's Belt. And this time, Beansu says, I don't want this trade. They are, however, trading in the bottom lane right now. It's a slow one.
It'll take a while.
It's a slow one.
I think Beansu's edging ahead. Yeah, he's definitely.
No ult from Wonderwear, though. There we go. Nothing actually results from it.
This fight is literally going in slow motion. But that proves the point. Wonderwear still can't 1v1 the Irelia.
Right. But even I don't think Beansu realistically could have 1v1 Wonderwear down there without Wonderwear making the same mistake he made at the very beginning of this game for First Blood and sitting there. But Kobbe is dueling with Dan now. And Dan gets the rough end of that.
Yeah, he goes out of there. Beansu.
That was teleport used.
Yeah, he's looking for the flank coming in. Nisbet will get the stun down, and Beansu just shrugged it off with the Ionian Fervor. Now the teleport coming in and cancelled from Wonderwear.
Yeah,
so he'll be staying in the bottom lane.
Yeah, now Wonderwear gets to shove bottom lane out. Somebody's going to have to go up and absorb the top lane for Team Dignitas, because that is pushing through for MOUZ. This will open up the mid lane ever so slightly, but I mean, Sencux can just clear this lane out in front of him. There's pretty much no chance of that minion wave sitting there. So again, MOUZ just don't have the pushing power right now to push past Team Dignitas, and Team Dignitas don't have the engage power to punish MOUZ for trying.
Yeah, that's essentially what this game has come down to. In
Big stalemate.
Yeah, stalemate definitely describes this game well, or at least where we're at right now. 46 minutes in. However, at the end of this stalemate, a lot of people are going to die, and a lot will be taken from it. And we're edging to the point in the game where a one-team fight at 5-0 or something close to that could even just end the game, with the death timers being so late or so long.
Yes.
People being able to push towers so quickly.
And realistically, we're about 3 minutes out from that. Because Team Dignitas are going to go for the Dragon. It would be Dragon 5 for them. Now, do MOUZ call their bluff and go to the Dragon, or do MOUZ look for Baron? Because a MOUZ now with Baron is going to be able to push straight through Team Dignitas. That amount of just sheer damage and survivability in each of the lanes in front of them while doing a 1-3-1 is tough for Team Dignitas to deal with. MOUZ are going to start that up. Sencux is on the bottom side of the map as Blue Buff just spawned.
Oh man, the realization.
Obvious is going to have to go for a steal here. There's 4,000 health left. Obvious goes in very early on here.
Yeah, maybe a little too early, and the Baron will go over to Dan. That was essentially just coming down to who could smite better or who was looking for the burst at the right time. And MOUZ with full control over the area with 5 people bursted, and they take the Baron. Dragon in 1 minute 30. Honestly, Dignitas were just caught their pants down in that play, but now maybe trying to abuse some of the recall timings. But there was nothing really to take in the middle lane. He already took that tower last time. Just trying to set up for the Dragon. That's the right play here.
And now MOUZ, they're just going to set up the 1-3-1 at this point. Dan has his ultimate available. He will likely drop down into the bottom lane. And then Beansu, we saw Wonderwear and Beansu trading very slowly. With this added damage now coming from the Baroned up minions in front of Wonderwear, it is not going to be such a simple task anymore. And he's actually gone down to the bottom lane to push it out. So that's going to deter MOUZ ever so slightly, and actually won't get the bottom lane in control for MOUZ before this Dragon fight potentially kicks off. However, if Wonderwear is not on top of Beansu to prevent him taking down this top tower. That's going to be at least an inhib tower for the Dragon trade. Binsu wants to go with the trade. Wonderware's taking a lot of damage, but Nisbeth is up here as well.
His minions are not dying very quickly.
No. Fizz doesn't exactly have a lot of wave clear.
That's also true. Unless he just wants to E into the arena, which usually doesn't work out too well. This cannon minion is a boss. He's on approximately 5 HP and is sieging away at this turret.
Obvious has his ult, has flash available. He's looking for the flank. Can he get into the backline? If he gets Victor...
That's a good ultimate. Binsu once again into his team, but this time they have the lockdown. They immediately destroy Sayo, and now Dignitas are on the chase. They have all of this engaged to use, and they take out Binsu as well. The 2 big carries from Miles are down. The Dragon is spawning in 1, and Dignitas should be able to secure Aspect.
Very well worked engage onto the Victor with no cleanse. Died before he could get his flash off, and as you said, the 5th Dragon is up for Team Dignitas. Dan would have to have a Hail Mary, but he's not in position in time, and that is Team Dignitas now with the 5th Dragon in their possession. Aspect of the Dragon has become active.
It has, and Miles picked up the Baron. Dignitas had the 5 Aspects. Even heard Jat on PTL talk about the very few times teams have come back against Aspect. There's not been many threats.
No.
But Miles, they have the tools to do so in this one.
So look at this engage. It's a fairly clean cut. When Sayo is the key for Maus in all of these fights. The CC layering there was just enough so that Sayo couldn't flash away, and from there it's an easy team fight to clean up. Both of the damage threats were down. Teleport is coming through onto the inhibitor turret. This is going to die very quickly.
The tower dies. The inhib will be going down as well. Dignitas, they'll be pulling away from this. We will not be pushing into the base and going a little too ham. Sayo and Binsu are just now respawning. They may be able to take an exit tower in the bottom lane.
Don't say that very often.
Exit tower.
Casual exit tower.
Take their inner turret. All right. And now they'll be backing off. All right. Clearing this minion wave also on the way up. That is something that happens a little more often. There's a lot of farm on both of these teams, but it has essentially gotten to this point where a 1-team fight will end the game either way. But 5 Dragons over to Dig, that's something that Mouse had to play around for the next couple of minutes.
And Mouse, with their Baron buff, get it stalled out. There was no real way of Mouse actually utilizing it any better than they did, because Wonderware goes to the bottom lane, clears it out, pushes it into the Mouse lineup, and they know they have a timer, because if they don't at least push Team Dignitas back into their base before that Dragon spawns, it becomes very difficult to control them if they're out on the map. And Obvious managed to get himself into his own jungle and set up that play. So Mouse thought that they'd done their due diligence about it, but did not account for the Gragas being off the map for quite so long. So now Team Dignitas have run down that timer and are looking to turn things up against Mouse once again.
This is so close. Wonderware in the top lane, taking away this farm. Pretty much every member from both teams is now converging onto the top lane. We'll be trying to siege down this inner turret. I'm not entirely sure if Mouse want to try and save that.
They got a Victor. Yeah, that is a large stack in front of them, though. There goes the engage.
Obvious goes for the engage and takes out Sayo. That is so incredibly big for Dignitas EU here. And the Righteous Glory will pop at the very end. That is all of their wave clear gone, essentially.
And that's the problem with their Victor as they continue to engage. Victor had to step forward to try and clear the wave out, and it was an easy pickoff for Obvious with a flash into the ultimate.
Mouse are just in tatters. Dignitas still have Aspect, and they are pushing down the front door. They may even go for the win here. Nisbet flashes forwards, looks for the flash stun, doesn't quite get it. Binsu's in the back lines trying to take down Sencooks. He finds him, and Sejin is trying to juke away. He'll flash away from Wonderware. Binsu might fall. He'll be Valkyring back to his turret, but now Wonderware turns his attention back to this turret. The minions are closing in, but everyone is getting their health back from the fountain. Dan now coming in to try and save his Nexus, but it's not going to happen. Dignitas finished out the first game in his best of 5.
Oh, that was a close game between these two. A lot of that game relied on objectives. Only 19 kills overall in a 53-minute game. It was back and forth. Team Dignitas looking strong early game. Mouse dug in deep to close the gap between themselves, but it's Team Dignitas that come out with a win in the end from Dragons.
That stalled for a long time, but when it got to breaking point, it really got to breaking point. A lot of action happened at the very end of that game, and Dignitas closed it out. That was a very long one. I think we were looking at 52 minutes for our very first of this game, and it was exceptionally close all the way through.
Well, we were expecting a close series between these two.
Get any closer than that?
No, that was a really, really tight game between these two. I mean, it stems from the 5 dragons, or the 3 dragons that Team Dignitas accrued early. Then they managed to get a couple more picks as the game went on. Just managed to punish MOUZ time and time again, just for stepping ever so slightly out. And then the play in the mid lane where MOUZ had Baron just before 5th dragon, that was a game-winning play from Obvious there. Get the ult onto the Victor, no cleanse for the Tibbers that follows, and man, that was a good setup to a fight, but Team Dignitas tried that so many times and whiffed.
Yeah, so many times, but it just takes one at the late game where they can just close it out, win that team fight. As you saw, that was 2 times in a row where they picked off Sayo and just able to close out the game. Anyway, for a closer look at Team Dignitas' Game 1 win, we're going to send it back to the Sharks and the gang at the analyst desk.
Yep. I'm here with my gang, all right. Looking at that game, as Paul's touched on already, 52 minutes, almost very, very, very long game. And to me, a lot of factors showing that these teams are playing for the LCS spot and just, well, with decision-making in different phases of the game for both teams.
Yeah, definitely a very passive approach from both. I mean, we saw Dignitas early on get these dragons here, so they clearly said we're going to go for 5 dragons. We're not really going to risk making any plays, also because the way the lane swap played out, Aurelia got very far ahead of the Fizz, so the whole split pushing component or split pushing option was gone. And all they could do was really try and create picks here and there, but because MOUZ was so passive as well, it was hard to find an opening. And we saw a few times where they whiffed some ultis, we had some replays of them as well, but overall, very long game, very passive. One team said they had to, another team seemed like they didn't really want to do anything at all.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because that was how MOUZ ended up beating Gamers 2 in the semi-final as well. Playing very passive, very safe, waited for a mistake, and Dignitas just didn't really give a mistake. They didn't play super proactively, so they couldn't get punished either. We actually got a replay early on about some of the decision-making that I know Crepo, you and DeFisher were talking about. Let's get that first replay up onto your screen. And Dignitas EU trying to siege into a Victor. It's not always going to work with that wave clear.
I mean, it's quickly sped up, so what you have to just keep in mind is that every time this wave arrives, Victor will just immediately clear it, even though obviously Ari clears it first. What I want to highlight here is just that this is the stylistic styles just of these both teams. MOUZ is playing 1-3-1 split push with Dan with the Black Cleaver. They've done this before. Usually they manipulate the waves and get the dragons. However, due to the way the early game played out, now Dignitas EU are in the lead, but outside of getting those dragons, they didn't really know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this situation, we have Binsu and Aurelia freezing the wave. That's again why he got such a massive CS lead, because they ganked and got the first spot on Fizz in the top lane. The wave bounced back, so he froze it. That's where you normally, as a team, either you make a play on the opposite side of the map. They did. They got the tower. And then you move in and you push the guy in. You reset the wave, get into tower. They spend like, 30, 40 seconds in mid lane, giving 2 extra waves to Aurelia. Then they pushed it out. And that was one of the reasons they couldn't do anything other than the 5 dragons. And that's also why we just got to see team fight after team fight after team fight, always around the dragons.
Yeah, and that was actually the one thing stopping Dignitas EU from snowballing this game was that really fed Aurelia, and that's actually highlighted in our second replay that we can bring up on your screen right now, is where if Dignitas EU want to commit too much to catching out Binsu right here, he flashes out. Just watch how many ultimates get used on Binsu right now.
And this was really a problem for Dignitas. When it came to coordinating the engage, either it would be like Nisbet flashing forward, missing his tippers, or he would go in alone and the other members didn't follow. So when you're against a Cleanse Victor and a Janna, there was enough disengage if you went in 1 by 1. So here, all 5 people committed instead on one guy, and obviously ends up losing the game, the fight.
Not the game, yeah.
Because now the backline was simply not under threat.
Yeah, they just couldn't deal with the Cleanse Victor. Eventually, though, when this Cleanse is on cooldown, that's when he's most vulnerable. Or if you can just immediately stack the CC on top of him. Xayah had some impressive cleanses throughout the entire game, and I really like what I saw from him. Just at one point, it wasn't enough, and they tried to fight without cleanse, and then, yeah, things kind of go awry.
It really did. The thing is that was interesting for this game is that MOUZ traditionally had come into this being the Dragon Control team. Dignitas attacked them at their strong point. Dignitas removed that threat from MOUZ very early on, but then both teams had this gentlemanly agreement to only fight around Dragon because there was no deep vision, there was no pushing lanes, there was no banner of command to put even more pressure on the map, there was no Baron bait. If Dragon wasn't up, basically nothing happened for most of this game, and I think both teams need to try to adjust that if they want to take a stronger control of the mid game and try to push a lead further.
Yeah, good point. It did come to 5 dragons in this one, and it was Dignitas EU in the end that well got it. And you were talking about the Victor and when the cleanse is down. That's our final replay, which is the game-winning fight also in favor of Dignitas EU, which was a very beautiful engage, so to say, as well from Gragas.
Yeah, it's a very good engage. No wards on the flanks from Mousesports. It's a big problem this late in the game. So yeah, they get caught out. Sayo dies, no cleanse. Also, one thing we have to note about this Mouse team when they run Rek'Sai, Rek'Sai is getting the farm in the mid to late game. So he had like 100 plus CS on Obvious, but it means you got to take the farm from someone. Cedrion on Corki, he's the guy getting denied. He had like 3 items completed and a QSS. He had no damage at all. Like he had 0 damage in the late game on a Corki. So I think Dignitas simply said, we can't split push. We can go for 5 dragons. We can just wait it out because we know we're also going to outscale them because of the fact Corki is not getting farm and Rek'Sai naturally will not scale that well into late game. So I think they were happy enough waiting just for late game.
Yeah, and I think Obvious did a lot more with less farm right there, but he's in sense a utility jungler on Gragas. He just found the engage, made it happen, and that was enough for his team. It doesn't matter if he has 100, 200, 300 CS, as long as he gets a flank off. But speaking on the topic of flanks, that is something I was lacking this game a little bit. They tried it with Fizz sometimes, Aurelia, but just these broader concepts that you see more in higher level games. So talk about flanking, talk about teleport plays, talk about deep vision, setting up more objectives than just the dragon. I felt lacking. So if both these teams want to have a shot at doing well in the LCS, they'll have to expand their strategy pool because simply playing around the dragon in this day and age is just, yeah, it's not going to work.
Well, speaking about LCS earlier, we asked which challenger team you think is more prepared for the LCS, and with 1 game down, let's hear what you had to say from @DaddyShelton. I feel like Dig EU is the most prepared EUCS team. Their strategy needs work, but their raw individual talent can't be taught. Wow, those are strong words and words.
It's worlds.
It's worlds. Could you honestly say that from this game that it was raw talent for one of the other? I think it was more team play and strategic decision making or lack thereof.
I mean, I think we did get a good taste of some of the raw talent on the team, especially like when it came to creating the leads early on, at least for them. Strategically, again, it's tough to say much about this game on a strategic level because of the fact they simply said, we're just going to wait 5 dragons. We can't split push. We're going to outscale. We're just going to take it super easy in that case. It's hard to criticize too much on that, but it was way too passive for them. They should definitely push it harder.
I do think we saw some nice plays, especially Sencux had a good opening to combine that with Obvious in the early game to take down the Victor. What I want to see though in the next few games is whether these things that are happening are trends or just a 1-game occurrence. Because in terms of trends, Mouse got exactly what they wanted in the drafting phase already. Like half of their team comps we could even predict already, just saying, okay, this guy always plays Corki, always plays Janna, always plays X and Y. And
First pick Rek'Sai.
First pick Rek'Sai comes through. So is this trend going to continue, or are these teams flexible enough to adapt? Because raw talent alone won't get you there.
We'll see what happens. 5 dragons, 5 games in a row. Let's do it. Anyway, it's time for a short break, but in just a few minutes, Mousesports and Team Dignitas EU will return to the Rift for Game 2 in this best-of-5 set. And as we go, we'll get a closer look at Dignitas EU and the climb through European Challenger Series into the summer finals.
I was contemplating different offers when Sencux approached me under the team SKP. They were looking for a jungler. We were approached by Team Dignitas to be the EU team, and that's kind of how it all started.
I knew Nisbeth, Cobra, and Wonder, and then Obvious we got him into the team when we needed a new roster.
Going into the split, we started pretty strong, and towards the end of the split has been a bit downhill, and we have been like in a slump. But I think we might be coming back again now. I think it's just like people starting to realize how important it is. Now we're coming to semifinals and finals.
We decided that we should do a boot camp to get our things together, ourselves together, and prepare for the finals.
And we sat together a team, we could talk together as 5 instead of sitting at home.
We went through a lot of problems that we had, and we still have some of them, but like we at least know what we are aware, so it's better now.
I think it's just if we communicate properly, we play our game, we'll win.
I think all of us are pretty confident against Mouse. Like, we are all better players on each role. I think the individual lane, if we can get ahead, we should be able to snowball it.
I've been pursuing the LCS for about a year now, so it will feel good to finally get in.
It means like pretty much everything right now. It's pretty much now or never.
It's really important for me to come back here and show everyone that I'm a better player.
Welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Finals. mousesports is looking to even up the score at 1-1 after losing to Team Dignitas EU in the first game of the set. And honestly, Stress, Mouse just didn't have that same early game control that they usually had, and they just lost that first dragon, as you mentioned, 80% of the time before the playoffs. They usually picked up that first one, and they just didn't look like the same team in that sense. And then yes, they did good, and we were playing around the Irelia, but then the game just stalled out so hard.
Yes, it stalled for a long time. We went to 53 minutes on this game, but you know, I think the analyst desk were talking a lot about how Team Dignitas came with a strategy where they were going to fight a lot more for the dragons, which is one of the strengths that MOUZ have had over previous weeks. So it was very interesting to see the change up in style here. But the one thing that really ended up drawing this game out was the team composition Team Dignitas were running was so difficult to engage for them. I mean, even with Annie, even with Inari, the Victor, the Janna, trying to get through that was just so tough for 50 minutes of that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they lacked the tools to engage. I mean, they had the Annie, as you mentioned, they had Talisman, they had the Sivir, they even had the Gragas ultimate. At the very end, it worked out because they were able to get the Gragas on the flank because there were no wards on the flank coming in. But that's how they eventually did it. I don't know if they just need to put in engage from every single lane, but we're about to find out what they're going to pick in these picks and bans as we get into the second game here. mousesports still on that blue side, with Team Dignitas still on the red. And Shen Gangplank will be similar to the first game, banned out by MOUZ, and Elise and Evelyn will be the next two bans, followed by Sivir. That's the change.
I like the change up with the Sivir here. This will, however, put high priority on Corki, so expect that first rotation coming out from Team Dignitas. That's been one of the picks that Kobe has played a lot alongside. Very fast end to the first picks and last bans. Rek'Sai once again for Dan. I like it. It's worked well for MOUZ. And, you know, in general, MOUZ's composition wasn't what was wrong. It was the fact that they did not ward their flanks. If they fix that, it should be fine.
Well, the answer desk were also talking about how predictable the picks were out from both of these two teams. First pick, Rek'Sai once again from Dan. Kind of obvious. And then on the opposing side, we see the Corki. Kobe plays a bunch of it. And the Victor this time from Sencux. So looking for the counter pick elsewhere.
Yeah, I really like this. This now sets Team Dignitas up to look for the top lane matchup to be the one that is counter picked. But honestly, taking this away from Sayo is such a big factor when you look at what MOUZ were doing in the last game. The cleanse Victor was too difficult for Team Dignitas to deal with. We know Sencux plays Victor. He's well known for his Victor skills from even Spring Split and into Summer. So a good pickup here to take it away from Sayo. This is now going to put a lot of pressure on MOUZ to see what they're going to go with.
Yeah, and MOUZ will go with the Alistar and Azir now coming back into this. Remember, we do have those changes where Azir no longer can knock up a target. He actually passes right through it now. So Sayo is still going to take that to the middle lane. We've seen a bunch of that from Sayo throughout the split.
Yeah, we have 4 games. This makes game number 5 for Sayo on Azir. It is going to give him disengage potential, a little bit more difficult to use Azir offensively. So I'm interested to see how that is going to play out and what Team Dignitas are going to do to try and combat that.
And the combat will be Braum and Gragas again onto Obvious. This is his champion ball and he's going to stick to it. And the Braum coming in from this bet.
Okay, so in this setup, it's very similar coming out from Team Dignitas with regards to their jungle picks. We weren't expecting anything particularly different from Team Dignitas. As we said, Rek'Sai and Gragas are always going to be options for Obvious. However, a lot of wave clear here opens them up for a Fizz pick once again as their last pick if the matchup is correct for Wonderwear. Doesn't really matter that he's running a Fizz with low wave clear, so it'll be, you know, as we go through MOUZ's last 2 picks, they're looking for AD carry and top lane. AD carry, I would imagine, you'd think maybe, you know, Kalista, something with a strong laning phase, but only 1 game of Kalista on Cedrian. We may see him default to something else because outside of Corki and Sivir, he's not played a lot.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say, Stress. Sivir and Corki, he's played 8 games between those 2 champions, 5 on Corki, 3 on Sivir. Very similar story to Kobe on the other side, which means he has to go to Lucian. He hasn't even played a game of that this split. And then we'll have the Fizz as well for top lane Boonsu.
At this point, Rumble is up for Wonderwear. It was banned in the last game. It could be an option, but this Lucian, you know, it is going to give lane control to MOUZ when it comes to the ability to trade. I do wonder, though, how this is going to fare the later we go into the game. Now, Lucian has been picked a lot more now in LCK. Has been a very high, well, not high priority pick, but when it comes to the mid laners, it's weaved its way back up into the top tier, thanks to a lot of that control that you get in lane as well. So, interesting that Cedric and Mountain will go for that. A massive departure from the last game. Corki Chana is pretty far away from Lucian and Alistar when it comes to the actual objective of the lane.
Yeah, very different playstyle for sure. But that's kind of what we've gotten to, because both Kobbe and Cedric are very similar AD carries in what they play. Sivir and Corki is essentially where it's at. They have the Sivir ban and the Corki picked, so where else do you go? Cedric changes it up. That is a Tahm Kench, and that will be going where?
We're going fishing. It's going to the top lane. So at this point, they thought about it for a very long time there on that last pick, seeing if they wanted anything else. It's such a tanky pick for the top lane, because you go through his health bar once, you go through his health bar twice, and then you end up killing him. So I'm interested to see how Wonderware is going to play this one out. We did see him on Tahm Kench in one game. Wasn't the best of performances from him. 4-6-0 in that setup.
Yeah, it was an okay performance, but it's interesting your mind instantly went to, he's very tanky, and that's essentially what Tahm Kench is. He's a tank. If he's able to slap you a couple times and eat you, then he does a lot, but trying to get that off is very difficult with the acquired taste.
Keep in mind, though, the last time they played Tahm Kench was the game against Denial. Game 1 against Denial, where Team Dignitas got absolutely crushed. A lot of it was to do with the fact that mid lane snowballed very heavily in Denial's favor. We'll see if the same thing ends up happening again. If Dan goes mid, this could be the same setup, but I don't think we really got the best taste of what Tahm Kench could offer in that game.
No, we did not. We just saw the coaches, of course, walking off stage and giving all the wisdom to the players. And it's interesting, we're just seeing very similar compositions with very similar objectives in mind from these two teams. You've already not picked up this game, but it will be another split pusher in the form of Fizz. But we're about to get into this game. So once again, remember to send us your thoughts on Twitter. Tweet at LoL Esports using those hashtags. Of course, we're about to get into this game between Team Dignitas and mousesports, the second of this best of 5. We'll see if Mouse can even up this series.
So hashtag MOU win, hashtag DEU win on the other side of the Rift. And you know, Mouse, they've gone for the basic same setup that they went for in Game 1, but with some very different champions. You've got Split Pusher in Fizz, Split Pusher in Rek'Sai. That has remained the same. However, mid lane disengage coming from Azir, and you've got the Alistar in there to prevent engages. So it's basically round 2 for Mouse. See if this one works out better for them. Team Dignitas, on the other hand, have stolen away the champions that Mouse were playing in the last game.
Yeah, well, what's for certain, Wonderware, if he does stay up in that 1-on-1 against Beansu. Beansu, once Tahm has a couple items, good luck chunking through that health bar. It's going to take a very long time. Senkuk's denied the Victor over from Sayo. He defaults back to the Azir. Same sort of goals in mind, blow up a target, a little bit safer, a little bit less damage in the middle lane. The interesting thing was, to follow up on what the analyst desk was saying, was that Dan, because he was taking so much of the farm in the mid to late game, by going for that split pushing, and it was denying some of the farm from Sejun.
Yeah.
We were actually taking a look at the damage, and he dealt around 26,000 damage in the bottom lane, which was equal to that of Kobbe in the bottom lane.
Right.
And it's not like it affected his damage output and how much he was offering to the team.
I think the real intriguing thing about when we look at the damage dealt from the last game was that was a good 7,000 to 8,000 damage ahead of what Sayo had output. I mean, this Corki that had lost all the farm was the highest damage dealt to champions on his team.
Over a Victor.
Yeah, over a Victor and over the Aurelia as well. So, you know, even with the reduced economy Cedric had, he made pretty heavy work of what he had to do. He made it count, but certainly it wasn't enough for the win. But you can see how, you know, if Mouse had been punished more for not wanting their flanks than they ultimately would have at the end, that kind of play style where you're putting a lot of damage, a lot of gold onto your jungler can get punished. And if Team Dignitas now can look to punish that even better, it could be a tough setup for Mouse once again.
So we'll do see Obvious taking red buff here. The experience will also go over to Tahm Kench. So the bot lane as both the duo lanes take both the Krugs and Gromp. Kind of want Crepper to come in with a scorecard and rate that and how it went down for both of the bottom lanes. So the health bars were pretty healthy, so I can only assume it went well.
I Assuming. That's not good if it's a competition pulse. For the you can't be a judge
10.
and not look. It's like
10 out of 10. Great football.
Competitive Krugs has really gone downhill these days. Judges don't even know what they're talking about. Are they even watching the same Krugs?
I was watching the Gromp, but yeah, Sedgin and Mountain in this bottom lane here, just being pushed in by Carbide. He had the early level too. Meanwhile, Dan is on his way into the top lane. He is Rek'Sai again. He has the double buffs. Double buffs onto Wonderwear, looking for the edible minion. Will be retreating to this turret. Has been ignited up. Dan looking for this first blood. There is the fixed skin coming out to save his hide. And he will be able to get away to the turret. How much was burnt from both sides? Beansu burns an ignite. Dan didn't burn anything. And Wonderwear had to burn a flash.
However, Wonderwear doesn't have teleport available. So this is going to be a long walk back to lane if he does back off. He's actually opted for Doran's shield here as well. Does have a potion or two extra here, but it is going to take a while for him actually to tick up. And you can see Beansu is now kind of forced to stay. Look at this experience that Wonderwear is getting up in this top side. Had Wonderwear backed off, he would have missed so much and been so far behind in lane. And because of it, Dan's coming in again. Oh,
Round
Wonderwear.
2, and finds him just as he's trying to ward. Again, he has fixed skin. He's going to be using it here. That's enough for him to get out once again. Dan is actually cycling around, trying to find him. Nets him with the Prey Seeker. The fish will be walking away here. And Obvious will go into the top lane just to cover up the hole in the top lane left by Tam leaving lane. So he'll be trying to get this experience, but can't go too into Beansu.
I like the decision-making from Dan there when it comes to sticking around top lane. He drops down, clears out the crab, and is waiting around to see whether Wonderwear stays, because Wonderwear would either have been so far behind on experience and farm, or Beansu backed off as well. Good adaptation to make sure that they can pressure out Wonderwear from his lane. He's now pretty much half the CS of Beansu in this early onset of the game. Down in the bottom lane, however, the advantage is about a wave of minions over to Kobbe and Nisbeth in favor of them. And, you know, you'd expect a Lucian to have a lot of control in this early game, but Nisbeth is causing a lot of problems for Cedrian down here as well. It's kind of difficult for Cedrian to step forward to get some CS because he just gets hit by a Phosphorus Bomb, and then Nisbeth is always there, just kind of looming with that Winter's Bite.
Well, like you were saying in Game 1 stress, Kobbe and Nisbeth usually do get their advantage in lane when left into that 2v2, and that's exactly what's happening in this one. 8 CS advantage so far. Haven't touched too much on the middle lane with Sayo and Cedrian apart from when we first saw them, but the slight advantage is actually going over to Sayo at the moment, as he's going to go ahead and recall on the Emperor of the Sands. Actually, no, he's actually going to stick around.
Yeah, for Sayo and Senkux, it's going to be a bit of a later game when it comes to where their impact is going to come from. Going to wait for that needlessly large rod item to come out from Senkux, the Rabadons. Typically, on the side of Sayo, you know, it's a waiting game as well. He's going to need a couple of items under his belt to be able to really output all that much damage. So it's a farm lane for now. Control mages.
Fun. Yeah, but they do have a lot of damage, so if Obvious is able to get in there, Dan's able to get in there, just lands one piece of CC, there is a lot of damage that's going to come down on top of the head of either Sayo or Senkux. And Dan was looking for it, but he's going to have to camp there for a very long time if he wants it to happen. 6 minutes 30 into this game, Dan has put up a decent amount of pressure, looking for a very similar build. Most likely to go for that Cinderhook once again into the infamous Black Cleaver. That was the ultimate being used there by Senkux. I'm not sure if that was using Sayo, I didn't quite catch it, or just the minion wave.
It looked like it was the minion wave. Senkux didn't burn either of his summoners. Interestingly enough, he's actually running Ghost, and a lot of it is to do with because the cleanse that wouldn't exactly help him all that much here in this setup. When you look at the actual type of crowd control that's coming out of MOUZ, a lot of it is knockups, so very difficult to do anything against that with just that cleanse. So is opting for slightly more utility-based when it comes to getting in and out of engages, but that's an early dragon going down to MOUZ, once again securing, I say once again, for the first time this series, securing their first dragon of the game.
Yeah. A return to form, perhaps. That'll be the first dragon going over. Tam Kench in the top lane, recovering well. Beansu has been called out by Obvious. Obvious gets him with the ultimate as well, slams him against the wall. Wonderwear trying to get in range. Both of them are going to be knocked aside by the Chum the Waters. And Wonderwear He's only Tam. He can't do too much if he hasn't got those acquired taste stacks up, and he can't gobble up the fizz.
Ah, that's so painful. Wonderware, I think, cancelled an auto attack that would have put the second stack of acquired taste on, then the Q follow-up would have allowed him to try and get the Devour. Didn't have a flash,
Would have given him
though.
the stun as well.
So couldn't have got... Well, couldn't get it with that auto being cancelled, so a little bit of a misplay up in that top lane, but Binsu is feeling a little bit of the heat when it comes to just Obvious being up there for a while. Thought for a while he was in trouble, but the ultimate was used by Obvious, so that is not going to be available for another 30 to 40 seconds out on the rest of the map.
Not at all. So a couple of players have gone back to base and start picking up their initial items. Binsu working his way towards their Trinity Force, which is pretty much what you expect from top lane Fizz nowadays. Mid lane, Sayo has those double daggers, probably going towards the Nash's Tooth as his first item. Not too much of a change there. Obvious going for the second blue buff. Of course, Senkux will be helping out with it like a good mid laner. And that's Wonderware's Abyssal Voyage being used into the top lane just to get back to lane. And honestly, I mean, where else is he going to use it from top lane at this stage of the game? Mid is the only real area.
Did you say helping him out like a good mid laner? Yeah. He wasn't helping, he's taking it.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it
was
was
helping him. He was helping him take it.
Yeah, okay.
Most mid lanes just chill minutes. It's like, I'll get it in a minute, and your jungler's like down at 200 health, and it's like,
just hitting S, just trying to stay on. Like, oh, well, I'm one auto away, but okay, maybe I'll let you off on that one.
I bet you're that type of mid laner, aren't you, Stress?
Well, it's just
like, I just need one more wave before I come and collect it.
Hey man, I gotta push out mid.
Okay. So Senkux is taking away using the counts for it, but Dan is securing the top crab as well. That's a she, by the way. Dan will be taking that one out and getting that vision and the speed shrine. Obvious heading into the top brush. That's Chum the Waters landing onto Tam Kench, but he's going to turn around, land the first of stacks onto Dan. He's dropping very low, and we'll get the regurgitate for the kill. Absolutely repulsive.
Oh, that is not tasty fish. That's poison fish up in that top lane for Wonderware. Just nomming down the queen of the Xerxai for that first kill. I guess that's the danger, is if you go in, end up getting hit by that first tongue lash, two autos are going to follow on a Devour. It's a lot easier to use that defensively than it is offensively in that kind of situation. So, real interesting one that they go headlong into that. And of course, Obvious being there for the counter was a big, big factor.
Yeah, Sayo right here was just checking for junglers. We'll be taking away this ward with that defensive pink. That pink is not in range of that ward, actually, so I'm not going to get the second one.
Yeah, and of course, Sayo... People might be wondering, ooh, why is that a Stinger? Going towards an Nash's Tooth, of course, remember we are on patch 514. Did lose the attack speed from Azir, so that is why it is not the old build that, you know, would just stack a lot of AP and it'll all be fine. So we'll see how it works out for Sayo as this game continues.
In the bot lane, Sedgen and Mountain still laning up against Kobe. Over time, a CS advantage has opened up even more, around 20 now, even just from laning 2 versus 2. As you mentioned, this is a very different lane from what they were running last time with the Corki Janna, but Alistar Lucian not doing too bad at all. Has that BF sword, so there's not been a whole lot of pressure from either of these laners, so they've essentially just gotten exactly what they wanted to at the right time. So the BF sword picked up by Sedgen, the Sheen picked up by Kobe. He'll be looking towards the Trinity Force. Obvious just clearing away this ward. Kobe's dropping a little low in the bottom lane, but it's going to be a while before we see too much action. And I know as soon as I say that, there's going to be action, but...
Curse. Here we go, boss. You were right.
Oh my... Really? Okay, Dan finds Obvious, will be blasting away with his ultimate this time, does land it, and gets to disengage. That's all he's looking for now. And Sayo just wards down, just to make sure Obvious wasn't looking to loop around.
Wonderware, you got to go through both the shield and the health here, Binsu. Can you do enough damage? Because that Devourer is going to really chunk through you.
Yeah, he has to fix skin, but he'll have to flash away. There's the fixed skin coming now. Binsu just kind of has to wait it out if he wants this kill, but remember he has no flash as he is running the Ignite teleport, so it's a little too risky to dive underneath that turret. What that does do is push Wonderware out of lane. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Sayo is pushing up this turret. The ultimate from Senkux will just be used to eliminate this wave as he doesn't have the damage from Death Ray, so he stopped the push by himself.
Yeah, also very low on mana because his blue buff had run out already, so difficult for Victor this early to just clear through. One Death Ray will not clear it, so has to expend a little more. But that ult isn't the highest of cooldowns as long as Senkux doesn't find him in a situation where he needs to all-in Sayo like this one, No ults on Dig, so they can't go for this engage.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess nothing really results in that. They can't punish Sayo from being up, but Sayo did have flash, have his ult, have the slide to get himself away from this. So wasn't really going to be a successful all-in anyway.
This is also another game stress. Well, we're 13 minutes into the game, and there is not a big change in how much action. There's been 1 kill. However, obviously looking to change that. The Emperor's Divide comes out, pushes the fat man away, and turns him around, and obviously is going to say, okay, I'm going to go back to my jungle farm.
Flash ult for flash ult used. Jungler for mid laner. The problem is Azir is going to be able to just QE his way out of a lot of situations. Okay, Gragas has body slam. It now all depends on if they loop back and actually capitalize on Sayo not having his ult, not having his flash available. So really, that remains to be seen. But I don't. Well, Obvious had to know that was never going to result in a kill. I mean, they haven't burned the summoners from mid lane. They hadn't burned the ultimate either. So bit of a risky play out by Obvious. Not really too much gain from it.
Not yet, but as you mentioned, he can loop around and potentially capitalize on that. Nisbet will have to flash away defensively as Van and Mountain found him. And Mouse on this second dragon should be able to secure it. Wonderware's up in the top lane. Sencux is not able to react in time. Sayo is zoning with the soldiers in the choke point, in his bottleneck, and that's the second dragon of the game going over to Mouse. So this is very much what I expected in game 1 that we didn't see from Mouse, which is just play around the dragons, play the early game out slow, and just make sure we get these dragons, maybe have a small advantage in the early game, doesn't really matter. Our priority is those dragons.
Right, and Team Dignitas have only barely edged out in their lanes to be ever so slightly ahead. So it's a good position for Mouse to be in when it comes to their objective control, looking for that, you know, fairly early 5th dragon. But at this point, you have to be careful for Team Dignitas when they start grouping. Trinity Force up on Corki. Needlessly Large Rod is there for Sencux, just waiting on that actually to be built into a Rabadon's Death Cap. When it actually comes, it's a long way away. He's only set on 500 gold right now, so he's a long way out from really being as strong as he can be when Team Dignitas start to group. But certainly Maus aren't in any hurry to group, because this early game is working out pretty well for him.
Yep, no reason to do anything else at the moment. Beansu still farming up against Tahm Kench, is slightly ahead. Bot lane, maybe slightly behind, but they've picked up those dragons. Cubby, Obvious, and Nisbet are sieging in this turret, so it will take a bunch of damage. I'm not sure if they can take it off this push. In fact, I highly doubt it. Sejuani is able to clear away this minion wave, so just trying to get these small advantages in each lane of the junglers. Dan heading into the top lane as well. Has a Tremor Sense. Wonderware, he smelt it out, however. Actually saw him on that pink ward, which is sat in that small bush in the river, so Dan didn't notice that one. Bot tower will finally be falling over to Dignitas, and as a response, Dan will take the selfless option and take the red in the top side of the jungle.
Well, Tahm Kench is the River King, so I guess he should really know what's going on in his domain, but warding's kind of cheating, don't you think?
No.
No?
I mean, how else are you going to keep eyes on your domain?
Yeah, true. I mean, there was that period of time where he could tell if the duck. It's all on the duck. He's actually a spy.
No one suspected the duck.
He's a spy for Tahm Kench. It's
confirmed.
I mean, he's only in 1 of 10 games. He can't be everywhere. It'd be a pretty impressive spy network. He was in all games and all time.
Ducks. Amazing. Sejuani taking away this book. By the way, Sayo, I believe, took away that Raptor as Obvious came in for the counter jungle. So both teams are looking for these very small advantages, and they're being traded back and forth, and all that's achieved is a 600 gold difference between the two teams. Of course, the 2 dragons over to Mouse are the bigger things that are being exchanged. But taking a look at some of the item builds once again, the Trinity Force is now being completed by Cobby. Top lane is still en route for Beansu. And mid lane, Sayo, of course, went for that Ashes too. So nothing really out of the ordinary so far in this early game.
Not so far. It's been another passive early game start. I mean, Team Dignitas have never really been in position to contest the 2 dragons. The first one was a sneak dragon attempt out from Maus, so it's not exactly an easy one to prevent without having full control. But I want to go all the way back to the interview that we had with Quickshot and Inero to begin this game, begin this series off, where, you know, Inero was talking about how they've worked on their macro play and that the laning will come eventually. I don't actually feel like their laning's been particularly poor in this game. We've had standard lanes. Binsu is ahead of Wonderwear, and everywhere else is about even. That's not the end of the world at this point for MOUZ. As long as they're not going behind in lanes, it's not a particularly big problem for them. They've got 2 dragons.
No, it hasn't been a problem at all. You know, another thing that stuck out for me from what Aniro said was that they've been studying the habits of Senkux, how that's going to go, and maybe we can abuse some of those, but we saw basically no pressure in terms of champion select or what they were doing
I haven't
or what
seen
they
it
changed. Not yet. So I don't know if it's going to next game be like, okay, all 3 bans on Senkux. But Senkux's champion pool is big enough where I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. Also interesting that Dignitas banned so many junglers out against Dan, with Dan's just going to be like, okay.
Yeah, he's just going to first pick Rek'Sai every game that you do that to him.
Yeah.
Like he has in both games so far. So it was an interesting strategy. It's weird because I don't want to say it hasn't worked, because Dan hasn't exactly had the most impact. I wonder if it's to do with the amount of gold that they take away from the rest of the map. Team Dignitas, however, get engaged upon top lane. Dan's been blasted back.
Yeah, he might be the next kill of this game. Binsu now coming in with the Chum the Waters. He's actually going to flash back and allow both of his allies to be hit by that ultimate from Binsu. Wonderwear jumping onto Sejuan, tastes just like chicken. He's going to spit him out and pick up that kill. Mountain flashing away back to his turret to the safety of his team. He may want to run a little bit further though, because that's the Abyssal Voyage. Who's he taking with him? It's going to be Cubby jumping now onto Binsu. He'll be jumping away from his teammate. The combo comes down onto Obvious from Mountain, and Mountain is trying to get away, but Tahm Kench wants to eat him. Delicious beef.
Delicious. In comes Senkux from the mid lane to pick up Dan once again. And that is a massive team fight going over to Team Dignitas. One of really the first times I've seen the Abyssal Voyage used to actually carry somebody into a fight, or at least continue it. Nice play out by Wonderwear, basically saying to MOUZ, I know you're trying to get back to your base. We're going to cut you off. You're low enough for the 2 of us to actually deal with this. And they managed to create a really nice play in the top lane.
The way it was meant to be used. So we're going to see that one once again, how Tahm picked those 3 kills.
Yeah, Dan just getting blasted back. Brummel does not quite connect parallel with the wall here. And you can see Nisbet drops incredibly low. I feel like he actually dies from this one, as Binsu did manage to get him with the passive. And then it's just feeding time at this point for Wonderwear. Feed me more, he says, and Wonderwear opens up. In goes Cobby, and Lima, Oscar Lima. Down goes the MOUZ lineup in the top lane.
Nothing more than a Whiskey Delta. Goodbye, Mountain. And another teamfight is just erupting. Obvious just gets destroyed. Nisbet will flash away here. And Senkux is trying to put some damage on the way out, but this is the next dragon coming up, and without the jungler, Dignitas can't really contest this. This is another dragon going over to MOUZ, and that was just a fantastic play. We didn't see the lead up to that fight, but yeah, well played by MOUZ.
Yeah, I want to see exactly how it started, because look at the wards that are out in the jungle from MOUZ in the Team Dignitas jungle. You can see they have them on the catwalk and around the blue buff area, or at least did before the pink ward did spot them out. I would love to see the start of that fight again, because it's just an odd one. Team Dignitas really shouldn't have been caught out in that situation, but they were trying to contest the dragon that was coming up. That is the 3rd one in the bag for MOUZ.
Well, we have the technologies, so either way, Mountain is now in the jungle of Dignitas. He's going to be backing away. Also in that fight, 2 fights ago now in the top lane, Nisbet had the ultimate on him from Binsu and was like, I'm going to use Stand Behind Me onto Obvious.
Okay.
As well. Okay, we're going to see that later.
So, it is just the wards. The wards spot Team Dignitas coming down. It's an easy setup, and they managed to take out Team Dignitas. So yeah, it's a fairly straightforward one. But you know, speaking about that top lane fight that we saw previous to that, it's one of the first fights that is being kicked off when a dragon hasn't been spawning immediately. It wasn't a pick before, it was all from a top lane play, which is a little bit more proactive now from Team Dignitas. They're looking for fights in other situations rather than waiting for the 6-minute timer. The problem is they now do need to contest the next dragon, try and take it away from MOUZ using the lead that they have, the ever so slight gold lead, about 1,000 gold in it. Use that and control the next dragon.
Control is the name of the game. We have 2 control mages in the mid lane, so we'll see how that one works out. Cubby has picked up his Trinity Force. what else is I trying to say? Something to do with Twisted Fate. And play the Ruin King. So he's basically sat on this core right now. Cedrian heading towards either Static Shield or Phantom Dancer. Obviously, Shivs would give him the spike right now. Don't know if he needs it. He could probably go towards the Phantom Dancer. We saw Jesse actually pick up Phantom Dancer first the other day. Not sure how effective that was, but there you go.
Yeah, I wasn't too sold on that one. But hey, you can stack the Braum passive faster.
You're not wrong.
But it doesn't feel like I'm right either. That's the
like
saddening thing
like,
about
I disagree.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Pulse. It's a phrase that gets thrown around in our office a lot.
That's how you know the other person is just like,
You're wrong, but I can't prove you wrong yet. The case in Wonderwear right now is really under the heat, but you can see as the grey health starts to dip, gets the 20% back. Is
pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Buy one, get 20% back. Mid lane will be sieged in here by Dignitas. There's a lot of damage coming in from Sayo. Nisbet will bring up the shield, or in this case, bring up the chair. We'll be backing away here in the bottom lane. Binsu will take that turret by himself in the split push. Very similar style to what we saw from last game from MOUZ in terms of how they've been using their tools, which is split push. Mid lane, the Sun Disc. What?
The Fun Disc.
The Fun Disc.
Oh yeah.
They have the disco ball coming in from Senkox. The Fun Disc is coming in from Sayo. The party is erupting in mid lane.
Now all we're short of is a game of musical chairs. But blasted into the mid lane.
And that's a very dead Sayo. The party is over for him. Dan is now backing off to the Fun Disc. Senko's trying to pick up the kill here. And Kobe will be jumping away with the Valkyrie. Takes a couple more culling shots on the way out. Did not want to juke back into the ultimate from Cedrian. And the siege may continue. Actually, the chair lands onto Cedrian, so he'll want to back away. In the bottom lane, however, Tahm Kench is there farming up those minions. Dropping actually pretty low to Binsu. Remember, he still has the thick skin, so he should be able to get out of here.
Yeah, and he'll be able to teleport right back into the lane once he has recall, depending on the actual damage down on that turret. It is at just over half health right now, so I don't think Wonderwear is going to be able to actually get it. But if that is the teleport used, teleport advantage goes over to Binsu now. So it's on MOUZ with the dragon coming up in 2 minutes' time to open up an area across the map and leave Wonderwear behind. The Abyssal Voyage is not map-wide, so if Binsu goes top lane now, pressures for the turret, and brings Wonderwear up there with him, the closest Wonderwear can actually get is to just before mid lane. It's all about running down, very similar to level 1 Twisted Fate ult. The range is not particularly wide.
Yeah, Tahm Kench is not known for his fast waddle, so yeah, it will take him a very long time to get to that fight. 3-0-0 though, he is exceptionally tanky and is only basically just itemized against armor, since he's just trying to itemize against Binsu specifically, and Dan, of course, who will be going for a little bit of AD later. But against Sayo, he's actually not very tanky, as you can see there in the middle lane, taking a bunch of damage from those soldiers. Kobe is here as well, just carrying on the rest of these minions.
Team Dignitas hadn't read that Binsu was going to come top lane. It's a fairly easy read. They even use the Tahm Kench ultimate to go top. This sacrifices so much pressure right now for Team Dignitas. Their ability to contest this dragon has just gone through the floor. Now the only way they can really do this and look to take a fight is with either a pick, or if Wonderwear can somehow stay on top of Binsu, stop him from actually getting the teleport. Here comes the attempt at the pick.
They're trying for the hard engage. Mountain will pop his ultimate. The Unbreakable will make him basically invulnerable for the next couple seconds. Obvious will be zoning away Binsu, but he's already gotten into the fight. It's going to take a while for Binsu to get down here. Senkox is dropping low. The culling comes across, blocked out by Nisbet. Kobe is in the middle of no man's land. The soldiers will take him out. Wonderwear only now wandering into this fight. This is a 4 versus 4.
It is now a 4 versus 4, but no jungler means no dragon on the side of MOUZ. Obvious is still a little high health. Dan is still 17 seconds away from respawning, and with no tunnels directly into the dragon area, Team Dignitas may look to start this. It's a risky one if they do, though, because they have to then face the damage from Sayo. Fairly low on mana at the same time. Sayo has been spotted on a ward. Team Dignitas haven't committed to anything yet. They are not able to safely take this dragon, and Dan is already here. Team Dignitas have to back away.
Yeah, Dignitas are really bad with commitment here. Stress, MOUZ is trying to pressure in. The Prey Seeker comes across. Nisbet will be tanking that one up. He's the only member who's really low in this fight.
They're buying time for Senkux, who backed as well. Now Kobby's on his way through the mid lane. Neither team can actually go for the dragon quite yet, but MOUZ are sticking around. They know how important a 4th dragon would be this early on into the game. Very big difference from the last time, however. It's Team Dignitas that have started it. MOUZ are going to look to fight from this. They have the Azir ultimate available.
Mountain looking for the good pulverize, lands onto Nisbet, who's going to get it. It's going to go over to Dan for Dragons. As the dragon dies there, Mountain trying to get in range. Beansy will have to back away with the playful Trickster. Kobby is now on the hunt. Senkux has already popped his ultimate. Didn't really land onto anyone and will fizzle out before it gets towards the team of MOUZ. And Nisbet also died in that engagement, so Dignitas leave that fight with very little.
Miscommunication from Team Dignitas on when they were actually taking that dragon. Bit of split focus. Dan is able to sneak into the dragon pit, and obvious smites early. It makes it very easy for Dan to actually take the dragon away. And man, that puts now a massive fighting point for Team Dignitas in 5.5 minutes time. If they don't get the next dragon, MOUZ are basically going to take every team fight from here till the rest of this game. They don't have, well, they don't have a lead at all right now. It is even between the two teams, but 4 dragons is the massive difference maker.
Nisbet was over the wall. He's now noticed what MOUZ were up to. It was only Dan and Sayo on that Baron, so they're going to be okay for now. Mountain was on his way up, but Dan will take away the crab at least, so we'll have that vision for the next couple minutes. 4 dragons, however, so MOUZ can just easily play around that. The onus is on Dignitas to make something happen. The mid turret is a good start. It's very easy to take that out. But what else do they take from this?
Well, they have to look perhaps for the next turret. The problem is they are against Solution with the culling. However, MOUZ do not want to take this. Wonderwear went into the fight with the Abyssal Voyage. It's enough to take the tower down.
Yeah, gets the zone away here.
Good bottom lane though.
Beansu's trying to take this bottom turret. He can also go for the flank. And MOUZ just want to essentially stop Dignitas from reacting to Beansu. Look at all those culling shots being eaten up by Nisbet. But the bottom tower just fell to Beansu, and MOUZ would be fine with that trade.
And Wonderwear's chunked, didn't get out away from this completely, so can't teleport to the inhib turret either. Beansu is going to continue to push here, and if Team Dignitas stick around, MOUZ go for the Baron. Somebody has to stop Beansu, and they have to deny MOUZ the attempt at the Baron. That inhibitor tower is already under half health. However, the Chum the Waters missing is enough for Beansu to back away.
Kobby almost playing with fire there, did not want to really get in range of Beansu, who's opted towards 2 damage items this game in the form of Trinity Force and Blades of Ruin King, so he's dishing out a lot of damage, and against the Squishy will destroy them very, very quickly, and now everyone is just spacing out back to respective lanes.
Once again though, it's fairly difficult for Team Dignitas to actually engage on MOUZ reliably. The only real tools they've got is the Gragas ultimate and the Braum ultimate, and Braum ultimate is not a particularly reliable engage tool. It's fairly short, or fairly thin when it comes to the actual number of people it can hit up. You have to be misplaying a little bit to get hit by multiple people with one of those. It's much better used as a defensive tool when people are coming towards you to engage. Same with Gragas ultimate if you can't reliably blast somebody back into the team, but MOUZ on the other hand have the disengage. They have the Azir ultimate. They've got an Alistar. I don't know how Team Dignitas create picks for themselves for the rest of this game. They have to rely on MOUZ being sloppy with their warding once again. We may see a repeat of the last game, but the Dragons are now in favor of MOUZ, and that is going to be even more difficult for Team Dignitas to come back from.
I mean, there's a peppering of wards all over the map from both teams, and a lot of pink wards in from MOUZ. I don't feel they'll make the same mistake twice. It's happened once. It was very obvious what led down to the downfall of their game last time with that unwarded flank. This time, all they need to do is wait it out, wait for that dragon. It's over 2 minutes at this point, as we still don't have the timer, but that's all they need to do. Play the waiting game.
Big difference out of MOUZ in this game, though. No Black Cleaver on the Rex side. This time it is Locket of the Alliance Solari trying to just take away some of the damage that is being dealt by Senkux and some of the magic damage that is going to come from Kobe as well. So it does reduce the ability for Dan to actually utilize his split push. This will give more farm over to the Lucian as well. Cedrian's going to be able to get more gold, but at the same time, another big change. From the second Aegis of the Legion, they have a Banner of Command. That's going to give them the wave control in the third lane that the Black Cleaver Rek'Sai was giving them in the previous one.
Yeah, and this time doing that by proxy would be a little bit better. Don't have to commit an extra person, as Trevor was saying, using that 6th member of their team, which we'll call the promoted minion. So Sayo putting up this soldier here. We're getting a little bit of vision of where Obvious is walking, but with Dragon in 1 minute, the goal for both teams is securing as much vision around this area as possible. Dan, despite the fact he doesn't have a Black Cleaver, is looking for the split push in the top lane. He does have his Void Rush, he does have a tunnel set up down there somewhere, I'd have to assume so, otherwise this wouldn't make sense. Beansu does have his teleport as well, so he'll be sat in the bottom lane.
Right now, Team Dignitas find themselves once again trying to find the best engage possible, and it's difficult. 30 seconds on the Dragon. They know they need something here. Dan is split pushing. This time, as we highlighted, it perhaps isn't the most necessary. Also, just for curiosity's sake, Mountain hasn't yet empowered a minion with that Banner of Command. And Mountain has now been caught. 3-man knockup.
3-man knockup and a follow-up of his team as well, but there's the Abyssal Voyage. Tam is going to join his team. Is in that gravity field. Kobe has been hit up with the Fizz ultimate, and now the Fizz is trying to get away from the fight. Wonderware's tanking up the front line. Sayo putting the damage down onto that armor-heavy Wonderware. Turns around, tries to get the Nom down onto Sedge, and he finds him. Sedge will have to flash away. Nisbet's dropping low, blocks up the culling shots. He gets taken down. Dan now trying to get out of this fight. Senku has been blown up by Sayo in the background, and now Beansu is able to get onto that back line. Kobe jumps over the wall. Obvious will have to flash as well. Beansu trying to get this kill down. Meanwhile, Sayo is being eaten alive literally by Wonderware, who has to pop that thick skin. But what's Tam gonna do 1 versus 5? Not very much. There's the shutdown from Dan, and this is gonna be an easy aspect coming in at 35 minutes into this game from Maus.
A much cleaner fight with a much cleaner game for Maus at this point. Aspect of the Dragon goes over to the team that we had talked about so much about their Dragon control. This time, Team Dignitas, Senkux just gets blown up very early on, couldn't get away even with Ghost and Flash available, and it results in Maus taking the team fight. Let's take another look at the onset from this one, because Maus, great knockup onto both the damage threats and Nisbeth at the same time. And Nisbeth mitigates so much damage in this fight with his shields, but from it, there's no real control over the rest of the fight. Wonderware is very tanky again, and against this Azir, so much damage is just being constantly output in this team fight that Team Dignitas can't stand in front of this. Everybody is so tanky.
Senkux isn't.
No, Senkux isn't. Senkux, after getting hit by an Azir ultimate, is the opposite of tanky. He is dead. Not quite enough damage from Wonderware either, but certainly stuck around long enough to make a nuisance of himself.
Could go full Kirby in that one. Managed to eat his target, but didn't quite have enough damage. Maus now with Aspect and Baron. This is going to be very difficult to fight for the next couple of minutes, and by difficult I mean next to impossible.
There's the Baron up minion as well with the Banner of Command. Nisbeth gets slowed heavily by that Rylai's Azir.
That's disgusting.
Trying to get away from that is not fun. There goes the fun disc.
The fun disc. Where's the disco ball? Mal's bringing the party to you.
At this point, I don't even think good old 70s disco is going to save Team Dignitas at this point. Nothing like a Void Staff completed on to Senkux. He's opting for the Lich Bane instead, and doesn't have Magic Pen boots either. So difficult for him to chunk through this Locket setup from Maus. Team Dignitas is stuck in front of their tower. They can't get to that Baroned up minion, the promoted minion. That is just absolutely destroying
at the shield.
Playing goalkeeper, but I mean, it's not quite.
He didn't defend the goal post strong enough.
It's a little bit different from football. You don't, you don't have
aim
like
for the post.
multiple balls in play at this point, just aiming at the post. But Maus are in such a demanding, commanding position right now, and they're demanding the objectives from Team Dignitas.
A demanding position. I demand you give me your inhibitor, which is what Mouse just said, and took it very easily. They still have Aspect. The Fundisk is dead, unfortunately, but Sayo is waiting in the jungle of Dignitas, looking for a potential pick.
Pretty sure he just walked over a ward though.
He did, twice.
Okay. Good. Well, good, I guess, for my sanity's sake, to double check.
Also good for Dignitas, who are still keeping up vision in their own jungle, despite being so far behind, as they kind of got that down as they were retreating. So they still have some bead on Mouse, but it doesn't really matter if they can see them or not. Mouse is going to take the tower regardless. Those minions are doing so much work against the tower. There comes another promoted minion. And, I mean, what can Dig do? They can't clear it.
No, they can't step forward for this. Because the problem that Team Dignitas are having right now is the same problem of what happened when Maus lost the game before. That's a whiff doll. That's not gonna fix the game for you. However, Tahm is in from behind.
Good dodge from Beansu. Tahm comes into the fight, but again, Senkook's not in the right position. He'll be taken out. Both mid laners actually being exchanged here, but Nisbet and Wonderwear are two tanks who essentially have no damage, and Mal's are just gonna sweep up this fight. Wonderwear is gonna last for a very long time, but that's all he really does. He's going to still put the damage onto Cedrian, but Cedrian can just kite for days. There's going to be the ace. A 5-for-1. They take this turret, and with the death timers,
yeah, they just got mid here. They've got the wave pushing through mid lane with the super minions here. Maus, they're looking to even up this series after a great team fight in the top lane.
Well, this series worked out very well for them, or at least this game did. 5 dragons in a row. They take the dragons, they take the Baron, and they will take the game. Mouse will be taking game 2 in this best of 5 up against Team Dignitas EU to even up this series to 1-1.
Game on, say Mouse at this point. They say to Team Dignitas, if you want to make your way into the LCS, we are not going to get swept aside. This one isn't going to be an easy series for either team, but certainly Maus coming back with a little bit more bite than they had in game 1. It was a long one in game 1. Looks like Maus were able to steady themselves a little bit better than Team Dignitas, refocus their game plan, get the early dragons once again, and don't let Team Dignitas back into this game.
Well, the objectives were very clear in this game from Maus. It was prioritize the dragons, get that first dragon, and then from there on out, just make sure we have the vision, make sure we can fight over it, win that fight, get a pick, take the dragon. And that literally happened 5 times in a row, and then we had Aspect, and then the game ended. So,
yeah.
Dignitas, what do they need to do there? I mean, they needed to not get caught and not be outplayed at those crucial points in the game every single time the dragon came up. But it was just so well played by Malz. It was a simple strategy, and it was well executed.
Yeah, it was, which was exactly what the analyst desk talked about from Maus and how they got themselves to this point. They've finally got back on that horse of the simple strategy. On the side of Team Dignitas, they got to contest that the second dragon. They couldn't get the first one, it was a sneaky one, but they needed to contest in the early game that little bit more and try to get themselves some more beneficial fights, because it became very difficult against Maus with all of the disengage that they had.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So we're going to send it over to the analyst desk for a look at how Mouse Sports tied the set at 1-1.
Thank you so much. Yeah, 1-1. They touched on it as well. Simple strategy going for those dragons. Although I feel like it is not that simple as it seems. Okay, it is now at the end with those 5 dragons, but you got to get those team fights. You got to get the vision control. So what did they do right?
It felt like an emergency strategy because they were sinking at the point, like because they were behind in the early to mid game. They couldn't really get anything done, but somehow they snuck one dragon, second dragon. So they kept sacrificing gains other parts of the map rather, and then just kept going for the dragons. And yeah. Just bad preparation from Dignitas EU. I can understand maybe once or twice, but like 3 times in a row they get caught around right before the dragon. It was kind of obvious at the end.
I gotta also look at this team comp and nice.
No,
obvious. The jungle. Come on, guys. Come on.
No puns involved. Jesus Christ. Serious
the Tahm Kench pick. I don't know, man. I don't know.
3-0.
Dude, it worked in lane.
And some
it didn't work in lane.
He
lost his lane. Like, the thing is, okay, he got a few early kills, good for him, he got very tanky, but you're just running around and you're so slow and, like, you need 3 stacks, so, like, the only time I think he got to eat Cedrian, he just flashed out, and it's like, that was it. So they lacked engage in this composition here, because once you start falling behind to this first dragon, to the second dragon, we saw every single team fight where Sayo sat back on the Azir and Cedrian trying calling from the back as well and try and weave in where he could, like dash and get a bit of damage. And there was never anything that could really connect and engage onto Zayu and Cedrion. So it was too easy for these damage dealers to do more than what the Victor could do, than what the Corki could do, where they have to worry about the Rek'Sai coming in, Alistar coming in, and flank from Fizz. So the teamfight simply just was so difficult to play because you have this fat Tahm Kench running around.
I also think because of how difficult it is to set Tahm Kench up properly, that allowed Mouse to get more of those dragons, because when the engages came up, it was so much more difficult for DiggyU to actually do anything with it. I also want to give some praise to Cedrion's Lucian. I like it so much more than his Corki. I feel like he has a bigger impact. To Fisher, you were praising some of his cullings throughout the course of the game. I actually feel like he's helping Mouse in team fights much more than what I've seen him on Corki, where it's a lot more about Binsoo and a lot more about Zayu. But Zayu also has been caught out 2 games in a row now where he's just been out of position, he's been singled out by DiggyU, and he's been taken out. He's got to be very cautious, because if that keeps carrying on, he could be at risk of putting his team further behind.
I kind of disagree there, because I feel if you watch what he was doing there in the lane, on Lucian, he fell behind 20 CS to the Corki early, they didn't get anything done, and it actually was Zayu always getting in the middle of these fights and just dividing the enemy team with, that Shurima shuffle, Emperor's divide. And I feel that was the crucial part for Mousesports to start winning these team fights.
That's kind of the point. I feel he does even less on Corki than he does on Lucian. Cedrion is not particularly impressive as an
Bottom line, boys, bottom line.
And
at
girl.
that time, Kench, at that time, Kench, been a Maokai pick, Dignitas had won the game. Like, come on, if you need a big tank in the top lane, you go Maokai. You don't go Tahm Kench. I mean,
we've screamed that here a couple of times. Just pick the Maokai or don't pick the Maokai. Let's, though, look at a couple of replays, because all these things we can see in some of the replays that we've checked out. One of those is actually a fight where Tahm Kench's power is a little bit more clear. This is in the early game.
Okay,
Come on.
I mean, so we basically took this replay to highlight that Tahm Kench would get a kill. So it is engaged coming in, and first of all, look at Cedrion. His positioning in this fight here was very poor. He dashes into the Tahm Kench, so now the 3 stacks is onto him. Obviously eats him and just destroys him, so poor play there from Cedrion. And then we can see Wonderway using his ulti, which he did a few times to get past the towers. He used it either to zone them away to take down a tower with the Victor Corki, which was smart. But then also at the same time, I mean, it's just so difficult for him to stick to these targets here and provide reliable CC.
To be fair, a lot of these fights, he was just simply there too late, because at least on 3 different occasions, he arrived when the majority of his team was dead, and he almost took out a target 1 against 4, 1 against 5. So I don't believe that it is only purely because of the Tahm Kench pick, because he did get ahead.
No.
He did a lot of damage. He could appeal. I just think Dignitas EU as a whole, we're not prepared for things that were going to happen. I mean, you have a dragon timer, 6 minutes every time. You know it's going to come up. So 1:30, you start setting up vision. 1 minute, defend the area. You can even lose the tower in the side lanes, just as you prevent that 5 dragon win condition, and you play your fights out right, because with a composition, like you said, lacks engaged. What is it good at? You have Victor, and you have Tahm Kench who can play it in the front lines. You have a massive amounts of zone control to keep people out of areas. Can't get in there as easily, but once you're in there and have the, defending your flag, if you're playing capture the flag in that sense, like, it is relatively easy with that composition. I just think DKU weren't playing to their strengths, especially not with the lead they had.
We don't see like a single player, single pick that's losing the game for either of the teams. Now we've seen 2 games. I feel more it's about optimizing what you're doing. And again, if you are playing into like, especially this new Azir, now that after some of the nerfs that come in, people are building Nash's Tooth into Rylai's. So you have a lot of control. And again, you have very, very good poke in these fights here where people always have to walk near your soldiers. You slow them down. If it's very, very difficult to catch you, you need to lock in some sort of hard engage then if you want to deal with it. Unless you're playing this game where if you don't win the early game and you don't get to set up these sieges with the zone control, you simply cannot properly team fight.
So you need a champion that could teleport behind the Azir and catch him out somehow. If only that would exist.
Yeah.
Go Maokai, get home guard, and TP in behind him.
Maybe as a final thing, you talked about optimizing your picks and then team fights. Let's look at the game-winning team fight, Dragon 5 again for Dignitas EU with the Lucian. And let's look at the positioning, because we've been talking about, is it a good game from him or not? And the Alistar engage. Beautiful.
Yeah, just to take note, this is the second game we've gone to Aspect. Only 4 out of the previous 34 games have had Aspect of the Dragon. And I think both of these teams are tunneling this series exceptionally on that. I like the flank from Binsoo, despite connecting Chum the Waters. He's not tanky enough. Unlike the previous game where we saw Fizz going a bit uber tank, he wasn't able to commit. And yes, Cedrion ends up getting caught here, but the moment he comes out, flashes, peels for safety.
But this is Dignitas EU overstepping their boundaries instead of just starting the dragon. They go too far forward and they step into Zayu's range. They can simply kite backwards because they have more area to play with. Do agree with the flank. If you are playing against like a zone control team, which both of these teams are, Bitsu's flank was crucial. Now Sejuan is doing a good job spacing out here and then just walking and kiting, etc. But overall, just these teams are missing the one step, you know, the one counter to what the enemy are doing, and then just the proactivity and the foresight of just how these fights should play out, and they can kind of get baited a bit too much.
I'd like to see either Nero or Broken Shot actually step back and try to talk to their teams about changing some of the way they approach these dragon fights. Because, like we said, 12 dragons have gone down in 2 games. No team is trying Baron Baits. No team's trying Deep Vision. We saw some Tahm Kench ultimate flanks. I use that term very loosely, but it's very linear, one-dimensional play from both squads.
I think we need a composition that relies on sneaking a 20-minute Baron, because it will go unnoticed in this series.
We need to see one.
Hey, it worked for you well.
I mean,
portal over from backwards. And
the coaches are sitting and watching the games as well. I mean, they can obviously write down notes, and they got to look at also the items being bought here, because Pink Wards is literally almost never being bought. One team doing that now, one team adapting, start doing that, and you should see so much more vision control around these objectives, and you can start saying, don't we need to wait 5 dragons? Set up the Baron instead.
Yeah, we'll see what the coaches can do and step in and mediate maybe the strategy. We're going to check in on Twitter, though, and see who you think is ready for the big leagues. From @Lieblingsjunge. Oh, these are all my Lieblingsjunge. Mousesports, the players have improved a lot, and Inero is doing wonders. They're fighting as a team, not as solo queue players. Some of that really goes for that last game, and as you said, it's going to be now also a big test for the coaches, we can't forget, to adapt.
I actually kind of agree with that a little bit. I've been working with Stress and Pulse throughout summer on the show, and the Mousesports team transition from week 1 to now the finals is a very big one. They are constantly getting better. They are constantly taking small steps. And even if you just look at game 1 of this series, they seem kind of lost, kind of disconnected. DEU was able to take control for a very long portion. Now game 2, they come in much more confident, much stronger. They get 5 dragons, and they close the game out in 34 minutes. So it shows a little bit of a testament to their mindset, and I'd like to see if they can keep that up going to game 3 with some more vision control, with some other strategies, which we know they can do.
In any case, Mouseport, they have locked it up 1-1, 2 games in, with a spot on the LCS on the line, and the European Challenger Series continues right after this.
Hey, my name is Wonderwear.
Wonderwear.
I'm top laner for Dignitas EU. Same.
Two now coming in with the Chum the Waters. He's actually going to flash back and allow both of his allies to be hit by that ultimate from Binsu. Nom down onto Sejuan. He finds him. Sejuan will have to flash away. Nisbet's dropping low. You're back.
We can
fight. Obvious. I need help. Get one away.
Mouse will be taking game 2 in this best of 5 up against Team Dignitas EU to even up this series to 1-1. Welcome back. Team Dignitas EU and Mousesports are tied at 1 win apiece as we head into Game 3 of the EUCS Summer Finals. And honestly, so far, we have just seen Dragon Focus from both teams, Stress. I mean, that's basically summed up the first 2 games right there. And honestly, as we got into this, and throughout the split, the teams, okay, have looked for those dragons. Mouse specifically was looking for the first couple. Dignitas, we saw them looking at some of their goal graphs. It was like every single time there was a dragon, they would fight over it, they would take the dragon. But we've just gone to the extreme.
Yeah. It's like, oh, let's not fight until every 6 minutes is up. I liked the adaptations that the teams made last time. I liked Team Dignitas taking the Corki, taking the Victor away. The problem was the Azir from Sayo was pretty on point that game.
Well, the Ancestors talked about optimizing picks. We're going to see the bans first. Shen and Wonderware's Gangplank, along with Sivir, will be banned out from Mouse, and Twisted Fate, Elise, and Fizz will come out from Team Dignitas EU. Shen and actually, those are all the same bans from Mouse once again. This is the 3rd game. We're still on blue side for Mouse, still on red side for Dig. Rek'Sai is open. Are we just going to see that first pick?
This leaves Evelynn up, that was banned in the previous 2 games. I'm interested to see whether Dan is going to opt for Evelynn. I feel like his Rek'Sai has just been so much stronger. Wow, that's a massive change coming out from Mouse.
First pick, Azir, feels very confident in that. Usually don't see too much of that, more of the Victor first picks, but okay, that will be brought out by Mouse, so they've left the jungle open. Now looking towards what Team Dignitas EU take as their first couple picks. They have a bunch of options.
They do. I mean, this now allows them to take away the Rek'Sai. I guess on the other side, they still have the Eve available if they want to go for that now that it isn't banned. I'd like to see Team Dignitas getting a lot more engage from somewhere. I mean, okay, in the first game they ran the Annie. The problem was, against the Cleanse Victor, it just didn't work. Now they're against somebody with a lot of disengage. Did Team Dignitas just change up their entire strategy here? Go for something completely different?
Well, before we've just seen them, as we mentioned, optimize, not optimize their comp, but look towards the dragons constantly. It looks like the pickup will be Rek'Sai here. This is basically the other half of Obvious's champion pool, aside from the Echo. Alistar will be brought out as well, so that will deny it away from Mouse. But as you mentioned, Evelynn is still up if Dan wants it.
Do we just see the Janna come out here? You play Janna Azir with so much disengage from the Mouse side that Team Dignitas are never going to be able to engage in that situation. We saw the Alistar come out for Mouse in the last game. Just as a reminder to everybody, this is the 3rd game in which Mouse have been blue side, Team Dignitas have been red side. Game 4, which we will be going to, will be the opposite. It'll be the first time in which Team Dignitas are playing on the blue side, but we are on the same setup as games 1 and 2. So in the last couple of games with the rotations like this, there hasn't been particularly many patterns for Mouse when it comes to this 2nd round of picks. In the first game, they picked the Janna and the Victor. In the 2nd game, they picked the Fizz and the Azir, and the Alistar. So neither of those are available for this game.
But it very much has been a pattern in their compositions and what they were looking for. The carry top lane, either the Victor or the Azir in mid lane. Of course, Sejun's either going to go for a Sivir or Corki. If those 2 are taken away, he'll go Lucian. It's all very scripted out from Mouse and what they're looking for here. That will be the Corki once again. Sejun will definitely want to have his hands on that. That actually, over to Kobe, he'll have to go to a B tier pick as well.
Yeah, what has he played previously? He's played the Kog'Maw a couple of times. This could be... This is a very defensive setup around the Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, there's not too much more defense that you can get, and it's somewhat of a flex pick with the Lulu. Could be top lane still. So looking to put a lot of focus onto Kobe. This is a massive departure in playstyle for Team Dignitas.
This is definitely different, but we've seen Dignitas run full-on Protect the Kog'Maw compositions and also kind of semi-ones as well. But right now they have the Lulu for that. They could go for like an Orianna mid lane. They could go all in on this.
Right, they could look for an Orianna, something like that mid lane, or they could look for a Maokai top lane and put the Lulu on to Senkux. There is a lot of options available. They know that the Hecarim and the Azir are already locked in, so now it's a matchup dependent thing. Is which do you feel more comfortable in? What setup is the most comfortable for your team? They could try the Tahm Kench again. It's another factor of protecting Kog'Maw. You just kind of eat him if he gets into too much trouble, but hasn't been the case.
Alright, so Sejuani going over to Dan. Alright, we actually haven't seen this for a while, but that's his most played, and I use that term loosely because he's played every other champion once, and then had 3 Sejuani games very early on into the season. He had some very good games on that champion, and will be bringing it into this game. Braum was the other pick coming in from MOUZ. And yeah, as you mentioned, there's a lot that could be picked up by Dignitas here. Could be mid, could be top, could be anything.
I think if you're going to go for something like a Nautilus, the Maokai with just Home Guard Teleport may be that little bit more effective. You get the damage reduction, you get a lot more hard crowd control when it comes to actually point and click. Yes, Nautilus has his ultimate, but from there it's all hooks and auto attacks, so it's a little bit trickier to actually get. Interesting to see what Wonderwear goes with. He's played 2 games of Maokai, 2 games of Nautilus, so he is comfortable on both.
Yeah, we've seen him play both of those champions. He could go for Nautilus here. Of course, Nautilus is the best champion in the game, so I would help him out.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me to hear you say that, please. It's locked in, though, for that Nautilus. So, team comps are locked in. This is a lot more of an older MOUZ composition from about weeks 1 to 3 in the European Challenger Series. Massive engage potential on Dan, on that Sejuani. We've seen him almost single-handedly win late-game team fights just with 1 Sejuani ultimate. This is pretty much his bread and butter.
Yeah.
This is what we know of Dan to be comfortable to carry a game.
He can carry a game, he can initiate. This, as you mentioned, is a composition we saw very early on by MOUZ, likewise by Dignitas. This is also going back into their playbook. Their arsenal has definitely changed, and it's interesting we're seeing this change up coming into Game 3, where both teams are even and looking to change up their playstyles a little. I'm very interested to see how this one will work out. Of course, the Hecarim now coming in from Beansu. Remember, that's 9-1 currently in Challenger. That was only upset the perfect win rate in the semi-finals.
Yeah, that top lane is going to be one to watch out for here. Hecarim into the Nautilus as we get into this one. It's going to be a very intriguing setup here. Very different from what we've seen in the first 2 games of this series, and Team Dignitas are putting a lot of their eggs into the basket of Kobbe on that Kog'Maw. So, I mean, the analysts has talked about them needing to change things up. This is a big, big change.
From both teams as well, Stress. Remember to let us know if your favorite has shifted. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtags MOUWin or DEUWin, and we'll see who you think has the edge in a few moments. But we're about to get into this 3rd game of this best of 5. The teams are dead even, 1-1 apiece. Team Dignitas EU versus mousesports. Game 3, let's go.
Let's get on to the Rift. And, you know, it's not quite the same as the old Juggernaut compositions that we've seen before. And, you know, Protect the AD comps never really went out of style. There's always teams trying to run them. I mean, you can also see this kind of setup fairly often when you watch LCK. Every now and again, somebody will be like, let's pick Kog'Maw and just protect him for the entire game. And pretty much has been a staple composition for a very, very long time. However, if MOUZ do manage to get onto Kobbe before he becomes just a massive carry, it's going to be tough for Team Dignitas if Kobbe doesn't snowball through.
Good stuff. It's Sejuani's battle cry. It just confuses the opponent. They don't really know what to think. But Sejuani is sitting in this top lane. Is he going to fake this out? He puts up the Frost bomb. So Wonderwear knows there's a Corki there now. And will he just recall and go bot lane?
The chorus of wards placed up in the top lane. As you know, it's interesting, once again, going back to what the coaches said at the beginning of the day when Quickshot was talking to them. You know, Brokenshot was talking about how it's not only about having the team play around Senkux anymore. It's around Senkux playing around the rest of the team. And that's the kind of role that he's in here. Because Senkux is not on a champion that realistically he should hard carry with, as a Lulu from the mid lane. It's all about Senkux now focusing his attention on Kobbe and keeping him alive. So very different dynamic here for the Team Dignitas setup for this game.
But is that the right option? Because, okay, he'll do fine on a Lulu, but he's not going to carry the game 1v9 like, you know, there was that joke in Spring Split. But this is very, very different now, as he will be protecting Kobbe. But Kobbe has been extremely consistent in pretty much every single game we've ever seen of him. He never, or very rarely, has a bad game. He'll just do well. If he gets ahead, he'll prod your team. He'll just have a good game.
Yeah, when you look at his stats from the previous games before today, he pretty much has been the top AD carry when it comes to his KDA and all of his stats when it comes to farm. But Senkux in this middle lane dodges out the chair. No disqualification coming out through this one for the MOUZ setup. So Senkux manages to keep himself alive.
Yeah, Nisbet has been sighted by their squad as he roamed from the bottom lane, trying to get this roam onto Sayo. Meanwhile, Mountain was up to the side, so he was able to defend him. Teleport now comes into the bottom lane by Beansu, so we'll get the one-on-one against Kobe. The lane swap was initiated from Mouse with Cedrian and Mountain going to the top lane. Now Beansu and Mountain will go to the bottom lane, with Nisbet following in tow with his Kog'Maw. So honestly, Kog'Maw will be able to farm in this lane fine.
Yeah, realistically, Beansu can't pressure Kobe at any point in this lane, unless somehow Mountain manages to like get a Q, jump forward, land an auto, and try and set up the passive. But it should be a fairly straightforward laning phase for Kobe, just to passively take down the farm. And looking at the farm in mid lane, 17 CS to 10 in favor of Maus. The early game, once again, somewhat going their way. They are a couple 100 gold up right now.
Got to see how many minions he gets from the minion wave that hits turret first, but yeah, still a 4 CS differential in the mid lane. Obvious heading into the bottom lane here. There is a ward there, so if he tunnels over, he's going to be sighted immediately from Maus, so there is time to react for them.
However, no flash on Beansu. If they push up here too far, flash Q coming out from Nisbet would start this one off.
Well, the flash into the pulverized by Nisbet knocks Beansu into the turret, but he doesn't get tower aggro. Obvious now coming in, flashes, gets a knock up, and Obvious will just knock him into the turret or force him to go backwards. Kobe maybe dropping it, he has been ignited, gets that first blood, is healing up from his potions, and he's actually good to go, so Beansu was just forced to trade.
And that was a bit of a greedy push out from Beansu. You got to remember, you're playing Hecarim with no flash. You're running Teleport Ignite. It's a repeat performance again, perhaps, for Obvious, but with that ward there, this time you can see Mountain way further back in the lane is just going to sit there. That's just greedy by Beansu. To be honest,
yeah.
You have to respect the flash pulverize coming out from Nisbet.
The flash is down now though, so it won't be happening for a good while, but still that first blood going over to Dig is something that shouldn't have really happened. And Wonderware was jungling for the longest time with Obvious, and now is actually ahead in farm over Beansu. In the top lane is just being able to get most of that. Cedric hasn't put down enough harass to keep him away from the minions. He's faultless. He has 2 Darn's rings as well, so he's really just geared up for this laning phase.
As a reminder, Sejuani featured heavily in the jungle meta for a while at the beginning of this split. And the tail end of spring. The problem was she had some damage taken away from her from that Flail of the Northern Winds. And from there, we didn't really see her too much because you needed so much time. You needed to sit until 6 to try and farm up. Your clear was reduced. Oh, mid lane, Sayo doesn't quite get the dash
over the wall, and Obvious looking to keep Sayo in place. Senkux follows up as well. The flashes burn from Sayo and the barrier, burning 2 summoners for the price of nothing.
At this point, Team Dignitas are getting some very fortunate ganks in this early game, getting summoners and getting kills from mid and bottom lane. And again, Maus are just shoving up pretty heavily, and a lot of it is to do with the fact that they can't really afford Obvious getting into the enemy jungle and finding Dan because of how difficult it is for Sejuani to get through this early game. You can see, though, Obvious hasn't yet backed away, so that pressure really is not in effect right now. The difficulty is if they haven't got waves shoved up, it becomes easier for the Team Dignitas laners to roam out of the lane and get themselves into that skirmish.
Right now, there is not a lot of movement in those lanes. They are still staying in place. Wonderware is still ahead of his counterpart of Beansu. Dan goes into the bottom lane, but has been seen out by this ward. And will be taking away that tunnel in the bottom lane. So Obvious, as he gets towards that level 6 mark, won't be able to get down there instantly. Nice hook by Wonderware, lands onto Cedric, also gets the staggering blow. He also has his ultimate, may have been able to pop it there. Now he does.
Go for it now.
It's a little late. Uses the E, gets him! Despite that, underneath the turret, even the heal from Cedric was not enough.
I mean, this is once again just Maus misplaying in the onset of this game. I mean, Cedric goes into a minion wave with a cannon against a Nautilus and just ends up falling. Now Beansu teleports top lane to just take the wave from in front, but that was just Cedric completely blundering that laning phase. Now Sayo, no flash, but does have the jump.
I mean, that's why Nautilus is the best champion in the game, am I right? But no, yeah, that was just a straight-up misplay.
Okay, he's the best champion in the game at landing a hook in that situation where you can all in with an ultimate after it.
Points and click. Got him.
Oh, dear.
But Cedric had the chance just to walk away there. He didn't have to stay.
He got greedy for farm that was about to push into turret. He was actually trying to put the first minion within last hit range so that he didn't lose it to turret. He felt like he was safe, and clearly wasn't.
Nope. The Titan of the Depths will find you. Titan of the Depths? It wasn't that case, but Titan of the Depths will like. Mountain puts that ward over the wall. We'll be trying to clear away this pink ward in the mid lane. Senkux is going to zone away from that and take this ward. And while place another one over the wall, Sayo comes back into mid lane after picking up his blue buff. And aside from these like individual ganks, there's a lot of farming going on in this game. Of course, that's kind of what you expect from the mid lane. Senkux is playing Lulu, who essentially just does that. So does Sayo on Azir. But now the lanes have gone back to normal. Wonderware is laning against Binsu now, 60 farm against 44, but he's already itemized the Glacial Shroud, so he's doing fine against the AD damage.
And the lanes have been pushing in favor of Team Dignitas for the last couple of minutes. This is the moment for MOUZ to exploit that. They have the Sejuani ultimate up. They can look to engage and maybe try and equalize some of the early game damage that has been done to MOUZ. A little bit of ward clearing over the wall for Sayo, but I mean, this is Sejuani's time to shine. You've got the ultimate, make the first one count. Get yourself into a lane and lock somebody down. The problem is the summoners are all available on the bottom side of the map. The only real place where that flash is down is on the top side, and that's because Wonderware just used it to get a kill.
Indeed. Mountain is only level 4, by the way, in the bottom lane, but I think Nisbet is the same, yeah. As they have been doing a bunch of roaming. Also, as Sejun was in a solo lane for a long time. Obvious moving towards his middle lane. Must know this is warded actually, because Senkux was trying to clear that very ward that he's standing on.
Yeah, that's just a miscommunication and mis-timing on the ward being down from Team Dignitas. They should have known, as you said. And interesting that that's a bit of time spent, but you know, gets the crab in the end of it. Honestly, right now is the time that Team Dignitas should, in theory, be at the weakest point. This right now is before the Kog'Maw has scaled up. It's somewhat difficult for Team Dignitas to actually contest when it comes to damage output this early on. It's not MOUZ's strongest time to fight, though, on the same side. They've got Nazir. Corki doesn't have his Trinity Force either. And Hecarim right now doesn't even have level 2 boots completed, so is pretty much on parts of his core components.
But look at this stress. The Obvious has actually gone for the Warrior enchant on Rek'Sai, which is obviously different from what Dan has been building, going for the Cinderhawk into whatever else. But it kind of makes sense in this scenario. You have Tank on the top lane. Lulu doesn't do a billion damage late game. This bet is a support. And Kobe's the only other real damage threat, so it's actually going to come from Obvious this game.
Yeah, they need just that bit more damage to come through in the earlier fights as well. As we said, until Kobe becomes a monster, it's going to be a lot more in favor of MOUZ when it comes to the earlier fights. Very heavily dependent on whether Senkux can get the wild growth up onto Kog'Maw, and then the rest of the team appeal for it. But this is a better start from Team Dignitas, getting themselves into the game early with those ganks. Same situation right here, though, for Obvious. Looking to get into a warded rush. Headbutt goes through.
Lands onto Mountain. Will be using Stand Behind Me. But the flash and the knockup from Mountain. Nisbet, does he have any more CC? Doesn't look like it. Sejun turns around, puts the damage back onto Nisbet with the concussive blows coming in from Mountain's passive as well. Another living artillery will probably send Mountain packing. But ultimately, Dignitas don't get anything from that game.
Well, they get the flash from it. Mountain didn't have his ultimate available and still doesn't quite yet, so there's a lot of damage coming down. Now Wonderware is going to trade against Binsu, as Binsu, as we said, not anywhere near even a completed item yet, so is pretty squishy. Can't really afford to trade up against Wonderware because Wonderware just hits that Titan's Wrath and says, okay, try and stay next to me. I'm going to deal a ton of damage to you right now.
Trade with me now. Obvious. Clearing out his jungle, not doing a whole lot, but taking a look at the fan vote, definitely shifted from the first game, 59% over to MOUZ this time around. Dignitas creeping up with 41%. But yeah, it kind of just reflects how even this series is so far. Definitely had a couple long ones, Stress, as the Dragons were the priority in the first 2 games. But Dragon has not been slain at all at 12 minutes into this game. And the objectives are very different for both teams.
And my real focus on this game is going to be how well does this Azir play out, in the sense that Team Dignitas knew that this was coming. It was first pick from MOUZ, so everything that happened after first pick Team Dignitas had in mind with the Azir? I guess they would have assumed the Azir being left open would have made it an easy pickup for Maus. How do Team Dignitas play around that? How do you shut down the Azir? It doesn't look like they need to right now because they're shutting down the rest of the map as Binsu loses all of his health, but Senkux is dangerously close. Maus could look to engage.
The slide, the glide onto Senkux, but
Dan didn't go in. Not only that, but Dan didn't go in on that. He had his ultimate. Sayo had his ultimate as well. Were they afraid that Obvious was around? I mean, they get the ultimate from Senkux and don't really burn anything for it, so it's not the worst play in the world. They will have now a fair amount of time if Senkux plays this in an unsafe manner that they can capitalize on this. But I like this out of Team Dignitas. The only problem is they haven't cleared the ward that's in the back of this pit. So Maus are already moving around to it, but Warrior Enchant, Rek'Sai is starting to clear this down. Azir is on the way. No wild growth available for Lulu. This one looks like it's going to kick off the fight. The Dragon has already fallen in favor of Team Dignitas, and they're trying to back out.
Try and disengage, but the Emperor's Divide will put an end to that. Nisbet has already altered, so he's going to be shrugging off that damage as the teleport comes down from Binsu, and he has nothing really to do here. Actually, he cancelled the TP there in the top lane, so he's still in that top lane right now. Sayo dropped low, but no one died. The Dignitas pick up the first Dragon, just like game one.
First ult that came from Dan was a whiff when it comes to actually hitting champion. Senkux did have to burn his flash during that engagement, but that is a big engage tool now not being available. Obvious going to jet ski his way into the jungle and chase out the boar. I'm not really sure what kind of terrain jet skis and boars can coexist on, but
it's too much for me to think about. There's too much going on there. Oh, the spy duck sees all. River. Kobbe clearing out these minions, and I mean, Kobbe is not gigantic right now. He also hasn't been back in a very long time. Still sitting on that sheen like he was maybe like 5-6 minutes ago. He's actually sitting on 3,000 gold.
Yes, he's set on a lot of gold now, and it does go straight back into a Trinity Force, and probably just grabs a pair of boots alongside it.
Lichbane.
I'm gonna play AP Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. No, that's... Ooh, new item has been completed. Zeke's Harbinger. That Frozen Heart went into the Zeke's Harbinger onto Nautilus.
Where?
Very interesting. Well, remember, this composition is about getting Kobbe ahead and keeping him ahead. So Zeke's Harbinger is an item that will bind you to an ally. And then from that, when you're close to each other, you generate charges by attacking, casting spells, lots of different ways. At 100 charges, what happens is you increase the ally's ability power by 20% and critical strike chance by 50%. So that Kog'Maw is going to hurt. When he starts hitting people with that Zeke's Harbinger built up.
This is so interesting, because we were thinking about champions who that actually works well. Actually going to hold that for a second, as Obvious is just trying to zone down a mountain out of his jungle. But yeah, Kog'Maw would be the perfect target.
Right. I mean, it really would. And, you know, with Nautilus as well, it gives him a mix of mana, armor, ability power, CDR. It's not the tankiest item in the world. Let's not kid ourselves. This isn't going to really reflect on Wonderwear being overall tanky. But, you know, again, this is Team Dignitas playing for a selfless game. If Kobbe steps forward like that too much without his teammates around, it will be a tricky one, because he does have enough movement speed to get himself away once that Whimsy was used on him. Very selfless game for the solo laners of Team Dignitas. It's all in on Kobbe getting ahead.
So the only other time I've really seen this item being built was Alex Ich in North America,
right?
Who built it on mid lane Orianna to help an Urgot of all champions. And yeah, it did a lot of damage, but he was way far ahead at that point where it didn't really matter what he built. This is actually with a plan in mind this time around.
And I mean, keep in mind, the extra AP, although it's not a massive amount, that's going to make those Riptides that Wonderwear has been maxing all that more difficult to get away from in a 1-versus-1 situation. Or not get away from, the damage.
It's gonna hurt, okay?
Yeah, the Riptide is going to hurt. So interesting setup here, something very different.
Yeah, I wonder where he goes from here, because remember the old build on Nautilus was the old build was Righteous Glory, which of course got nerfed since then, and you typically just went for like part of an item, like a Spectre's Cowl, something like that. And then you went for the Righteous Glory, but does he go for the Righteous Glory now? Does he go for tank items? I guess he doesn't really need the engagement.
Kobbe is putting the hurt onto Cedrian, forces him away, and Senkux appears in another lane. This is so uncharacteristic from Team Dignitas, but in comes Obvious into the top lane. Dan isn't tanky yet himself after opting for the Sightstone. That is a lot being used. Binsu is a very fast horse.
And he will ultimate onto Wonderwear. The ultimate whiffs in from Dan, and Wonderwear will dredge line to the terrain. He should be out of here. Obvious, as long as he can get out, this will be a 0 casualty disengage from Dignitas, and quite a lot burnt from Mouse.
A lot used, and the Dragon is coming up in 1 minute 20. It has been such a key factor in both of the previous games. Team Dignitas lead this game 1-0 on Dragons. Now Teleport is not up for Binsu. Wonderwares will be available for the fight as well. And this Dragon fight in about a minute's time is going to be the first time we're really seeing Team Dignitas group on this Kog'Maw, who has gone from being only on a Sheen with 3,000 gold in the bank to now being Trinity Force and Bilgewater Cutlass. Corki's in a very similar spot though, so the problem is Corki doesn't have 4 people all around him.
No, Mountain does though, and yeah, good luck getting out of that one, my friend. Mountain scratching his head. How did that happen?
As I was saying, the Corki is not going to be the one getting the Lulu ultimate, getting 50% extra crit. That's scary when you think about that.
Yeah. The only thing is you can't really control, because it's like when you auto-attack, it activates.
Right.
So you can't be like, all right, now, let's go. Because the active is the binding, so... That's
very true.
That's the other caveat to that, but still, if you do it at the right time...
Well, I mean, you know,
very strong.
You're naturally gonna generate the charges in the course of a fight like that. And the effects last 6 seconds, which is enough for a Kog'Maw to melt through people. It also means Kog'Maw doesn't have to rely heavily on any kind of critical strike. This is you know, a unique dynamic. I'm looking forward to seeing it in action in the first actual fight. Wonderway is up in the top lane to defend. Binsu's running it down. He will not get there in time. And Team Dignitas take this one away without a fight. So the attention now goes on to the mid lane tower by the looks of things.
Yeah, Mounts couldn't go all in for that engagement because the teleport advantage was over to Wonderware. He took his TP straight into that fight. There's the Fun Disc in the mid lane. Has been set up by Zayu. Senkux and Nisbet are just going to be zoning them away from this turret. Mounts actually defending the assault here. I'm not really sure how much they can take away on this turret. The answer is pretty much nothing.
Obvious was in behind them, but the warding this time is better from Mouse when it comes to their flanks. They could see the way Wonderware was coming and from where Obvious was trying to tread through the jungle. So at this point, they weren't really at risk of getting caught out. But we have just passed the 20-minute mark. Once again, Team Dignitas, similarly to game number 1, they're up in Dragons and up in Gold. This game has been a return to the game 1 kind of performance in the early game. And that is really going to heavily benefit Team Dignitas unless they get engaged on.
Engage from Dan, but is it enough? Because Mountain is getting destroyed already. Binsu comes into the fight, lands a good onslaught of shadows. Now Nisbet is on the receiving end of the damage. The chair comes through, but he'll be flashing away. Wonderware's dropping low, and the last rocket will attack Kobbe. The disengage is successful from Dignitas.
Yeah, and that was an engage where the ult hit Kobbe.
Why are you farming Raptors? Now is not the time to do that, Obvious, and he will be taken down by Dan and Cedrian. And now the middle turret will probably fall as well because of that mistake.
And Team Dignitas just used all of their defensive capabilities on Kobbe, but look at the danger of the teleport play coming out from Wonderware, who did get back to base. He's teleporting in. He's looking for this mid lane fight against Sayo.
Well, he's moving very slowly. He actually finds mounted on the sides of his anchor. Nisbet comes in to follow up the CC. Emperor's Divide will shove Dignitas away from the turret and only serves to disengage for them. A good pick onto the support, but this is still a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, this is the turret going to fall now in favor of Team Dignitas, and keep in mind, the kill goes to Kobbe. 2-0-1 right now, and it doesn't look like they're done pushing in the middle lane. They're going to run out of a minion wave fairly shortly and get pushed back, but they do have another one coming through the middle lane. So it'd be a little bit risky if they look to stay. Look at the mana bars. Not particularly high for Team Dignitas.
Obvious off to the side. He did use his Void Rush to try and catch up to his team, so they will back off here for now. Top lane's pushing, bot lane's pushing for Dignitas, so they have the side lanes controlled. And we'll be backing off to base to pick up a couple items. We're going to see the Luden's Echo completed mid lane, the Blade of the Ruin King completed in the bottom lane for the AD carry, the Merc Treads as well. Actually going to see that last fight. Well, actually just more obvious, taking Raptors.
I mean, you know MOUZ avoided that area, so it's...
And he tunneled into it, so he had no way to get out again.
Right. Exactly. It's not the tip-top play that we'd expect, but here's the teleport. This was max range hook. Oh, that's... max range, I think, is an understatement on that hook. Yeah, that hitbox. Whew.
Yeah, Mountain being like, come on, man, how's that hit me?
I'm out. This is the kind of skill shot that I did.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done, though.
Oh, dear. That was...
no
I mean, if that hook doesn't connect, then that engage never happens in the mid lane. But it's one that you'll look back and not be particularly happy on. But you know, I was speaking about people looking particularly happy or unhappy. Binsu in the player camera looked about a minute or so ago like he was exasperated with this game about how to get himself into it. How can he set up the flanks right now? Because that's what they have to do. They have to try and get the Hecarim in onto Kobbe and blow him up when all of the ultimates are not available for Team Dignitas. It's a real big setup. The ultimate does not quite connect.
No, only gets to 30% slow. Wonderwear once again finds the hook onto Mountain. This one definitely connected onto the Braum. That was the weirdest tower seeding I've ever seen. Actually, Dignitas tower seeding against the Sundisk in the mid lane at their own turret. And both of these teams are sieging against each other. This is bizarre.
And Obvious was on the other side of the map, taking a page out of Dan's book, split pushing on the Rek'Sai in this game. So MOUZ, seeing the fact that Turnabout, I guess, is fair play, MOUZ aren't going to be able to get a good enough engage without a mistake coming from Team Dignitas when it comes to their ultimate timers. If the Wild Growth isn't available, and they can't somehow peel with all of the Nautilus, the Alistar, that's really the only time they're going to blow up this Kog'Maw. The window has really started to close on MOUZ on when they can actually engage. Save from a mistake where Kobbe steps forward, gets ulted solo. Real tough to fight these fights for MOUZ now.
I mean, this is the strength of Protect the XCOM positions, and specifically Kog'Maw in this situation. Lulu in the mid lane going to be so much AP that Kobbe's going to have a gigantic shield on him with a Wild Growth. Wonderwear's going to protect him and has the Zeke's Harbinger as well. Like, Kobbe is in such a good position in this game.
And the difficult spot is that, you know, if MOUZ were running a little bit more like they normally would, where they're looking for a 1-3-1 setup, you have a lot more difficulty as a Protect the Kog'Maw composition to actually defend against that, because if you don't have hard engage and the enemy team are never particularly engaging on you, you have to be together to utilize the Kog'Maw composition. If you're getting split push from two sides, it becomes a lot more difficult to figure out who is going to go up to those waves and clear it out. However, MOUZ are not playing that style. They're trying to play more of a heavy engage style, which against this composition from Team Dignitas just has not started to work out yet. As I said, that timer is running down pretty quickly.
The anchor does not land this time onto Mountain. The poke comes across from the Sand Soldiers. Cedrian is still in the middle lane. It's going to take him a little bit of time to come into this fight. The Dragon is resetting. Mountain taking a bunch of damage. Dan looking for the initiate. Lands it onto Kobbe and Senkuk. This is the perfect setup for MOUZ in this team fight. And Dan will be getting into that back line. Wonderwear dropping low. The disengage now comes in from Dignitas. The Dragon is now being chunked out by MOUZ. Dan's low, so is Mountain. Who's going to pick up this Dragon? Actually, Dig aren't going to even try and contest it. And that will be no kills going down, but the Dragon over to MOUZ.
Once the ultimates are gone, MOUZ have the advantage, and they held on to the Azir ult as well, and that is the real danger there. Is had Team Dignitas had MOUZ expended the Azir ult, Team Dignitas maybe could have looked to engage. They're going to look to engage with the teleport coming through here. Wall will block them off.
Obvious gets the knock up onto Mountain. He goes down. The dredge line lands onto Dan. He'll have to flash away. Nisbet looking for the minion. Taxi doesn't quite get it today. Didn't pay the fare. And Mountain will go down. A 1-0 over to Dig.
Dig can look to go Baron potentially here. Oh no, okay, they're going to split up because Big Wave top lane and Binsu in the bottom lane. Had that not been the factor, they would have looked for a bigger objective. Binsu's actually got this tower. Now it's just a case of stopping him and pulling away. Binsu is well and truly trapped. He's going to try and get out.
But
yeah. Well, I mean, it's only a matter of time. He's wasting time here, and Maus are heading for the Baron themselves.
Sejian starting this with Sayo. They need the tank to get in range though, because Sejian does not tank Barons very well, funnily enough. That has been warded up by Dignitas, so they know that Mals are on it, and both the carries are extremely low. The Warder's about to time out. There we go. The vision is cut away from Wonderwear. Turns around, comes in, and that's a lot of damage coming in from Wonderwear. He has the extra damage from the Ziggs Harmager, remember. Sencux now comes into the fight, and now Kobbe has arrived. There's the double kill, and the Baron will be going over to Dignitas now. I don't think there's anything that Mals can do. Dan is sitting in the side, but that's been warded up.
It has been warded up. You can see how happy Broken Shard was about Maus doing that Baron and kind of giving this one away, perhaps, to Team Dignitas. Now they're going to have Baron up minions as well in this setup, and man, it has become so impossibly difficult for Maus to actually take a team fight once again. I mean, they kind of come out ahead in the fight when it comes to getting the Dragon, but then Team Dignitas are able to close the gap around the map and contested the Baron. Maus, that's just such an awkward decision that came from them. Tanking up the Baron with your carries to start, when, look at how far Sejuani was away when this play starts. I like the thought process from Maus of how many people they saw on the bottom lane get dragged away. The problem was, Team Dignitas can close that distance by the time that Dan had actually arrived, and everybody's just low enough to get picked off.
Yeah, Wonderwear basically by himself stopped that.
Yeah.
With the ultimate, with the dredge line, the autos, with everything that Nautilus has, was able to stop them 1v4. Then with the rest of the team, that was an easy Baron take. And honestly, I mean, the expert did say, okay, well, we need to see the teams go for something else in the form of Baron, but not like that. Not like that.
That's not a Baron Baron call that is going to really work out well too many times.
Whatever.
Well,
I mean, if the entire enemy team is dead,
no, you're right. I mean, the problem is, like, this is a lofty comparison. We've seen teams like Fnatic make that play and win because their setup is so good. When it comes to vision control, assessing summoner spells, like everything around the play is near perfect, which was not the case for Maus in this setup. That was, we've seen 4 people towards the bot side, let's just go bottom, let's go Baron right now.
I don't disagree, Stress. We're going to see the teleport now come in by Binsu, looking for this flank, but the front line is very tanky. Binsu, his home gods are already stopped out by Kobbe. Great use of his ultimate, and now the disengage just comes out from Dignitas, and Mals don't really get anything for it.
No, they don't get much for that, but they save the turret from Team Dignitas at that point. So Maus are now trying to fish Team Dignitas out of the jungle, or at least just push them back away. Team Dignitas still want to fight though. Ultimate's still available when it comes to Sencux. So that Kog'Maw still has that protection available for him. Now it looks like they might want to swing to the bottom lane to take that tower down. But Kobbe's headed towards the top side of the map, looking for a red buff for himself by the looks of things.
Dignitas are not necessarily making a great use of their Baron. They went to the top lane, got stopped okay by Binsu's teleport, didn't go for the push once again because they had no minions. The bottom wave was not pre-set up by them because it's now pushing in towards them, which means Wonderwear has to go down there. He doesn't have the teleport to rejoin the team. That means that everyone just has to go back, buy items, and farm the jungle. And this is a lot of time that is not being used on that Baron buff, and it's going to wear out in a couple of seconds.
Right, but Team Dignitas are setting up the waves to then look for this dragon that's coming up in just over a minute. I agree, perhaps they're not taking the most objectives with the Baron buff, but their comp is, for the most part, going to scale better. The only real scaler on the side of Maus is going to be Sayo, and he's going to have trouble taking out Kobbe the later this game goes, because those shields are going to get bigger. The heals coming through, they're going to get bigger, and damage output from Kobbe is going to shred through Sayo. So I don't think Team Dignitas particularly mind playing the patient game in this setup, because there's so few options for Maus to actually go for right now that they're going to get baited into a fight. However, Wonderwear top lane is going to have to teleport into this fight when it kicks off. Binsu wants to engage. A lot of engage tools have been used when it comes to a Righteous Glory, but nothing really is going to come from it. Teleport not channeled yet. Obvious does go into the fight, but it's all just chipping damage from Dig right now. Nothing has been committed. and they've already chunked a couple of the members of MOUZ pretty hard.
Obvious has flash knockup whiffed, and having a flash down for this next fight is not good.
The Wonderwear recall here. Sejuani is just about to pass a ward in the jungle, and there's Home Guard. There's 3 potential teleport wards available for Wonderwear to just turn up into this fight if MOUZ push down into the Dragon Pit, and it looks like they know it. They're going to back away and give Dig this dragon.
Yeah, third dragon over to Dignitas. That one from MOUZ has stalled out the dragon game. That would have been the 4th had MOUZ not made that play earlier in this game. Interestingly enough, Wonderwear still hasn't bought Home Gods on his boots. We've seen 2 teleport plays from him, both of which he just arrived and you just expect him to be running super fast, and he's like, I'm Nautilus.
I guess I kind of just expected him to have Home Guards
me
at this
too.
point. So interesting, he actually just bought a Ruby Crystal. And
which is around the same price.
And has 90 gold in his inventory.
Come on, man.
Right now.
That's
so that's the question: is the Home Guard potential for the flank more worthwhile than a single Ruby Crystal at 33 minutes into the game? I would say so.
Yeah.
Although at the same time, remember Wonderwear, one of his focuses in this game is being next to Kobbe and protecting him. If they can get an engage using a teleport flank, it's obviously going to go very well in favor of Team Dignitas, but he certainly does have his eyes on a different prize, and you can see Kobbe with a little indicator to show you where he's got to go towards the Harbinger of Doom.
Oh no, Obvious has been caught out here, but he's away. He's gone. Senku's has to use his ultimate.
Yes, that is a big factor, as it's not going to be available to keep Kobbe alive, but look at the setup. It doesn't seem like Team Dignitas are going to get engaged upon any time soon, and Senkux, his ult is already a third of the way through the cooldown right now, so it's not the biggest ultimate right now. 48 seconds on Wild Growth currently.
Yeah, it's not going to affect him at all, really. Baron will be up in just under a minute, and Wild Growth will definitely be up for that. Obviously, Neon has a flash anyway, so ultimately they didn't lose too much.
Home Guards completed.
Oh,
yeah! Get the Ruby Crystal and the Home Guards, but Senkux is going to lose out one-on-one. No ultimate for himself in that situation. That now really is a questionable play to push up that far.
That's also a problem, because his death timer is longer than when the Baron is going to spawn.
Right.
So MOUZ can start putting at least vision pressure around the area. It's 4 versus 5 for the next 30 seconds. And it's not like Senkux has a teleport. Yeah, he's got the Whimsy, but it's going to take him a while to walk over there.
The problem is MOUZ somehow have to push down into the Baron Pit right now. It's going to be made easier by the fact Team Dignitas have just recalled, and I believe were on ward when they did it. So that does make it a lot easier for MOUZ to actually contest here. MOUZ have pushed up with 4 people into the Baron Pit and have been to on the top side. I doubt they'll start it this time around.
Yeah. Well, they're clearing out the wards. That's the main thing here.
Senkux still in base, so a stray ult from Dan. They've started it. They back away instantly. I mean, that's the tell that it's not worth starting this Baron. If your next decision, a second and a half later, is to back away, Dan
on a ward.
Dan recalling on a ward. How many? That's a lot of recalling on a ward that we've seen in today's games. And Team Dignitas now get full control of the Baron Pit. I say full control. They did not get
partial control.
That ward that is inside. Awkward ward placement. Didn't go in there with the Oracle's vision to clear it out. Wonderwear, however, clearing out the bottom lane. Trying to just draw Binsu down there as well. Both teleports are available. Wonderwear's going to back away. There are wards here for a flank from mid lane. The turret has already gone down, though, in favor of MOUZ. Looks like they want to set up. Here comes the TP.
Yeah, and he's got Home Gods this time around, and that's a very big Nautilus. Comes in for the swing, doesn't land onto Cyrus. He flashes away. Sejuani turns around with the damage. He is extremely strong right now. Dan gets a big ultimate onto 3 players, followed by the onslaught of shadows by Binsu, but he's instantly turned into a squirrel, and now Mountain will be dragged into that team. Sayu jumps into the back lines. That's a big Emperor's Divide onto 4 players, but Dignitas are so damn tanky, it basically does nothing. Dan is being chased down by Senkux, looking for the last couple autos, and that will be the Glitterlance finishing him off. Meanwhile, Kobbe is going to town onto Sejuani at 3-0, and the map is Dignitas' oyster.
Kobbe was untouched for so much of that fight. There was just absolutely no focus from MOUZ because they couldn't get to him. They couldn't get onto Kobbe, and when they did, he was just instantly McHale's out of the crowd control and just turned around for even more damage. If fights go that way every time for Team Dignitas, this is going to be a very easy game to close out right now. They've taken their small lead and compounded it now into a big, big lead against MOUZ. Man, this is going to be a tough game for MOUZ to come back with. This is basically done for Game 3 of this series.
10,000 gold ahead, and we're going to see how they manage to get to that point, Stress.
So Sayo gets his flash burned here to get away from the hook, but Team Dignitas aren't even at this point looking to peel for Kobbe yet because nobody is on him. He's on the top side of your screen. The ult hits him. Finally, he manages to get away there as the ult times out before MOUZ can actually go aggressive. And at this point, Lulu didn't even have to use her ult onto Kobbe either. At this point, there was just no real ability from MOUZ to focus on the key points of Team Dignitas, and then Kobbe just turns it off.
Yeah, right at the very end here. What are you gonna do up against Obvious and Kobbe? Nothing. Die. That's what's gonna happen. Gone for the Static Shiv and the Infinity Edge. With those two items combined, plus the 50% from the Zeeks, you're basically 100%. Yes. Turns out that does a lot of damage, as we saw in that last fight. So, Obvious puts up the Prey Seeker across the wall. The Dragon is spawning. This will be the 4th, so MOUZ don't necessarily have to fight over this, and probably shouldn't. But it will put a lot of pressure on them because Dignitas next Dragon comes up in 6 minutes.
I don't actually think we're going to get to Dragon number 5 here unless they catch Obvious out. Sencux isn't with the team here, but MOUZ don't want to fight this.
No,
they don't see where
Bitsu
Sencux
is getting destroyed, and the Wonderwear has the CC as well. The hook goes wide right underneath the boar that Dan is riding. And we'll have to back away here. Obvious looking for a knock-up. Emperor's Divide will zone Dignitas away. Cedric looking for the kill onto Rek'Sai. Doesn't quite get it as Wonderwear is there to protect him. Nisbet looking for the engage underneath this tower. He is very tanky. He's got the Unbreakable Will. He can tank this tower for centuries. And now they'll move on to Cedric. He goes down. Triple kill over to Kobbe. He just destroys the lineup from MOUZ. A 4-0, and this could be the final push.
This is the final push for Team Dignitas. They're going to shred through this turret very quickly. A massive change up in style for Team Dignitas, and it has worked so very well right now. Protect the Kog'Maw has been insanely strong for Team Dignitas.
And Team Dignitas EU take the 3rd game in convincing fashion up against mousesports.
And this puts them 1 game away, Pulse, from the LCS for the spring split in the 2016 season.
Match point. This is a difficult position for MOUZ to be in, but a great one for Dignitas. You can see them on screen. That is a big confidence boost in this best of 5. 2-1 over to Dignitas.
Well, the analyst test said they had to change something up, and it was the entire style changed up for Team Dignitas. It echoed what we heard at the beginning of the day with, you know, making Sencux and the rest of the team play in different styles, different focuses, not all about yourself, and it certainly worked. Kobbe ended that game 9-0-3. And yeah, his damage done to champions compared to the rest of his team is pretty much almost double of what Sencux was doing. Just a really solid game this time out of Team Dignitas. They got a lead in the laning phase, couple of messy team fights, but overall the game was lost at the point where MOUZ could never get the engages on Team Dignitas. As soon as that Kog'Maw had the Lulu ult on him, so tough with a head-on team fight comp like the Sejuani. They couldn't get the flank from the Hecarim either. Very tough.
Yeah, a smart, clean game by Dignitas, and yeah, essentially that's what we were expecting from them coming into this series, and we kind of saw the main strengths of MOUZ in the last game, and now the main strengths of Dignitas in this one. So now it's time for MOUZ to try and come back. But Team Dignitas EU is just 1 game away from clinching a spot in the 2016 European LCS, and mousesports need to make their last stand now if they want to keep that fight alive. Before we step away, Nisbet tells us why a strong early game will be Team Dignitas' key to victory in this series.
I think all of us are pretty confident against MOUZ. Like, we are all better players on each role. So I think the early game means a lot to us because our team plays kind of similar to Mouse. The team plays really good. But I think the individual lane, if we can get ahead, we should be able to snowball it from there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Team Dignitas EU is just one win away from earning their spot in the big leagues. And Mousesports, as you see him there with their coach Inero, need to pull it back if they want to have a chance of getting that spot themselves. Because last game, honestly, was the most convincing game we've seen so far from either team, and it was for Dignitas EU to bring it to match point. So what is the thing they adapted on the best to get that convincing win?
Well, we saw a few changes in the pick and ban phase. Rek'Sai was taken away because Azir suddenly was first picked. Not sure that was necessary, even though it was a good pick for Xayah. They were probably afraid it would be taken in first rotation from Dignitas, but I don't think you had the first pick because Rek'Sai had worked pretty well in terms of applying at least a side lane pressure. But honestly, this game, pick and ban wise, it was just a protect the AD carry composition, the Juggermore, and both comps were kind of finding out, okay, who can kill the front line first? The Juggermore in the late game will always win that fight. And obviously Mouse made too many mistakes in the early game and then the Baron call as well, which put them so far behind.
I mean, as this series has been progressing, going more towards the late game in pretty much every game, having 5 dragons as a win condition, putting a late game scaling AD carry seems to make a lot of sense. The way these team fights have been playing out as well have been very control zone oriented and just poking away at the front line, and eventually a fight opened out, having a protect the Kog'Maw comp seems like a very logical answer to that. And in that regard, I think Dignitas had the better idea going into the game, and they could simply repeat it and force their opponent's Mousesports to just react to it or lose another game.
Yeah, and I want to echo that sentiment. The game time so far, 52 minutes, 39 minutes, 39 minutes. We've had 17 Dragons across the 3 games. So, just one away from Aspect there from Dignitas EU. They didn't need it to close it out, but neither team has been exceptionally proactive in the early or mid game. So pick your team comps around it. This is also the only game in the series where Dignitas EU will be on blue side. We've seen the high priority for Rek'Sai up until this point for Mouse. What is blue side first pick worthy for DEU to try and either deny something from Mouse or get themselves a safe comfort pick in what could be the deciding game?
They might actually be able to speed up the tempo of the game by not banning the Elise any longer like they have been on purple side, and just early lock that in and get an early game aggressive jungler that can snowball, and then just say, okay, we don't need to go late game protect the Kog'Maw. We are very skirmish heavy players. We can just snowball in that regard. However, if they want to play it safe, their Juggernaut was well executed to an extent. There were good synergy. They knew what they had to do was literally protect the Kog'Maw, let him do damage. Don't overreach unless he's joining in on the fight. Don't fight alone. And in that sense, it seems like a composition they've ran before and in Scrim, so they could definitely go.
Talking about running something before, I like the fact that DEU pivoted the team comp and style to something very different from game 1 and 2. Mouse also tried to do a transition. They went back to Sejuani, which is Dan's most played jungler, but he hadn't played it at all in recent weeks. They also ran Hecarim, who coming into the final had a 9-1 win-loss record in the Challenger Series. Extremely successful, but it didn't work out. So we saw both teams pivot, but it was Dignitas that did it more efficiently, more effectively, and obviously picked up the win.
And this is just a big problem now for Mouse in the pick and ban phase, because you got to realize, okay, they can run protect the AD carry. So if we keep locking in like a Zir and the Corki early, first of all, we won't have the greatest lane matchups, especially not in the bottom lane. Second as well, we won't be able to get to that backline. The Sejuani to me seemed like a bit of a panic pick, because it was the last rotation for them. Like, okay, protect the AD carry.
Well,
yeah, we need someone that can engage. Okay, we take Sejuani. It works for the first 25-30 minutes. Then Mikhails and QSS comes in, and you simply can never lock down that AD carry. Credit, though, honestly, to both teams. It wasn't in terms of fighting. It was in terms of taking down towers. We saw an adaptation here. We saw them use, from Mouse side, the mid-game spike of the Corki. Obviously, Azir getting his Nashers to take down some early towers. Problem was, again, though, they lost early kills. And then once they got that one kill and rushed straight to Baron, it was just
Panic Baron, though.
You can't do that. Like, your AD carry starts the Baron together with their Azir. It's like they're getting poked down to 10% HP, and obviously Dignitas just walks in and kills them. And that's where you know the game is over.
I would like to see more emphasis on vision control from both these teams, especially in regards to grouping up with your jungler as a support and moving around as this buddy system, deep warding, controlling vision, denying vision. I see very little sweeps coming on, very little pink wards. So overall, I feel this can be improved by both teams. And the first one to take that step could definitely take the next game, because it is so much easier to play with more vision and just denying your opponent vision, because right now everything seems to be happening in full information of each other. Teams are playing the game so slowly that eventually everybody knows the exact location of their opponents, and then it becomes, okay, you see me, I see you. All right, now we fight. Okay, Kog'Maw wins. But there's so much more depth to League of Legends.
There is, but that's been the whole series. You see me, I see you, let's dance around Dragon. You see me, I see you, let's dance around mid lane. I think I heard Pulse and Stress saying, yeah, they walked over another ward. Teams that have a little bit of pushing. In game 2, Mouse were doing it. They rotate through the jungle, didn't clear any of the vision, exactly like you're saying, Crepo. Game 3, similar situations, except it's DEU that are doing it. I think they're focusing on other objectives, and hopefully, again, now the coaches have helped with picks and bans and style. Let's see if the coaches can help with vision control in game 4.
Yeah, we will see. Finally, before we go, though, I want to ask about the Zeke's Harbinger, because it's one of the first times that we've seen it, and why it did work really well with Kog'Maw in this position or not.
I really like it in protected AD carry compositions, because again, it's about buffing up your carry to kill the enemy frontline before they can kill yours, so it makes a lot of sense. I don't like it as a first item on a Nautilus top lane. First of all, you're not in team fights that early, so it's an item that offers you very little until you start getting the big team fights. Second as well, in this game here, it was almost like it replaced Frozen Heart, which would have been such a key item against Azir, even against a Blade of the Ruined King Corki in that sense, to shut down the carries of the enemy team. So I think maybe Lulu could have built it instead after 2 or 3 items, and it would have been more efficient, but it's a good item in protected carry comps.
Agree with Deficio. Build it, but build it later. You don't need it this early. It's an item that scales better into the late game anyways. Frozen Heart would have been a better option.
Well, just a footnote in that game. We'll see what happens now. The teams are ready, so we're going to send it over to Pulse and Stress and get into that game.
Thank you, Shocks. And yeah, I just want to mirror some of those sentiments that they were saying on the analyst desk about, you know, how much has been about those dragons. 17 dragons in 3 games is a lot. But also we did see those changes in the game 3. So I really want to see what these teams have left in the tank, because this is a long series.
It is a long series, and bringing us to the 4th games means we're bringing the sides to the opposite sides. That's not a sentence, but the sides have swapped for this game,
have.
is what you need to know. As this is the first time we'll see Team Dignitas with that first pick on blue side. Last game, Mao's first pick, the Azir. I agree with the analyst desk. Probably not the best plan. As good as Sayo is on Azir, as good as Mao's have been with playing with the Azir, I think they gave away a lot of the pace in picks and bans over to Team Dignitas to just kind of go, okay, well, we know what you're doing from here. We'll put the pressure on you now in this picks and bans phase.
Yeah, not only that, the Sejuani as well, as they were talking on the analyst desk. Later on into the game, not a whole lot he could do. Even though it was a comfort pick from Dan, it didn't work out. What else does he have? We know he has a lot, but not all of it works necessarily. There's the Elise ban coming in from Dig, so not going to see that.
So, do we see the Gangplank? I honestly feel like it's been a non-factor so far in this series. They're not going to ban it away. This time they're going to completely take away the potential for the Protect the Kog'Maw. If Team Dignitas have been scrimming with it, they'll first pick it, I assume, since it hasn't been banned. But I don't even feel like it's particularly worthwhile for Team Dignitas. Like, we've seen no evidence outside of one game that Wonderwear has played to say that first pick Gangplank would even be a good factor.
And now Beansy will have the Gangplank himself. But yeah, first pick was the Rek'Sai from Dignitas, again taking that away from Dan, so he can't just sit on the Rek'Sai, do what he does every game. It forces him onto a different jungler, doesn't have to take it right now. Mao's have multiple options of what they want to go for here. The Sivir is taken off the table, so Corki might be a priority because that is a big pick for both Sejun and Kobbe.
Yes, it has been. So if that is a first rotation Corki, they kind of risk, though, the problems that the analyst desk were talking about, where if you pick the Corki, you pick the Azir, you then kind of struggle to get on to any kind of sense of getting into the backline. However, with the Lulu banned away, it's not going to be the protect the AD carry composition, but it is going to be a very similar set of picks out for Mouse Sports.
Early Azir as well coming in from Mouse. Again, we'll see how it works out, but Dignitas have a lot of freedom to think about how they're going to work against that one. Alistar will just be a straight-up solid support coming in for the bot lane, not giving all that much away from that, but the Azir again early on.
So now do Team Dignitas default to the Victor that they've been playing, or does Senkux go for something different? We know he has a wide champion pool. We know he's played champions like Zyra, like Yasuo previously. I don't think either of those are going to be particularly good in this situation. We'll see what is left in the playbook for Team Dignitas. They're going to try and go for it again, this time with a different setup.
Well, they have the Janna, they have the Kog'Maw, so that's going to go to Dignitas. They could run another composition, as you mentioned, like last game, without the Lulu. Could go like an Orianna mid lane again, like a tank top. They still have the tools and picks available for them to do that, but I mean, they're showing their hand now. Mouse Sports know what they're going for.
Right, I mean, the other side of this is this could be a double bluff. It could be mid lane Kog'Maw. It is still a flex pick. Haven't seen too much of it outside of Power of Evil and Pepinero being on that Kog'Maw in the recent weeks, but even then we've seen a drop-off of AP Cog just in favor of like the Varus from mid lane instead. So still options available for Team Dignitas. Nothing really shown too early on. Mouse, they're going to have to look for either the Corki, which isn't the best matchup against the Kog'Maw, or look for something else, as they are hovering over the Caitlyn. We have seen a Caitlyn game from Cedrian. It did not go well. 1-3-0 was the scoreline from that game.
Yeah, and the Caitlyn will be logged in, along with the Lee Sin coming in for Dan this time around. So looking very much for that early game here.
Well, that is one way of getting towards the back line. Still difficult, though. You're going to have to utilize that kick as best as possible.
Even harder.
Yeah, that's kind of my thinking now. And I still think this could be a bit of a double bluff here with the Kog'Maw. What are you saying lock it to, the Vayne or the Gangplank?
Both.
Lock Vayne Gangplank. That would be certainly a different setup. We haven't seen Vayne out of Kobbe at all. Now that he's got a lot of different options available to him, he's seen the Caitlyn. So you know you're basically against somebody that's going to push pretty quickly and has a lot of range. So what do you go for? What do you look to scale with potentially for Team Dignitas? That answer is going to get set up soon. Ooh.
Icebird.
Okay, so Senkux has been playing a lot of Anivia recently, particularly against Sivir, which is what we saw just earlier this week from Nukeduck, actually. And I was actually having a conversation with Senkux about Nukeduck's Anivia, because it turns out these Team Dignitas and Roccat, the reason Roccat played Anivia, partly, is because of Senkux and Anivia and the different build that Senkux was going for. So it's normally a pick against the Sivir. At this point, Lee Sin is going to have difficulty getting through the Anivia. As soon as you go through the wall, there's no way back out of that one. So it's an interesting setup. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work, but there's a lot of protection once again from this Kog'Maw. It's a different style. This time it's hard terrain that is going to be between the Kog'Maw and his enemies.
And also the Maokai was picked up for the top lane, so they'll have a bunch of Engage and Peel in from that pick, looking to see what the response will be from Maus. It's going to be the Gnar. So, yeah, we've seen that matchup a bunch of times in the top lane, but yeah, the biggest things in this game is definitely the Azir coming in from Xayah and the Anivia from Senkux.
There's an interesting dynamic here with this Gnar pickup.
What's that, Stress?
Anivia puts a wall up. Could end up killing her whole team. With, of course, that will provide terrain for the Gnar. Fairly clear-cut plan from Team Dignitas once again. This time they got a lot of zone control in these team fights to keep Kobbe alive. On the other side of Mousesports, it's a bit more of a sporadic skirmish style here with the Lee Sin, with the Azir. There is obviously that team fight component where you've got the Gnar ultimate coming through and Caitlyn from range. So it may be difficult for Team Dignitas to get onto the Caitlyn, but at the same time, if everybody else is dead, it's not a factor.
Yeah, not a problem. You just kill everyone before that happens. And once again, the coaches finding each other. You come here off. We'll be heading off stage. Maybe for the last time today. This could be a 3-1 over to Dignitas in this series. But Maus, if they play it well, could still come back. They have the Lee Sin. Again, it's going to be very difficult to get to that back line. And if he doesn't land the Q, or even if he does, there's still a bird to stop you. But again, potentially for the last time today, use those hashtags. Tweet at LOL Esports using DEUWIN or MOU, and we'll be checking in on what you think in game. But this is intense. This could be the last time we see these two teams play together on this stage today.
Could be. We've still got the possibility of that Game 5. If Maus can come back into this one, if they can lock down Kobbe, this one still could go to a Game 5. But certainly, it's going to be another tough one as Team Dignitas are looking to protect Kobbe once again, and it worked so very well in the last game.
Yes, it did. Okay, so Maus heading out into the top side of the map here. A fan coming in from Dignitas EU. So they should be able to spot this out. The main goal here is to not get caught by the encroaching Maus lineup.
Yes, we'll see how well that goes. Saplings are going to come out from Maokai, so he will be able to see it, but he's going to check. Forced to flash. That's going to be the end of it, but that is the early flash blown, and Maus now get to control the top side jungle as well. They will trade it for control over the bottom side, as Team Dignitas will go in and ward on the other side.
Yeah, so I'm not going to hurt them too much, but it will get them that early lane swap ward in both of the positions, so in lane and also the base gate, so they will have 100% knowledge if Dignitas go for lane swap. Dignitas, Kobbe and Nisbet are going back to base. They will know that the wards are there, so they may just wait in their base for a couple seconds and wait for Maus to commit to a lane before doing much else, but Sejuani and Mountain have already sat on the top side of the map. Mountain is going back, and Sejuani is staying.
This series has been really not even different from what we were kind of expecting, but so many people talking about Senkux coming into this one. And, you know, Senkux is a player that for the last year has been talked about so highly when it comes to he's going to make the LCS. He's going to be the next big mid laner that comes into the LCS. And, you know, he wasn't old enough after the spring qualifiers or spring playoffs, but this series has not been about Senkux. This series has been so much more about Kobbe as a player. Currently, from the 3 games, he's 13, 4, and 12. Has the highest kill participation of Team Dignitas and the highest KDA, especially in the last game where he went unkilled. Just insane performance so far from Kobbe. If he can keep this up, as we said, Team Dignitas 1 game away. A lot is on his shoulders again, but the last game proved that you can kind of rely on it.
You can, and this time around they're still running in a Kog'Maw, but it's definitely not all the eggs in that basket. As there is a Nivea in the mid lane, flash backwards from Sayo. The Flash Thrust lands onto him with a Frostbite as well. The flash in from Dan, lands the Q onto Senkux, looks for the hop onto Dan, and that's first blood over to Beansu, looking for another kill onto Senkux. Doesn't have his passive pop just yet, but a nice first blood with that roam from Mouse.
Team Dignitas try and make a play in mid lane, and I don't know why you try and make that play when Wonderwear has no flash. Because you know that Sayo is going to flash away from that. Once you get the flash, that's all you want. But if you don't have the read on where Maus are on the map, it's tough to actually take that 100% and say we're going to come out ahead from this. Now Wonderwear is in a lot of trouble, and one of the biggest things whenever we've seen a Maokai pick throughout the entirety of the summer split, it's been such a big discussion, is if you don't get gold onto the Maokai, it is almost impossible to get a Maokai into the game and be worthwhile. And right now, he's got to try and sit somehow in a solo lane against a Caitlyn and not get poked down and somehow get gold from this. Team Dignitas are going to end up sacrificing so much when it comes to Wonderwear.
And you know, Mouse could just keep up the camp. We saw how brutal that's been for like Steve in the LCS, where it's just like, well, I died for first blood, now I'm going to die an additional 5 times because I'm just not given any breathing room. Wonderwear will just have to leave the lane and look for farm elsewhere, try and be useful elsewhere on the map. Top lane should be going down to Dignitas EU in the top lane. Bot lane will be going up to Sedrian as this minion wave is now evaporating.
Mouse are on the dragon at the same time though, so as this turret goes down, it's 2 objectives traded for 1 in favor of Mouse. And this game has been, or this series has been so back and forth when it comes to who's been able to control the dragon better to start the game off. It seems like whoever gets the first dragon seems to just snowball the dragon count further and further into the game. So now at this point, Wonderwear is being given the golden experience in the top lane. Beansu is being given what's left of it in the bottom lane, although there is a bit of a stack in front of him now, so we'll get a comparative amount. And it ends up not being too bad for Wonderwear, but still, the duo lane is coming. And that means once this wave has gone from in front of Wonderwear, he's going to get zoned away again.
Yeah, he'll have to go somewhere else. Obvious, he's taking this move up here. Senko's coming to assist and just take this one away. There we go, Flash Thrust will be the one to pick it up. Does he have the bird mechanics?
Bird mechanics, well, he's got blue buff now, so the bird mechanics become a whole lot easier once he hits 6. Hit R, minion wave dies. Great.
Ice bird versus sand bird in middle lane.
Well, seems like in this game, the bird truly is the word. As you know, this could be a lot of farming mid lane once again. Control mages in the mid lane just results in everybody having a lot of farm and nobody really being able to kill them. So focus is going to go elsewhere. You can see Dan does cross a ward in this top lane, looking for a dive, looking once again to camp this Maokai. However, Rek'Sai is there with him, and you're trying to dive a Maokai. I'm glad to see Mouse just kind of back away from this. That is not a dive that would have gone well with that much crowd control.
No, not at all. In the bot lane though, Cubby and Nisbet are pushing this tower in. Beansu's about to go Mega. Should be able to clear out this wave with the Wallop and the Boulder Toss, of course. So both teams just eroding these turrets on the opposite sides of the map. This is definitely different from what we've seen so far. Now Recall coming in from Mountain may go back into that bottom lane. Wonderwear just wants to try and get as much farm as possible. Cubby actually putting points into his W here, fairly standard. Has put a point into his Q. Sometimes we just see Kog'Maws put all of the points into W and E for the early game, but sees value in that one. And BC will now just go back to base. No way he can hold this tower for another one.
This is Team Dignitas pushing up fairly heavily. I mean, also don't forget that that Q is going to be somewhat effective against a Narf, as it will reduce armor and the resistance is there. And Beansu takes a lot of damage on that trade. He had Dan there, but they were not quite in sync. As they were pushing down, Beansu was taking a lot of free damage, and not a lot was coming back in response.
So Beansu did save his turret for now. Mountain is also going down there, so they might actually keep that tower alive for a while, especially as Dan's coming in. Cubby and Nisbet will want to go for this push onto the turrets, and that might be when Mouse reacts and try and gank them.
I mean, Cedrian is in no danger top lane right now. He has a ward in the river. He's against the Maokai, so Kobbe, is he going to get pushed back? Headbutt was already used though, so
Teleport.
engage.
Teleport coming in from the top lane. Wonderware takes a tower shot though. There's a lot of damage coming in. Dan looking for the Q. Lands it onto Nisbet. May just jump back in here. Beansy dropping low. And Kobbe did push him off to the side. Meanwhile, Sencux is roaming down. Sayo maybe cut off from his own lane at the moment. Puts up the soldier.
Another game.
Protect me.
Another game of I see you, you see me at that point.
But let's not fight.
Yeah, let's not fight this time around. They're going to take top tower in response for bottom tower when that tower actually falls in favor of Cedrian. So a very slow-paced game coming out here from both teams. This is the second turret of the game. Obviously, he's actually going to be able to jet ski his way up to the top lane and hold this one. So a little bit of a win there for Team Dignitas, holding their gold lead for about 400 gold for themselves. No dragon available for Team Dignitas though, as Maus have already taken the first one as Team Dignitas took the first turret as well.
So Sencux has picked up a Tear of the Goddess here.
Yes.
As an early pickup for Anivia.
And he prefers Tear of the Goddess to Rod of Ages, which we've seen out of some people before. I believe this was the build Nukeduck ended up going on Roccat. That was not a successful game for Roccat. As I said, I was speaking to Sencux a little bit about his Anivia pick and his thoughts on where Anivia fits in. I actually wasn't anticipating it in this setup. As I said, they've been playing it predominantly as a mid lane pick against Sivir compositions where they're looking to run at you, and it's just such good disengage. At this point, a lot of it is to prevent the Lee Sin, prevent the Narf from trying to get in, and also just control the mid lane against the Azir. There's not all that much an Azir can do, because when Azir has to go in, if Anivia has passive, good luck trying to kill an Anivia under tower with Azir as you've thrown yourself into the enemy tower.
Yeah, I mean, Sencux hasn't even had to use his passive yet. Like, hasn't even been in that position. Sayo now pushing in the middle lane with Mountain, of course. Obvious over the wall, does get the knock-up onto Sayo. Has to use the Emperor's Divide a little late on deciding to back off there. And did have to use the barrier as well. Didn't use the flash, so only using one summoner.
Yeah, Sencux didn't have the mana to follow up with the Ice Shard there. If that had landed, that would have been a massive amount of damage coming on to Sayo. And, you know, it's because that early blue buff has... This is going to sound really weird. The early blue buff has kind of hindered Sencux as we got to this point of the game, because his blue buff has spawned and he can't get to it. He needs it desperately to clear these waves out, and this is where Maus are grouping on the turret, because there's no way of Team Dignitas clearing the waves particularly quickly. And look at Dan now. They read the blue buff timing. This is such a crucial factor, but Dan is caught a little bit out here as there are 3 members of Team Dignitas, or is it Wonderware that's caught?
Yeah, Dan gets the insect back to his team, but Wonderware is able to use the Twisted Advance just to get out of that one. Blue buff is going to go over to Dignitas EU, absolutely fine. Dan using the ultimate there, so he's not going to have that if he's looking for a pick in the mid lane. Dignitas, or rather Maus, that confused me for a second since the first 3 games have been played on the other side of the map, but Wonderware going to be clearing this one out. So Maus don't get this mid lane push. The Dragon is up. This will be the second one of the game for them, and they will be prioritizing this one again. And can Dignitas actually contest this? Doesn't look like they want to.
One of the biggest reasons is Sencux, after having cleared out mid lane, he is set on 1,700 gold right now. He needs to go back and get his needlessly large rod at least, or even if he can end up getting the Ceres, I imagine it'll be the needlessly large rod, because Anivia actually stacks up here fairly quickly. So the added damage right now is going to be a lot better. Ooh, he's actually going to go Catalyst, so he's going into Rod of Ages after this.
So he's going to do both. Okay.
I
Boy
mean,
goes right to the glory.
Just flat, incredibly quick.
That's pretty scary, right? Like Anivia coming at you full speed.
It is.
Got the screen line.
Well, what this says is Sencux is going to need a lot of time and a lot of waves in front of him just to clear out, just so that nothing really happens around this mid lane for a long period of time.
I mean, that's what's happening right now anyways. Right. Like, it's essentially a farm lane between these 2 guys. And from the last 3 games that we've seen, they've all gone super long. So I guess Sencux is just waiting for that to happen again. Anyway, Kobbe in the bottom lane here. Just farming up Dan. Maybe he found Wonderwear once again, actually. Has been caught out by Wonderwear, or maybe again Dan has caught him out. Looking for the knockup, lands it onto 2. The soldiers come in to try and zone him away with this area denial from Sayo. We'll be good to go. And Dignitas will just be back.
Speaking of Senkux and Anivia, really interestingly, as we're starting to get towards fights, there's actually been no points put in W right now. 0. 3 in Q, 5 in E, 1 in the ultimate. And you know, I was thinking back to when we did see Nukeduck play Anivia. Froggen actually put out a tweet, I believe it was, that about the best build for
He posted
Anivia.
a lot of tweets.
He did. But you know, he was talking about the tier Rod of Ages and how it was the best build on Anivia. It does build for late game and just builds towards this massive damage later. But Team Dignitas have to weather the storm, and you can see that Wonderwear is in trouble constantly in this game.
Yeah, maybe Binsu's in trouble now, though. Wonderwear is basically out of mana, had that Vengeful Maelstrom up for a very long time, which drained his mana pool. And Obvious was there to stop him. Very almost said Dan, since it's in the Water Rek'Sai from Dan.
Blue buff has expired again for Senkux, and that means mid lane is open once again for Maus. This is going to be a repeat performance throughout this game. As soon as that blue buff is gone, Senkux can no longer clear multiple waves, so the tower is easy pickings with a champion like Caitlyn on the other side.
Up until the point he has fully stacked the tier and got the catalyst as well.
Right.
Up to the Rod of Ages. But long way until that point, Stress. Up until that point, he will be using the blue buff to help with that cause. Donate towards the mana pool of Senkux. With the blue buff going over to Sayo. Has gone for the Nash's Tooth once again. We saw that last game and the game before. Goes into the right lines after that. Pretty disgusting when he has that core item build brought up. Sayo with the ultimate just land onto Obvious. He basically just walks away from that. That was essentially just a whiffed ultimate from Sayo.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic error, but you know, we have seen quite a few whiffed ultimates just in this series so far. Obvious has refrained from the Gragas when he's been able to get the Rek'Sai in the last couple of games has been working a lot better for him and took it away from Dan. So I actually think that that change in the jungle has been a real big difference maker between these two teams, because if you can pretty much fix that error from game 1, it really turns things around. And you can see that Team Dignitas are playing a very different style to how they were in the early set of this series.
Well, Maus are not playing a different style necessarily. Have those first 2 dragons, and no doubt their next proactive move will be around that. Sayo trying to get to the Sanctuary of his turret here. Binsu is now coming onto that Sundusk as well. Obvious is dropping very low. Mountain knocks him away, but actually enough damage from Sayo's red buff that came over there to finish him off. Binsu jumps over the wall, has the Gnar, but actually great juke by Wonderwear, using the Twisted Advance to make himself invulnerable, getting out of the ultimate from Binsu. That was a 1-0 going over to Maus as they were closing in around Sayo.
They get to set up the vision control here, though, around the lower side jungle, and that's going to result in the ability to take Dragon again in a 1 minute 30. This series has been all or nothing on Dragons. It's been either you get the first Dragon and get all 5, or really you don't get any in a game. And that's difficult to contend with, and you know, so much of it comes from the vision control. In comes Obvious, out goes Obvious. No diving at this pool, because Obvious does not want to go in to the deep end on that one. Oh, that ult.
He's in. He's out. It's obvious.
That didn't rhyme, Paul.
No, it didn't. I
was wondering where you were going.
There was a rhyme, but it was not suitable for broadcast, so...
Oh.
I had to redirect.
I see how it is.
You do?
Yeah.
This is a dumb conversation. Anyway, so
most of our conversations. So many of our conversations are just either stupid things or Simpsons quotes.
It's true, actually.
My theory on life is that Simpsons quotes can be used to explain anything.
You're not wrong. So, Senkux will be taking this blue buff here once again. Has finished up the Rod of Ages now. Still stacking up the tier. 17 minutes into this game, 2 kills have happened, 2 dragons have happened. Both of those went over to Maus. And just 1 tower advantage. And once again, Feel Stress, we're going to be in for a long one.
Yes. It's going to all be on that 6-minute timer on dragons. As neither team has really been able to break that shell, apart from in that 3rd game. The the third game where Team Dignitas had a much more solid team composition and early game. That's the problem that they're lacking in this one, is they are down, so it becomes difficult to rely on just your AD carry right now, who is fairly well farmed. Hasn't actually died. They may have caught Sayu. Long twisted advance.
And he gets knocked back into the team. There's the combo coming in from Mountain onto Nisbet. We'll be getting the Monsoon to disengage. Dan coming back into the fight. Binsu now jumps over the wall, but he doesn't have the Narbot charged up, and he's just a squishy mini Gnar. He will be jumping over the wall, gets tagged by the Arcane Shift on the way out. The Arcane Shift, the Arcane Smash coming in from Wonderwear. So no casualties, but the Dragon will go over to Dignitas. And that will stall the 5th Dragon from Mouse if that was their objective this game.
The wall just cutting off Sayo at that point just was enough for Team Dignitas to start off the engage. And for once, this has actually been turned on its head. It's Team Dignitas securing the Dragon, the 3rd Dragon of the game after Mouse had taken 2. So as you said, if Mouse were aiming for a 5 Dragon win here, it is going to take him another 6 minutes, and against an Anivia that is going to look to scale and is going to have a lot of damage the later this one goes. That may be a tough ask. However, they do have an Azir for themselves. And one good team fight setup with the Gnar ultimate could potentially still carry this one through for Mouse. They are still up. They are still ahead in both towers and dragons and the gold as well. So the problem they have to face is Team Dignitas are going to stall them out with all of this wave clear in mid lane.
Well, Dan has found Wonderwear, but this time the Insect does not go well and just knocks him back to his turret with the Dragon's Rage. Gromp will be what he's going for this time around. Sayo clearing up this jungle, and Mouse are probably just going to back up again.
And Wonderwear is just getting no gold income, because every time he tries to go to a lane, it's either Cedric or Sayo that's in front of him, and he can't take that heat right now. He is not able to sit in a lane and farm up. I don't even think he can do it against Binsu, because Binsu has himself a Black Cleaver and a Giant's Belt as well, so he's just going to trade very efficiently against Wonderwear. And we talked about it all the way through Summer Split. If you don't get gold onto your Maokai, he does not get tanky enough to become that unkillable crowd control monster that we've seen in other regions like LCK. If you ever see a Maokai fall behind, it's you hardly ever see a Maokai fall behind unless you really put the pressure onto him because of how much gold generation they give over to a Maokai.
Yeah, never see the likes of Amaran fall behind that far. But yeah, that's also a very good point. Lots of emphasis given over to that top laner. But yeah, 80 farm to 130 in from Binsu versus Wonderwear. Big advantage. There's not a Maokai that can stand toe-to-toe with Gnar right now. Obvious in the top lane. Again, taking a page out of Dan's book. Going to go ahead and split push. Works very well on the Rex side, since you can Void Rush if you pre-set up those tunnels.
You could see in that setup, though, how careful Team Dignitas had to be in this bottom lane. Wonderwear shows himself. He's got a Janna sat just around the corner. And that's what it took to keep the Maokai fairly safe. Now Kobbe is down in the bottom lane. They're going to have to give the gold over to Kobbe in this setup because this is all or nothing on whether Kobbe stays alive. So it's going to be tough for Team Dignitas to take the team fights. It won't be like the last game, as Mouse have a bit too much of a lead for it to be that convincing in the favor of Team Dignitas.
It's not necessarily all or nothing on Kobbe, as they do have the Anivia this game as well.
True,
so,
very true.
I mean, Anivia does quite a lot of damage. Has gone for the Haunting guys as well. We'll be building towards the Leandri's Torment. Still not gone for the Seraphs just yet. 170 farm. I don't feel like it would be that stacked up at this point in the game.
It's actually at 460.
We've had that for a while.
Yeah, that was a first item tier. So, I mean, Anivia, as we talked about, blue buff for her. Yeah, I mean, it will tick up with her ultimate, but it costs a lot of mana to tick up with that tier.
I'm going to sit in base and keep my ultimate.
I'll be out
see
in
you
like
10
minutes, guys. Don't worry about this.
The network of tunnels. We're getting back to that turret in the middle lane. Just a Void Rush for that, so that's the ultimate down. There is no Dragon up for a while. But this game has really just devolved back to what we've seen in the first 2 games of this series, which was push back, disengage, and wait for the Dragons, and that will be essentially what the teams are fighting over. We've seen a couple plays being tried to be made, specifically by Dan. Some have worked, some have not. 2 have worked, as you can see. But Yeah, I mean, we saw this Lee Sin come out, and you would expect a Lee Sin in the early game. That's where he really needs to shine. We've seen a couple ganks come out. One has actually worked. And now what does he do the later this game goes on? Because he's going to be a Lee Sin whose main job is just to insect people and just be an annoyance.
Right, it does become more difficult now with this ability to control areas from Senkux. I mean, if Lee Sin even crosses the ultimate from Anivia, the Ice Shard's just going to come out straight away. Wonderwear gets ulted into the wall. You can see he can't really stay in front of B2. The only thing keeping Wonderwear alive is that turret right now. There's Team Dignitas. Oh, there's the ace in the hole coming out onto Senkux. Not too much damage right now.
It's like long-range warfare. It's like, I'm going to ace in the hole you, I'm going to living artillery you. Put out a Flash Frost. Here comes the Sun Disk. It is literally just Siege City. And 50 seconds on the Dragon. I know something's going to happen there.
You'd think so. In theory, something's going to happen then. Binsu finally gets the turret down in the bottom lane. The war of attrition has been won. And, you know, no upgraded sweepers from either team yet. We got an upgraded blue trinket. Very early from an AD carry. Upgraded blue trinket before level 2 boots.
Had the gold to spend, man. Like,
yeah, I guess so. But, I mean, that's... Blue trinket upgraded before sweeper trinkets on a jungler and support is not exactly how the vision control should be going at this point. Because the other thing is, it's not like the enemy have upgraded sweepers either. So it's not like they can clear the vision away from where you'll be blue trinketing. So
well, that's the interesting thing, Stress, because over this series, neither team has really been super solid on their vision control. There was so many times like the analyst was saying where people are just walking over walls and it's like, well, the opposing team see them and they're just going to walk away from them now.
And that's one of the biggest differences, I think, to notice between LCS teams and a lot of the teams in Challenger is when it comes to the nuances like vision control. It's a lot more, it's a lot less reliant on vision control when it comes to Challenger, just because it tends to be, if both teams aren't controlling vision particularly well, it's an error on both sides that doesn't cancel each other out, but certainly isn't make or break. Whereas if you see an LCS team that has very good vision control against a team that doesn't have good vision control, that is a big pain point. And that usually results in a win. But this time it just results in people seeing each other and not fighting.
Yeah.
Which is not...
Because it's happening from both teams.
The stat lines look like it's a clean way of playing, but at the same way it's just not the most efficient. It's not the highest level when it comes to overall macro play on the map.
I mean, both teams are playing very safe, and honestly, you can't blame them when an LCS spot is on the line. Dignitas are one game away from winning this series. MOUZ need to win 2 on the bounce. He's been very calm, very collected. Neither teams have made gigantic plays, because if you make that play and it doesn't work out, then you've just put yourself behind. So better to farm, better to get to a point where you feel you can decisively take a fight.
At this point, though, MOUZ kind of going back a little towards what they've been doing, is looking for a split push component coming from the top lane. The Frozen Heart Black Cleaver has been completed onto this now, looking either for the Hex Drinker or just looking for Mercury Treads. We'll see what Binsu ends up putting that Negatron Cloak into, or Null Magic Mantle, if you'll excuse me. However, from the mid lane, after the initial Warrior enchant, it is now Tank looking like for the Lee Sin, which is what we always see. It's, you build that first little bit of damage, then look for Tank, and somewhat just become an ult bot. But Wonderwear has to flash out. What is Wonderwear doing this far pushed up is my question. It's not a split push champion you're on there, Wonderwear. Maokai, not the greatest. Now no flash available. Leaves him a bit easier to lock down in place.
And MOUZ also saw where he retreated to. He walked through that pink ward at Dragon. 4 dragons have gone down this game. Add that to the tally. 21 in total, I believe, if my math is correct. Binsu taking this top wave, will be pushing this one in. Wonderwear should be there in time to stop him. Obvious is also there to react just in case. Looks like the entire team of MOUZ is going to rotate to the top lane, try and do some damage, but Janna means that she's going to shield this one up, and the tower's going to take very little damage. MOUZ will now just rotate to the middle lane. The Sun Disk has been set up by Sayo, ready for another siege. Senkux may have caught him though. The Emperor is through the wall.
Catches him with a Flash Frost though, and takes so much of Sayo's health. All of these engagements though haven't really forced the flash from Sayo. he's been so much more reliant on just QEing his way out of the fight that he hasn't been in that much danger.
No, he is not. Zayo taking away this blue buff from Dignitas. Dignitas are slowly being ground down in this game. Like, it's definitely been slow, but Mouse have definitely gotten ahead. They have dragons going over them, they have the slight gold lead, actually not even slight, around 4,000 gold, they have the extra 2 towers, they're continually sieging in Dignitas, Dan looking for a play onto Wonderwear as well, or rather Wonderwear's just kind of there, and Obvious now goes for the engage as well, try and save his ally, but Maokai's just going to die. I'm not entirely sure what Wonderwear was doing behind them, he didn't teleport there.
No, he just kind of walked up, by the looks of it, from mid lane. Really weird because we know how far behind Wonderwear has been. He's, you know, a good 70 CS down. He's, okay, now got 2 items completed, so is somewhat more resilient when he has his ultimate running as well, but if the rest of the team aren't on that same page, if you can't get onto the carry conclusively, it's so difficult for this team fight to go your way while you're behind. And, okay, it's a 2-item Cogmore, but the same setup isn't there. Team Dignitas just cannot be the offensive team in so many scenarios right now.
We've also got to wonder whether Wonderwear is reverting to some of the problems we had that we saw a while back, where the team didn't seem quite composed. We saw those weird TPs coming in from Wonderwear. Everyone just kind of came in one by one into fights. I mean, because that's twice now he's just been caught in random positions.
Yeah. And, you know, that's something we've seen creep into the Team Dignitas kind of play style. At times, if Wonderwear does fall behind, is the decision-making can be a little bit lackluster, can be off when it comes to looking for engages from the top lane. I mean, Wonderwear just loses half of his health bar there, has to back away. The thing is, MOUZ haven't cleared all the wards out behind them. Once again, we're in a situation where neither team has fully controlled the vision. I mean, Alistar right now, still on the tier 1 trinket. Yeah. Has not upgraded to the upgraded sweeper trinket, so there's no real way of them clearing this area out. They have 2 wards, 2 pink wards in their inventory, and they're standing on maybe 5 to 7 wards in that top jungle, and had been for about a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to invest in those wards, and you know, invest that amount of time, just de-warding an area and then getting a pick from it already brings a return on investment. That's one of the biggest factors, is as long as you're not stupidly just putting pink wards down wherever, you're going to get a return from them if you play it smart.
But if you think about how much gold they've been spending on those wards, whereas the upgrade is 250 gold, like, you're not even committing that much. And it's been half an hour, but still. Dragon is up in 15 seconds, which means we're going to have an interaction between the teams.
Yes. In theory. I mean, last
Actually,
time
what
Dragon
they could have
came
just
up,
backed off, yeah.
Last Dragon came up, nothing really happened from these two. Nari's in the top lane, is building a Nabar as well, so I don't think Team Dignitas are going to want this fight. They haven't cleared vision out. Senkux is directly on top of a ward that would be great. Binsu actually lets himself go to Mega Gnar. Don't know that that's exactly the setup that they would want at this situation, because now he's going to be on that cooldown period, so that even if he does teleport in, he's going to only be able to do mini Gnar damage, which is fairly substantial with a Frozen Heart and a Black Cleaver, but certainly won't have the impact in the team fight for a little while longer. But MOUZ have been stalled away from this Dragon.
Well, Dig can just force the issue now, knowing that Binsu's not going to be Mega Gnar for a while. In fact, it's kind of been that long that he can start building up that Narbar once again. Yeah, the Living Artillery was onto the Dragon to try and force the issue. There's the Crystallize coming up to wall MOUZ off. Dan is by himself in the pit. Here comes the teleport in by Binsu. Mountain goes for the engage, gets a knock-up onto Obvious. That's a Dragon going over for MOUZ, the 4th one for them in this game. But Obvious is down, and Dignitas just needs to get out of here. Binsu trying to get in range, trying to build up that Narbar. Looking for the ultimate to drag someone back into his team. There's the talisman for the disengage from Dignitas. And just as he goes Mega, Dignitas are away.
Wonderwear with a very late TP. He had nowhere really to TP to, so chose a ward that was just inside the Team Dignitas jungle. And I mean, he had no impact on that fight. To be honest, MOUZ didn't even need to take that fight once the TP had completed. They'd already got the Dragon. They're now on 4 Dragons, and while this is a very passive, very patient game, they're one dragon away from Aspect. We're in another game, 4th game in a row, where a team is going to secure Aspect of the dragon. And, you know, that doesn't happen particularly often when it comes to these level games, when it comes to LCS and Challenger Series.
I don't think that ever happens. You never really see the Aspect in so many games in a series.
We didn't quite get it in game 3 though. That is a bit of a difference.
3 out of 4.
Yeah,
not bad.
Ain't bad, but
yeah.
We're still not quite there. Somehow, Mouse could not get the 5th one, and Team Dignitas could just roll things over and get Aspect for themselves. But that would be a long, long way.
We have seen that before as well, where both teams have been at 4 dragons. But Dignitas try and secure some vision around the Baron area in the mid lane as well, just clearing this one out and trying to set up these waves. No Balam commands have been picked up this game. Top wave is pushing in for Dignitas, bottom lane as well. That means Beans will be going down there to try and clear it out. And there is a lot of wards on the map right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's definitely stepping up the vision game for both teams.
Banner is going to come out from Mountain shortly, though. Still hasn't upgraded his sweeper trinket.
One day.
I mean, Crepo went pretty mad at Nukta for not upgrading his trinket.
And this is the support here as well.
And that's my biggest point of shame here in this game. Someone ring the bell, because at 33, nearly 34 minutes into a game, I would expect the support to be the first one. As soon as they hit 9 to upgrade that trinket. I mean, it can't be that much of an oversight, because when you use that trinket, which I've seen Mountain sweeping every so often, you know you don't get the oracles.
Yeah, it's like,
this so it's just like, oh, Wicked will be so happy.
Oh, the Hurricane has been built with the rest of the build, with the Frozen Mallet, the Black Cleaver.
So, this may be a new audience that is seeing this. So we should explain why Hurricane on Na has been a thing in the European Challenger Series.
All right.
So this is a build Wicked brought to for European Challenger Series brought to our scene on Na, where you go Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver into Hurricane. What it does is build the Na bar exceptionally quickly, because it just builds up very, very fast, has a lot of mini Na damage, does make you a lot less tanky when it comes to Mega Na. You only really get the resistances that just come from the shapeshift. But you can see how quickly Beansu just transformed. Gives him great split push potential as well. And it's very difficult to actually, for Wonderwear now, to sit in front of Beansu and do anything. So Beansu's going to be able to charge up very fast when he gets into a fight. And, you know, this build is undefeated in the European Challenger Series. I believe it is 3-0.
Yeah.
So it's now on Beansu.
Don't mess with that.
This is quite funny.
It's also very good against lots of melee targets, because what are they going to do? They're just going to get kited, and even if there's 3 of them running at you, you can kite all 3 of them at the same time. Does a lot of damage to multiple targets. Remember, Hurricane applies on-hit effects on the little arrows that come out, so it applies both Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver. So to multiple targets, he's going to be shredding them.
What I will say is I'm still not particularly convinced.
I am.
Okay, so what I'll explain that. I'll quantify it, because the lack of tankiness makes for the likelihood of getting punished on a missed position so much more tough to avoid.
Yeah.
Because if you jump in and you're not Mega Na, you die really quickly.
We've seen that.
And we've seen it. We've seen that happen where, you know, one wrong jump just takes you out of the game completely. So that's why I'm not particularly sold on it as a build for every situation. But if you're looking to split push, if you're looking to kite back in team fights, then why not go for this build?
And this is very much that situation where he is 100 farm ahead of Wonderwear. He can definitely take him in a one-on-one, so he's going to be split pushing. When we get into these fights as well, he's had so much time to farm. He's hit this core item build of this unconventional build, so it will work out great. But we haven't hit a major team fight just yet in this game. 30 seconds to go on the next dragon. This could be Aspect coming in from Mouse, and then if this game is to follow like the others, they should be able to close it out. Obvious caught on a Yordle snap trap. will be clearing out this vision, trying to get towards this area to try and secure this vision before the dragon comes up. This is very important for Dignitas to try and contest.
However, Dan is looking to go aggressive once again. Out comes the Anivia ult. That Glacial Storm just tags Dan, and Dan can't go in, because as soon as he does, he's going to lose half of his health to the Ice Shard that comes out after.
Yeah, Frostbite does a bunch of damage on Froster targets. You don't want to stay Frosty in this situation. Jump over the wall. Obvious does not get the steal, and he will be going down as he flashes over that one. There's the wall coming up, and Beansu. That's a lot of damage coming in from Kobe. He's been farming all game. He's sat on 3 items. That is the 7th aspect of the dragon in EUCS, and most of those aspects have come from this series.
3 of them. 3 have come from this series, and you know, when you look at it in Europe as a whole, there have only been, in the entirety of the summer split, there have only been 10 in the European LCS. So that gives you an idea. There have been 3 in this series so far.
And remember, EUCS is shorter than LCS.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can definitely see where that one comes from. Dan, Mountain, in fact, the whole team of Maus just went for Baron and took it because they have Aspect and they can do what they want.
Okay, 5th Dragon and Baron in favor of Maus. Put Nara in the side lane. Nobody can go up against him. Then you've got a Caitlyn and an Azir in the other lane, and all you've got to do is
Look at him.
avoid the engage.
Watch that wave clear. And also, the Hurricane will proc the passive damage from the dragon as well.
So
you get the true damage, you get the shred from the Black Beaver, you get the slow. Unbelievable though.
So, what can win Team Dignitas this game is the question. Well, they've got to wait out the dragon, the Aspect somehow, and then create a flank threat, which is easier done than said this time around because there's so many wards out behind Maus. So actually pulling it off is a lot easier to do than normal.
Yeah.
If Maus haven't cleared everything out. Upgraded Sweeper Trinket on Mountain. Yes!
There we go.
Winner.
Nailed it.
It only took
winner,
40 minutes.
chicken dinner. Okay, bot lane, Beaten Suit still pushing in with this minion wave. Remember, Senkux has a lot of wave clear, but not a lot of wave clear against that cannon minion, which is all the way back there, and he can't reach it.
Come on,
he
walk
literally
into the
cannot
storm.
reach it.
Just needs a gust of wind.
Ooh, in the bot lane, look at that damage from Beatsu. He might just get the 1v1 kill. He's going to go Mega. Wonderware didn't get the lockdown as he went underneath this turret. Mid lane is heating up. The tower is dropping low here, looking for that Piltover over the center. All those Yordle snap traps are making it very difficult to get in range and protect their turret. It will be going down just to those cannon minions, that promoted cannon minions doing so much work. Senkux has been tagged up and a Q here from Dan. Looking for a potential engage. The Janna will be prolonging this for a little bit longer. In comes the teleport by Beansu. He's going to be back at full HP. Senkux comes into the bottom lane to try and secure this. Make sure that tower stays up. The middle inhibitor goes down. Maus are using their buffs and they're just trying to close this game out.
They are, and Beansu, he's been stalled out in the bottom lane only because Anivia came down there, which opened up middle lane for Maus to crack through. Only 5 kills in this game. We've averaged a kill every 8 minutes right now, as Maus are the only ones with kills to their name. And now they've got an inhibitor down and a turret down in the top lane as well. They're backing away for now, looking to reset, but once their Baron buff expires, this push becomes difficult once again against the Anivia. Anivia isn't a word. It's close.
Very close. Okay, protect the cannon minion, and he will take this tower for you. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Dan has found Obvious. He's going to get bounced into the Emperor's Divide as well. Still has the Q. Will he go full Lee Syndrome? Not today. The top turret is dropping very low. It will go down. Maus are still pushing in. Cedrin is healthy, so is Mountain. Dan's a little bit low. Senkux can't quite get the burst down. Jumps forward, tries to get the execute into Sayo. Looks for the flash shots. It will be flashed away by Sayo in the bot lane. Beansu is going ham against Wonderware. Obvious will have to go back to base to try and contest this, and he will be able to do so, but that is all 3 inhibitors going down from Dignitas. Super minions will stream in every single lane. Dragon is up in 2 minutes. This looks like the game to lose from Maus Sports here, Stress.
We might get a second aspect in this game right now. Maus couldn't close the game out with the Baron and the Aspect, but they've certainly put themselves in a position to do so. Team Dignitas somehow need to get themselves just a Hail Mary of a team fight, but they haven't even looked like they can get a single kill in this game. It just there's been almost no aggression coming out from Team Dignitas because of how passive this game has had to be. Yep. Wonderwear fell so far behind that he couldn't create plays across the map. And from there, they had no real engage potential. Janna doesn't offer it. Rek'Sai is difficult to do, and every time Obvious has gone in, he's been punished for it. So it's resulted in this style where Team Dignitas have had to just sit back and accept what is coming towards them in the form of a Mao's lineup that's just going to push turrets down very quickly.
And that works up until the point where Anivia can't clear the Baron minions. Right. Because it was working fine up until that point. But what are you going to do against supers? What are you going to do against promoted minions? Basically nothing. And they have to go for this Hail Mary. As you mentioned, Stress, Wonderwear is into the back line. Maybe a little too early on the trigger. And that's a great Emperor's Divide splitting up the team. Everyone's going to wall each other off. Mountain coming in from the left-hand side is able to get the CC down. That's the kill onto Wonderwear. The headshot comes through. Lives up to its name. Nisbet, Sencooks, and Kobe are just trying to get out, but super minions are streaming in for every single lane, and I don't even think they can clear out the minions here, Stress.
I don't think they can. This is too much in front of them to actually deal with. Team Dignitas are just getting sieged down by a million minions right now.
The floodgates have opened. Maus are going to close out this game. It was slow, it was decisive, it was methodical, but in this fourth game, Maus will even up the series 2-2-2.
If there's one way of testing your opponent's limits when it comes to a best-of-5 series, an Anivia wave clear composition is going to be the one, but it wasn't successful for Team Dignitas. That was another long game. This one 43 minutes, 10 minutes shorter than the first game of the day, but Maus, it wasn't particularly decisive, but it was clean from Maus. They never looked in trouble from moment one because Wonderwear just ended up so far behind. And to be honest, so much of that started from just the flash being down level 1 and then the attempt of a gank mid lane from Wonderwear when he had no flash and just died. That was one of the only kills in that game. 6 kills. And that one happened at like 2.5 minutes.
Well, this is exactly what we said about mousesports as we came into this matchup. What they played and what worked for them was simple and clean, and they don't have to be flashy. They don't have to be SKT. And that's what they did here. They played it slow. They had a game plan. We go for the dragons. We fight over them. We get picks. We do everything we can to secure those. They only gave up 1. They got 5, and they closed out the game. It was as simple as that.
Yeah, it was that simple. And again, Team Dignitas never looked like they could threaten at all. In the entire game, there never seemed to be a play where you thought Team Dignitas were looking to get a kill. And it is because of their setup. It is because of that early game of Wonderwear falling behind. But from there, I just feel like this Anivia pick was it wasn't random in the sense that, you know, we don't expect Sencooks to play it. It just didn't feel like it meshed too well with the rest of the comp when it comes to actually playing from behind.
Yeah, the question was it worth it? And I'm not entirely sure. It was a lot of eggs in that basket. But we're going to go to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. So for an analytical eye on how mousesports brought us there, we're going to shoot it over to Shox and Co. at the desk.
Thank you. Yeah, Game 5 on our hands, so let's break down Game 4 first of all. Maokai, but he lost.
I mean, that composition was so slow scaling. I don't know why Anivia was locked in here. I really disagree with that pick. First of all, once the Lula was banned, that was super smart adaptation for Mousesport because obviously it removed the Joggermo composition.
Did it?
It should have. I mean, it moved the Joggermo part. Right. It removed the Joggermo part. I think Dignitas should have been like, okay, we're not going to run the same kind of comp. We don't need to go like try and protect the AD carry again. And if they feel very forced and it's just way too slow and ban of command exist. I mean, back in the day, CLG EU had ban of command been a thing back then. Ganon would have won the game.
Baron buff. If new Baron buff, minions that, you know, are more magic resistance, you'll take less damage from AoE magic damage and ban of command, then obviously it gets very hard. But yeah, I feel like when you take away the Lulu as a pick, in the Juggernaut, it's like it becomes a tripod with only 2 legs. Very unstable, very easy to fall off. And that is exactly what the composition did. They were all leaning back. Like everybody was trying to kite back. They were leaning back so far that they were just really falling over and doing nothing in the game. I really disliked the Anivia pick. I think it should have been a Victor. Some offensive potential. Do something. They were down 0-5 at the end. There were more dragons, or as many dragons down as kills in that entire game.
Yeah.
It was slow. It was steady, but it wasn't the good kind of slow.
Also want to mention the Maokai pick and the fact that it was a Gnar last pick coming out of Mouse. It's actually the same matchup that we saw in Game 5 out of Rocket UOL. We saw similar trends in terms of CS advantages, around average of 17 at 10 minutes, an average of 32 at 20 minutes. Both times, Gnar got ahead, built heavily for split push slowly until the point that the team with Gnar could apply pressure and take other objectives. That's why they ended up getting an aspect of the Dragon. One thing really quickly, it's the 7th aspect all season long in summer for EUCS, and it's the 23rd Dragon in 4 games. Like, the only win condition that these teams are currently primarily focusing on is the Dragon. But with each game it gets better, because in Game 3 we saw Juggernaut, Game 4 we saw Juggernaut countered, and we ended up seeing a little bit of split push. So there's some hope for Mouse playing the map a little more, a little wider.
But the counter, obviously, to that like slow and steady split push that eventually tears you apart is to home guard Maokai.
37 minutes right before they took the 5th dragon.
450 gold, and it makes you so insanely strong in starting fight.
Isn't it 475?
Do you upgrade your trinket, or do you buy the
I
home
remember
guard?
it's 450 and 475. Same deal, whatever. The point is, it's cheap, it's so strong.
25 gold means a lot to us supporters.
Yeah.
It's a
The
third
thing
of
is
a war.
as well here, setting up a home guard TP though, if you very rarely do invest into deep vision, can be a bit tricky. Once again,
That's true.
What does home guard do? And then you engage. Like, come on, it might force you into being more aggressive, which is what both teams kind of need.
You are actually forbidden from making funny noises on the caster desk or analyst desk.
Yeah.
Luckily for us, there's no crowd here at the moment. So
In any case, with everything, and maybe not building the home guards obviously on Maokai, still, Mousesports, they were on the brink of being defeated and being out of this race, and they pulled it back together. And even though you say, okay, it might be a bad pick by picking the Anivia or not building the home cards, they still managed to keep it together and do it.
I think Zio is too comfortable on the Azir. And honestly, the bans have been the same, I believe, every single game from Dignitas. And I don't think if you end the best of 5 series by having banned the same thing every game, I think you're doing it wrong. You have to adapt mid-series or at least try something and get something out of the way. Why not take away some comfort picks? I mean, this is why Mouse came back into this game. They recognized, okay, they're running Juggernaut. What is the key composition of the key part of that? The Lulu, let's ban it out. Oh, look, they're still going Juggernaut, but then with Anivia...
I also agree, and I think it also gets a little easier for Dignitas this time around because they're back on red side.
Yeah.
It was the last pick, Gnar, into the Maokai that really sort of unlocked Game 4 here for Mouse. They don't have access to that. They're again on blue side. They have to look at their first pick priority. They've gone Azir, they've gone Rek'Sai in their previous games. If that Azir gets hit, then Zio has to step up on something else.
I think we will see Azir being banned, and then like Dignitas will do something. They've been banning Twisted Fate because Zero is also very good on that champion, used it in the semi-final. Elise have been banned every single game, yet I don't even feel like Elise, looking at how these two teams have been playing, would be that impactful, unless that is the champion Mouse needs to be maybe more aggressive in the early game, and that's why they're banning it away from Dignitas' side here. Oh, it's also Fizz in the top lane. Yes, Beanzo has been a good split pusher, but he just did it on Gnar, he's done it on Aurelia. There are definitely picks you can move around and fit in the Azir, which has now been a strong pick for them.
I think it gets even more difficult because this is what they're playing for.
Yeah.
I mean, the trophy's on the line. A spot in the LCS is on the line now. And, you know, we came into the day saying 9 out of these 10 players have never played on the stage before. And when Nesbeth did play, it was very difficult. So, you know, the gates are there and somebody has to unlock it. Somebody has to walk through it. And we'll find out who's going to crack under the pressure.
Yeah, we will see. Indeed, we're not quite there yet, though. As said, an LCS...
So dramatic, and you're not even there.
I know. Terrible. Actually, I feel like we should
close up.
Yeah, anyway, going into Game 5, crucial things maybe in mindset if you are a coach. Who deserves it more looking at this series? Because we've seen similar mistakes or playstyles from both these teams. But is there something that you see in any of these teams that tells you they would have some potential coming into the LCS?
I don't think anyone deserves it more, you know. Both teams honestly almost seems like the same. because it's the same kind of early game they're playing. It's the same problems they have in terms of like vision control or sometimes picking compositions that cannot hard engage or whatever exactly it is. And both teams are constantly playing around Dragon. So it feels like it's basically two of the same teams facing each other. And that's why we keep getting the same kind of games over and over.
Where's the most growth potential?
It's interesting because both teams have gone a different direction.
Yeah.
In Game 3, Dignitas EU went, look, we're going to play a completely different team comp style. Look for that protect the AD carry, look for you to try to engage on us and then re-engage and win with Cog. Game 4, all of a sudden, the Gnar counter pick and an early advantage allowed Mouse to then start the split push. It was also slow grind, much like Rocket and UOL, showing a little bit of limited experience, maybe, is the term that I'm going to go for. And I think whichever team is going to be more proactive in Game 5 is the one that I want to win.
Yep.
Because we've seen adaptations from both. That's great. It's showing the players, the coaching staff, the decision-making. Now they've got to do it again to surprise.
I want brawls, man. I want them to fight.
And I think that what we have seen from Mouse is just the split pushing, which is something we haven't seen from Dignitas at all. Basically, it's been the 5-on-5 team fights. If you can get that going, because it's something Mouse have done really well in the past as well. We've seen the Rek'Sai come in for Dan, where he suddenly is a split pusher. Bintu, of course, has been split pushing all series long here. As long as they can get that rolling, Mouse should be able to win the game. But it's just so tough to say because the early game will decide so much. Because one team then says, okay, we lost the early game, so now we're just going to try and play around 5 dragons. And the other team's like, okay, we're going to outscale you, so we're happy doing it. And that's why, we get the very slow-paced games.
I was going to ask you for predictions, but it seems almost impossible with the... is someone feeling...
Mouse.
Dignitas.
There we go.
Be the decider.
Crepo.
Danish. Oh, okay.
No.
Wait,
I'm going to predict Dignitas will get it because they're 5 Danish players.
Okay, what a surprise. Boo-hoo, yay.
Well, in that case, I'll go back to Mouse Sports. Fisio has convinced me.
In any case, both Mouse Sports and Team Dignitas EU are just one Smash Nexus away from the League Championship Series. As we go, Inero tells us how his team amped up their game for the summer finals.
Basically, we focused on fixing our macro control over the game. Our map control was pretty weak, and our early game was like our big disadvantage against most teams. And we just worked on playing safe early game, and then trying to win just around the map, controlling waves and everything. And it's improved a lot. They've become so much better at playing the map.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on.
I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good.
And welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Finals, where one win separates both Mousesports and Team Dignitas EU from promotion to the LCS. And honestly, Stress, I would be lying if I said these are the most exciting games I've seen, but when there is so much on the line, this is what the teams have to do to secure their win.
It is, certainly. The silver has been scraped, and so has Mouse's win for Game 4. So they scraped their way into this Game 5. And honestly, you know, it may not have been the most exciting of Game 4s, but certainly if you're in Mouse's situation, you will be there, sat pretty happy that you've managed to take it now to a point where you're in one game. Your strategy has been simple, and sticking to it for a clean win has worked. If they can do it one more time, they'll make it to the LCS. But the same goes for Team Dignitas. If their strategy that we saw in Game 3 works, same situation. One game away for both of these teams.
And what do the teams do as we head into Champion Select in terms of bans? What do they want to ban out? What type of style do they want to take away? Because we've seen the Kog'Maw twice now. They took away the Lulu to try and deny the full composition around that. What do they do?
Ban the Azir in this situation. I mean, you've gone without the Eve ban for quite a while now. So ban the Azir, keep the Fizz out of the game as well. You know Mouse are looking for this Chen, for this Lulu setup to be taken away. Twisted Fate has been the champion that has been banned out by Team Dignitas. And the funny thing is, it's a champion Team Dignitas play. And it is available for this game.
And Senkux has had some good games on that champion as well. There's the Azir ban. What do Mouse pick up first?
Rek'Sai has to be, well, if you're going by the other games, Mouse will first pick Rek'Sai here. It has been such a high priority. We know that'll likely be answered by a Gragas coming out from Obvious later into the pick rotation. If this continues to be the same way, Corki will come out here from Team Dignitas, and maybe they'll take the Alistar or the Janna once again away from Mountain.
Oh, the Hover over Twisted Fate. But yeah, thinking about the Alistar as well, honestly, I feel these teams are very predictable in terms of their champion selects, but it hasn't really made too much of a difference between these two teams. Something to think about in the future, perhaps, as one of these teams will be heading into the LCS, but there is the Alistar and Twisted Fate early into this picking phase.
So Twisted Fate, we know Senkux plays it. We spoke to him, I think it was week 2, and he said it's something he was trying to implement in the team, and it worked very well for Team Dignitas at the beginning of the split. However, is it first rotation worthy for Team Dignitas? It's not like Twisted Fate is a champion that will instantly win you a game. You have to snowball another lane with Twisted Fate. Once again, it's Senkux being somewhat selfless, saying, I'm going to try and get top lane. I'm going to try and potentially get bottom lane ahead. Now how do Team Dignitas set up the rest of their composition for that? Mouse now have the option for the Corki, for the Janna if they want to go for it. However, that may not be the case.
Yeah, interesting to see where who the carry will be on Dignitas then, whether it will be Cubby or whether it will be the top lane from Wonderwear, and what carry they'll bring into that role. What's for certain is we have the Fresh and the Corki. No surprise for Cedrian.
At this point, it's likely to be Gragas plus 80 carry here for Cubby. Kog'Maw has been what they have opted for. It wouldn't be particularly a Juggernaut composition once again for Team Dignitas. And to be honest, Cubby has still been pretty decent on the Kog'Maw. Even in the last game, even in a losing effort, he didn't exactly get particularly far behind. It didn't feed too much. It was only a 6-0 game at the end of it, so it's not like anybody particularly fed. As I actually don't think Cubby died in the last game, but
he doesn't die a lot.
No, he tends not to. which is why they feel confident to put him on something like a Kog'Maw. I wonder whether they'll opt for it again, or opt for, I believe it was game number 2 we saw the Lucian come out.
I believe it was.
Yes, it was. For Maus, though. This time around, it is the opposite matchup here.
But that was because Sejuani was forced on a champion that wasn't Sivir or Corki, and the same thing happened here, Stress, where Kobbe couldn't go Sivir or Corki and he went Lucian.
Yeah, so this point of the picks and bans is going to be the point at which we see how worthwhile was the Gangplank ban in games 1 and 2. Are Team Dignitas confident enough in their matchups with Gangplank to pick it? Because we know Binsu could look for the Aurelia here. There hasn't been enough time for Gangplank to be out to know every single matchup.
Yeah.
So it's now on Wonderwear is what does he feel comfortable playing it into? I would assume he's more likely to play it into a melee matchup if it's anything more than just he played it in one game against Denial, and ever since that's all it's been.
Yeah. But Maus do have to pick their top laner here and the mid lane. So Dignitas, with this counter pick, have the choice of the leader. So it's going to be the Hecarim going to the top lane, the Victor for mid lane, safe in the mid lane, and Hecarim could be punished here. You could pick a Nard, you could pick something.
At this point, they should put Wonderwear onto a carry, because Kobbe on Lucian is going to have lane control and get ahead. The problem is he's not going to be able to solo carry this game out. You have to have something from the top lane that has damage that can carry and get snowballed by this Twisted Fate, especially up against a Hecarim. If you go a tank here and Hecarim gets ahead, there's almost no point in snowballing a tank, you know, getting kills onto the tank from there. So, I mean, this is an interesting setup, and with this Victor, it means that Maus can now control the pace of the game from the mid lane with their wave clear too.
So it could be a Gangplank. Remember, we've also seen Wonderwear run the Rumble. Rumble would be fine here as well to snowball with the Twisted Fate. They're thinking a lot about what they want to run to the top lane, but I think we're in agreement it's going to be a carry. It's just what is that carry going to be?
Kind of waiting with bated breath. It's locked.
Gangplank.
It is Gangplank.
All right.
In the top lane for Wonderwear. This is what they used in game 2 against Denial to keep themselves alive, keep their playoff hopes alive. And, you know, when they got to the late game with this Gangplank, the damage was insane.
Yeah.
Just exploding one of those barrels makes it very difficult for anybody to stay in a team fight. Watch for the barrel mechanics. Dropping the barrel while the first is exploding, it's very difficult to make it work properly, and it's something Wonderwear wasn't completely on top of in the last time. However, he's against a melee matchup that cannot clear the barrels out fast enough.
Yeah, we'll actually get into greater detail a little bit later on that, but the fact that Team Dignitas are putting their LCS dreams on Gangplank in that top lane, Sencux is putting a lot of this to try and snowball his side lanes. This is Team Dignitas putting everything into this one, and Maus going with the tried and true lineup, the tried and true formula, which will work out. For the last time, we're going to see the coaches embracing each other this time around. We're not going to see that one again.
Well, their job is done right now. As a coach, at this point, you just go back to the stands and leave it all in your players' hands here for this final game to determine who will replace the Copenhagen Wolves in the 2016 Spring Split.
So before we get into this one, tell us who you think will take the finals in Game 5. Tweet at LOL Esports with MOU win or hashtag DEU win. And we'll be seeing who you think is poised to join in the LCS. We're about to get into Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Team Dignitas EU versus mousesports. Everything comes down to this.
And everything comes down potentially to Gangplank right now. Yeah. I know, speaking to the guys from Team Dignitas just yesterday about going into the game against Denial where they picked Gangplank, the practice they'd actually put in on this champion was not the level of practice you would expect a team to pull out in a playoff situation. They had not had a lot of games with Gangplank under their belt. However, that was a week ago, and it did work out well for them, so you have to think if they played that strategy and it worked, why not work on it a little bit more? And the first game, Twisted Fate's available. It gets locked in. That is a pairing that if they start snowballing is a very good sign if you're a Team Dignitas EU fan.
Cannonballs are going to rain from the sky, and with that, a lot of death on that Gangplank pick. Remember, the barrels ignore 60% of armor which is a lot. Plus the true damage on the barrels at max rank. Plus the true damage from his passive. TLDR, Gangplank does a lot of damage.
Oh, he does. We'll see it as this game goes on, and we'll also get into a couple more of the more focused in dynamics of Gangplank when it comes to how he generates the upgrades on his ultimate as this laning phase continues, because if this game's anything like the others, we'll have a little bit more time to talk about that. But I feel like with Twisted Fate and Gangplank, this is going to be a faster-paced game.
Yeah, otherwise, it has to be.
Otherwise, it favors Maus. If you don't get this Gangplank rolling, that is going to be a squishy Gangplank that is going to die very quickly.
So the interesting thing is that Gangplank is also being picked over in North America, where we've seen a bunch of that play. And the way the casters over there described it is once he has those two big items, the Trinity Force and the Infinity Edge, that is where his gold income just accelerates. And he gets his first upgrade, his second upgrade, he gets everything, all of the gold. The Bank of Plank is real.
The Bank of Plank. It's a far cry from what Gangplank used to be, because that was not picked very often, unless you Cabochard, in which case
Runeglaive
he went for Runeglaive, but that was really one of the only other competitive Gangplank performances in recent times, but that was before the rework, before Tobias and Malcolm had their way. Should I say misfortune as well? But
that was some misfortune.
That
but,
was.
Yeah, I also want to see what he puts his Silver Serpents into and what he goes for the upgrades, because Death's Daughter is what everyone assumes was the right choice, people do in solo queue, but in North America, we saw them go for the Raised Morale, which is the extra movement speed, gives you 40%, and the increased fire rate.
And the other thing to keep track of is Nisbeth gets hooked in. He's going to get chunked fairly heavily in the beginning of this laning phase. The other thing to keep in your mind at that is it's a massive area that slows enemies. It's about a 30% slow. So that's what we saw Team Dignitas do very well when they played against Denial, is in the fights, just put it down as a slow with extra damage. Remember, the damage from Gangplank's ultimate has now been normalized and was a very long time ago. It used to be sporadic where the cannonballs landed. Now it just kind of falls in sheets. So it is normalized. Well, I mean,
in waves,
a little bit, but you know, there's kind of like this pulsating. I'm not going to use that word because your pulse, but you know, it kind of just like falls and almost. Yeah, you know what I'm getting at.
I know what you mean, Stress. It's fine. I'm sure the people at home as well do. But
I don't think so.
Yeah, but Dan was trying for that gank in the middle lane. He's going to cycle all the way around and try again. He didn't burn a summoner from Sencooks. He didn't get Ghost or Flash, but he might this time around. He has the extra tunnel set up, and actually Sencooks went onto the end point of the other tunnel. He would have been able to use both.
Yeah, he would have, but you know, this is trying to punish Sencooks for the pretty obvious setup that the Twisted Fate into a Victor has. Twisted Fate, you use a number of red cards early to shove into the enemy wave so that Victor can't just push you in. And that's something we'll commonly see, but Mountain's been knocked back.
Flash, knock up, knock back into the turret, and the barrel roll as well. Do a barrel roll for First Blood. That will go over to Cobby. And that will be First Blood going over to Team Dignitas, starting up that snowball.
And this is very similar to Game 3 when it comes to the actual gank path from Obvious to start this off. Sencooks, no Ghost, does have Flash available. Has not got mana at the same time, though, so you can see he hasn't been pulling blue cards out. And Dan decides he can't actually get anything from this and is going to back away. But great start for Team Dignitas. This basically just allows Cobby and Nisbeth to stay safely in their lane on their own right now. They're going to need almost no attention coming from Obvious to round out this game. They're going to look to snowball top lane right now for Wonderwear.
And look how difficult this matchup is for Binsu. He just can't get in the minions for fear of being instantly barreled with the parlay. And even if he gets close to that barrel, then another barrel is going to come down and he's going to get hit by that one as well. So he's going to get a lot of this farm underneath the turret. But still, that's a large CS lead just built up in that 1-on-1. Purely by Wonderwear's GP.
It's very difficult to read the damage from GP as well, because not only do you just get hit by a lot, the passive damage does a fair amount on those auto attacks. He also gets the passive reset, don't forget, when it comes to exploding barrels. So Binsu has to be aware of stepping next to the brush. But the problem is if he doesn't go by the brush and ends up by the river, that opens up gank paths for Obvious. Because what Wonderwear will do is have a barrel, just either in the lane or in the bush, and just chain them onto each other and look for the damage setup. Obviously, he's here to counter gank because they know Dan is likely here in the top lane, but he will back out. I wonder whether that was the Tremor Sense that pinged up on Obvious. I think he was a little too far away for it to actually have shown.
I actually think it was the fact that Beansu just got hit by a barrel, and Dan was like, no, I'm not going for this anymore.
This is what we were kind of expecting, though. Melee matchups struggle so hard to clear the barrels out from Gangplank, and if he places them where you're going to try and farm off your own, off the enemy melee minions, like look, he can't really go aggressive onto these minions because he's just going to get parlayed down, and Beansu, if he tries to clear it, Wonder just shoots it. It's such a basic fact in this matchup that Beansu is going to struggle with.
The hunter has become the hunted for the longest time. Hecarim, that big bully against melee matchups. And now the new dog has arrived. Gangplank has gone back to base, picked up the Sheen as his first item, as we were talking about earlier. Trinity Force and Infinity Edge are typically the item builds. Past that, you can build basically whatever. It's just all about that core. Now, Nisbet and Kabi, along with the rest of the lineup from Dignitas, closing in around this dragon. Could be the first dragon of the game going over to them. And with Dan out of vision range, there's not a whole lot that Mars can do about it.
And bottom lane got shoved in as well to begin this playoff. So Team Dignitas are utilizing their strengths across the map. Dan uses the Prey Seeker, knows it's already happening. There will be the global warning as well. So it is the case that Team Dignitas have taken the first dragon of the game. And if we get to 5 here, Team Dignitas will get there faster. But certainly, that is a long way off if any of the other games have told us anything. Senkux has his ultimate available, so watch for that first ult, but that's a hook in bottom lane.
Lands onto Kabi, right through the minions. There's a Matrix hook.
And this is a lot invested very early from Senkux on mobility and cooldown reduction. Ionian Boots of Lucidity with Home Guard before 8 minutes. That says one thing and one thing only. I'm going top lane with my ultimate, and I'm going to clear the wave out as well in mid lane. And aggressive play in the bottom lane. This doesn't result in much more than the Lantern, but certainly have to fear that.
You will, at some point. Also, as Senkux has his ultimate, that's added pressure on both top lane and bottom lane, and more specifically bottom lane. Mountain does get CC'd up. There's the ultimate coming in. The cannon barrage makes sure he's not going anywhere, and that's the second kill of the game over to Kabi.
Well, they knew Mountain had no flash available, is just coming up now, so that does make it a much easier gank for Senkux to go for, and he's already making his way back to the lane, so Senkux does not anticipate spending a lot of time outside of this middle lane when he does move around to other lanes. So at this point, Kabi is the one that they're actually snowballing pretty heavily here. It's, oh, wow, okay, it's because Wonderware can do whatever he wants in this lane. There is no need anymore to look for this Gangplank. Even, you know, it's so difficult to tell what damage Gangplank has at different points in the game that even I get very confused by, does Gangplank have enough?
Oh, he 100-0'd me.
He half-healthed it. Okay, got it. So even watching the game is difficult to tell how much damage Gangplank has.
Usually the answer is a lot.
Yeah, do you know what? I think that's one of the biggest problems of when we have seen Gangplank, is that if you don't know how much damage he has, you somewhat have to play more defensively. And that's not really what a Hecarim wants to do.
No.
And if you're not willing to play defensively, you're going to get punished constantly.
So the interesting thing here was the Hecarim was picked up blind, and Beansu knew that the Gangplank was on the table. He knew that Now was on the table. He also knew that they picked up a Twisted Fate. So Dignitas are probably going to bring up the carry. So he doesn't know it's going to be a Gangplank, but he opens the opportunity for a Gangplank to be picked into.
Oh, Gangplank may be in trouble here, though.
Onslaught of Shadows knocks back into the Dan. Knock up as well. The barrel's not going to save you now. Neither will the oranges. Nothing is K in this gank. That's a kill going over to Mouse.
That, I mean, punishing Wonderware for stepping a little too far forward. Didn't have his ultimate available as well, so couldn't have used that slow field and the extra damage. But bottom lane, once again, Obvious is looking for. Has his ult, has his flash up, so could be looking to go in aggressively and blast somebody out from the turret, but he has just crossed over a ward. This is going to be known by Maus, but they don't look like they want to back away from this.
Well, the hook goes onto Nisbet, but he's just going to ult up again. Sejong will be dropping. There's the teleport coming in from Wonderwear, along with the cannon barrage, committing all of his resources into the bottom lane. Takes that bottom turret. The top tower should be taken out by Dan. He's just going to deny some of these minions. How much more can Dignitas take in the bottom lane, though?
Well, double global plus the teleport coming out just makes it difficult for Maus to be everywhere at the same time. Dan is going to look to push up for the top tower. Will get it, but they're trading the inner tower for it as well. This is a very similar play to what we saw in the game against Denial, where Team Dignitas just had such an ability to push.
Dan coming in from the side flanks. Obvious puts down the barrel. Wonderwear may be caught out here looking for this hook. They need some form of CC to land onto him. Binsu does not have the ultimate. Good barrel for the disengage onto both the Hecarim and the Rek'Sai. Another barrel roll will put the slow down onto Dan. And that has left mid lane exposed, and Senkux will start dealing the damage.
Yeah, Senkux didn't even look to use his ultimate because he knew the team could get away from that with the Gragas to disengage. At this point, Cedrin goes forward, isn't going to connect with the rocket, and Senkux is safe in this setup.
Very safe. Very difficult to get on top of him, and wow, the shift has gone into the fan vote there. 52% over to Maus. Still think they have the edge very slightly, but it's gone to game 5. These two teams are extremely close. Just ticking up to 51%. Can we make it 50%?
A couple more turncoats in the mix there. Just a couple of people want to be part of Gangplank's gang. You know, it's probably not the most successful gangs to join right now after Bilgewater ended.
Yeah, not a good bet. Not at all. Gangplank, speaking of him, has those 2 assists. He died once, but he's been farming very well. Basically perfect CS at this point in the game. Has a lot of the components of his Trinity Force. Will be well on the way to that very shortly. Nisbet heading into the top lane. Kobe is there as well. Actually rotated those lanes around. Binsu is just going to still be pressured out. No matter what situation he's in, it's always a bad one. But he's actually caught up in farm and has that extra kill. So honestly, despite that laning phase, he's in not too horrible a position despite all of that. The ultimate was used in the mid lane from Wonderwear. The tower's going to die before it can do too much more from Dan, plus the stun from Senkux. So good exchange in the mid lane as the top tower will fall regardless to Dignitas. So lots of trades in terms of objectives. 3 over to Dignitas, 2 over to Maus. The first Dragon over to Dignitas as well. Lots of action in the early game.
And a lot of it, as you alluded to, in favor of the Team Dignitas squad, in favor of the Danish squad. So they're looking to build themselves a very solid lead here as the second dragon does spawn. They've already got a decent lead. Another dragon on top of this makes it very difficult for Maus. However, Maus, you know, they're still waiting on the Trinity Force for Corki and Hecarim to actually engage, and it shouldn't be that difficult going on past games for Binsu to get himself into the backline and engage, because the vision control hasn't been the best between these two teams. So there is still potential for Maus to look to turn this game, but this dragon, in theory, is not going to be the time to do it.
This is going to be a pre-seeker coming across.
Wow, okay.
That
could have been the time to do it.
Too close for comfort.
That's the one that if Dan had gone in, that would have been a smite steal, but you know, you can't really anticipate that the jungler is going to miss smite and the Twisted Fate's going to get it. Pre-seeker was almost a very good timing for it as well.
Still, not today. Senkux, Kobe, and Nisbet pushing down the middle lane. Should be able to take this tower very quickly. Plus the Sheen, that's a dead turret. 4 towers over to Dignitas in 14 minutes, almost 15 minutes into the game. They are accelerating their gold lead so incredibly quickly.
Oh, they really are. And, you know, Team Dignitas, with this Gangplank setup, it had been banned out in pretty much every game other than Game 4 up until this point. And this is Game 5. You're once again putting it all on the line with a champion that has only been out a handful of weeks. We've only had a limited amount of time to practice him in scrims, so it feels like Team Dignitas put some work into it this week, certainly. Either that or they are good at bluffing about rolling the dice.
They are. So that is the Trinity Force picked up by Wonderwear in the top lane. Has picked up a longsword. Wonder what that's going to go into, along with the boots. Does not change the trinket just yet. Senkux in the bottom lane is now split pushing, has of course the Destiny available. Wonderwear is going to be there. He's going to send his Shifter to help with his Cannon Barrage. By the way, he has around 450 Silver Serpents right now, so he's close to his first upgrade.
Okay, we're nearing the time at which we see what he upgrades. B2 finally manages to clear out a barrel. So now Wonderwear may be in trouble. He has got his ult, has got Flash as well. Has an orange. Doesn't use his ult, does use Flash though. Ult wouldn't have been too helpful at that point because Hecarim was already on top of him. Senkux is heading up towards the mid lane, has his ult available. Oh, there's the blast out.
Ultimate onto 3 players, but it's kind of separated them away from the Gangplank. Ultimate Mountain has been caught out here. There's the culling coming through in from Kobe. And meanwhile, Sayo's trying to get the dunk down onto Senkux, but doesn't have the damage just yet on Victor. Nisbet and Wonderwear pushing forwards into the middle lane. That's a 1-0 over to Dignitas. How much can they capitalize off that though at 16 minutes?
Well, their ability to push towers is pretty strong right now, and they are looking for this mid tower. However, where is the wave clear? Victor is dead. Oh my goodness, Senkux gets chunked down. Ardent Blaze nearly picks him off, and the turret is going to fall in favor of Team Dignitas. And that right there is just a sign of how fast these fights can go for Team Dignitas. You hit somebody with just one hit from the barrel and then take down the turret, and man, it's going to be difficult to contend with for MOUZ.
And it's getting to like Runeglaive Ezreal levels of just, ooh, every single time a barrel lands. Such a large amount of damage. All right, so he's gone back to base. What is the upgrade? No, he didn't spend it. He's got 580 silver serpents. Oh wait, no, he has to come back to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, he is in the bottom lane, Pulse. It's okay. You're not going crazy yet. Here's the engage once again. And Dan, they blast back into the team. Senkux with a somewhat reserved ultimate into his own team, which is actually not too bad considering the rest of the setup for this fight. Forced to flash over the wall, however, to get in range of Sayo because he's a little impatient for Nisbeth catching up there. Does manage to stay alive, but then we saw the Gangplank damage come in droves.
Come in barrels.
Come in barrels, yeah. You know, I'm a little unhappy.
Why is that stress?
Oh, flash into mid lane.
Well, Sayo's going to be unhappy in a second. Takes the Fresh Express. Will get him to safety, but has to... actually doesn't burn that.
That explosive cast was a little bit ambitious from Obvious. There was no one there. It looked like he queued it up and then it just kind of whoops came out, and Gragas just can't hold on to his drink anymore.
Yeah, he was just seeing double. He was just like, I'm afraid of this one. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not happy, Pulse.
Okay.
Because this game isn't in line with lore. Because Gangplank certainly isn't armless in this game. It's got a lot of damage.
I don't really have a response for that, Stress.
Wonderwear
does have a response for Beansu. The damage from the barrel is insane. Pops the ultimate, and Beansu will have to use his Onslaught of Shadows to get away. That's a big engage tool down for MOUZ. He has essentially no other way to get into a fight, or reliable way to get into a fight until the ultimate's back up.
Still no reaction?
No.
Okay. Fine. We'll go back to split pushing. Okay. I'll leave the puns to people who are more proficient.
More qualified.
More qualified, yeah.
Punversity. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, Dan, onto this red buff. We'll be taking that one. Actually, not donating it to Zedrin. I guess it is almost 20 minutes into the game. It feels like more has gone on in this game.
Well,
because everything's been condensed.
More has gone on. More has gone on than Game 4. Because at this point, I think there were about 2 or 3 kills. All of them were on MOUZ's side. Team Dignitas this time 4-1 up. They are finding their groove, but at the same time, Beansu is getting a lot of farm in this and is able to keep himself ticking with regards to his items. He's well past that Trinity Force right now. Is still struggling against Wonderwear though. But it's so strange how these two teams have kind of swapped roles in this game. It's Team Dignitas that are 1-3-1, and MOUZ are trying to engage. And it's going to be somewhat difficult. However, there's no real... Aside from Obvious, who is using his ultimate to engage, there's no real disengage coming out from Team Dignitas once that ultimate is down. So the engages might not be as difficult as MOUZ are making them for Team Dignitas earlier today.
Yeah, also double Trinity Force completed by MOUZ, so they're pretty strong right now. This will be the third dragon going over! The Praise Seeker steals the dragon! This time it works!
That's 2 in a row, Obvious. Come on, man. I know it's Game 5, it's been a long series, but you have got to communicate those smites a little bit better. It looks like he didn't actually have Smite available. That is a big blunder coming out from Team Dignitas. I guess they were just trying to burst it, and the Prey Seeker comes in at the right time, but there was, there was a ward in that pit as well. If you're doing Dragon without Smite, which you probably shouldn't be doing, at least deward effectively. Take everything away from that pit and make it a 50-50. I mean, look, there's a ward right there. They must have seen it go down because of how fresh it is. So you're basically rolling the dice and hoping that Maus don't get in a position to do that. Nobody blocked it either.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Stress. No one blocked it, and Dignitas had vision of where Dan was. So they knew where he was going to Prey Seek if he was going to.
I guess that is one of the struggles of playing, you know, and maybe not being particularly used to playing on the stage. This is game 5 in the most important game that these players have played in their lives right now. Because one win here gets you into the LCS for the spring split. I mean, the pressure is probably almost unimaginable. But that is, you've got to make sure that a play like that is safe.
Yeah, and that's where the mistakes can creep in, and neither of these teams can afford to make those type of mistakes, because now Maus have stalled out the Dragon play in from Dignitas. It's going to take them a lot longer to reach Aspect.
However, Team Dignitas in this game haven't only been playing for Dragons. This is one of the big departures. They've been playing a lot more for the turrets with this game. Now they're up to 5 towers against Maus' 2. Does become more difficult to split push if you haven't got that lead. Snowballing, thankfully, Team Dignitas have in this setup. But remember, every tier of turrets you take down, it becomes more difficult, more tricky. However, what Team Dignitas can do here is the one thing that neither team has done particularly well in all 4 games so far. Control vision in the enemy jungle and force them to check into an area like a Baron. Force them to check a corner, check brushes that just are not... that they're not able to go in. You've got a Gangplank who is going to absolutely destroy somebody if they touch a barrel. Use that.
Yeah. Yeah, put barrels in all of the unwarded places. Wait for someone to walk in, blow them up. We're not quite at the core item build yet from Wonderwear, but he's close. He's very close.
He is. It's going to hurt a lot. I mean, Infinity Edge, extra crit damage, plus then the extra damage that comes from the barrel explosion, 60%. I would not want to be somebody like a Sayo in this situation if you walk into one. I wonder how much it'd take for one just to one-shot somebody. I mean, this is what they have to do. This is the setup that they need. Is look, the vision control is down. Just stop moving is the key thing, because Dan knows you're there and he's just going to Prey Seek at that wall. The game was given away, but at the same time, Maus, they're not going to fall for that this early, because there's no immediate threat that Team Dignitas are going for that Baron. Not only did they see them on the Tremor Sense, but right now, Team Dignitas can't commit to the Baron while everybody from Maus is off the map. That would be just the risky play.
But at the same time, the vision control is definitely here from Dig. Now a lot has been placed down by Maus, looking for the chain reaction.
However, you can't do this that effectively, because look at how well ranged carries clear the barrels out. That front barrel, if you put it down before the chain explosion is already going onto a squishy target, which is difficult to do, it makes it so incredibly obvious to read. Likewise, Team Dignitas going for the Baron. They need to the problem with this play, as Wonderwear eats the orange and gets out. The problem with this play is Team Dignitas are not baiting Maus to commit. They're baiting Maus to check. Beansu does take some damage though, and it's going to whittle him down. You have to somehow get Maus to come all the way down the ramp, which they're not going to do unless you let...
Oh,
wow.
This is the time to engage. There's the ultimate coming in. The cannon barrage will cut off the escape route. Nisbet looking for the engage here, doesn't quite get it, but Dan has been caught up by Senkux. Will be tunneling through that wall. The kill onto Mountain, the chunk onto Sejin and Sayo. I'm not sure if it's enough for them to take the Baron, but I mean, Wonderwear zoning them.
Yeah, Wonderwear zones out with the barrels here, and that is something that they have to respect. There's no real way of getting to the Baron while a Gangplank is laying barrels in front of you. brute force strategy came out from Dignitas there. The barrels go down.
He's losing
Can't
ground.
quite connect it.
There's the stun onto Dan. That keeps him in place for a little while longer. He can't get in range. He's already committed. Sayo will take out the gangplank. And now it's just a disengage from Dignitas. Damage control. You've taken the Baron. Don't lose too much more from this. 2-0 over to MOUZ off the end of that fight. The end of that Baron. But Dignitas do get it.
Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds as well, so MOUZ can look for their second of the game. However, they now have to play up against a 1-3-1 team that has a Baron buff, and you have to account for the damage that Wonderwear is going to do if he's out in a solo lane. It's so difficult for MOUZ to contend with the tower push, but I want to see where this went wrong. The barrels didn't chain from Wonderwear. A slight misread on the positioning means that MOUZ get down the ramp without taking the damage. The Baron did go over, but from there, MOUZ managed to just clean up a couple of the kills here. Baron is the important thing, though.
Now Dragon is live. This will either be the second or third for MOUZ or Dignitas respectively. It has been started off by Dignitas this time. The hook goes onto Obvious, and the Dragon goes over to Cobby. The smite didn't come down. He didn't have the smite.
Yeah,
They're not
it's
planning
risky. Well, I mean, he had just come from doing the Baron, so that is where the smite was unavailable from. But somebody has to deal with that top lane wave. It's going to be Wonderwear going up there, and then Team Dignitas can get back out on the map. MOUZ, this situation, although they got 2 kills from that Baron engage, this has become a lot more difficult for them to compete here, because they now have to go up against this 1-3-1. Look at the items completed. Infinity Edge up onto Gangplank. Lucian is at 2.5 items completed as well, to only 1.5 items for Corki. A lot more gold has gone over to this Lucian than Cedrian's Corki. Look at it, 189 CS on Corki to 238. So he's lost a lot of that farm to Dan once again on this Rex side.
The build as well from Senkux. He's gone for the Abyssal Scepter. Oh, nice stun from Senkux. And nice barrel explosion onto Cedrian as well. But yeah, he's gone for the Abyssal Scepter so he doesn't get bursted by Sayo. So he can just stun someone down, nuke them. And with this 5,000 gold that Dignitas have accrued, they're in such a good position. However, MOUZ have managed to even up some of the turrets, remember. But the Baron buff is now pushing into the mid lane, the top lane. They're making sure that he can do this in every lane. Bot lane, Beansy was actually split pushing and there's no one there to stop him.
But the problem is, they can't now commit the extra numbers to stop Team Dignitas. Now the teleport has come out. Mid lane is open for Dig right now. They can push onto this. They've got defensive barrels. However, look at the flank coming out. Dig have to be careful.
There's the ultimate in from Beansy, who doesn't tag on to Senkux, but Wonderwear actually walks into the base from MOUZ. Chooses that as his escape route, but that was a full commitment from MOUZ to pick up that middle kill. Now they move on to the top turret. Dignitas chunk that down to half. Middle turret is about the same. So good juggle in the end from MOUZ, but if Wonderwear had actually chose a different direction to run, he might have been okay.
They did lose the top tower from that, so again, it's just eroding the base away from MOUZ, and MOUZ is still showing signs of life, though. That is one thing to keep in mind. They commit onto the Gangplank and the Twisted Fate because they know as long as they can get to the GP, they will take at least one of the 2 out. And they weren't really in any danger of losing the Inhibitor Tower in the top lane as well. Corki was there to defend, so the decision-making from MOUZ there wasn't that bad considering the situation they're in.
Not right now, not at all, but kind of just scanning down the lineup from Dignitas. 3-0 and 2. Cobby, again, just having a good game on this Lucian this time around. Haven't seen him play that so far in this best of 5. As you mentioned, 2.5 items. Has picked up the Vamp Step on top of that. And now Wonderwear is actually opting towards a little bit of defensive stats. Gone for the Spectre's Cowl now instead of just raw damage.
Yeah, so I guess he needs a little bit of that magic resist just to sit in front of Sayo. Look at how MOUZ are now reacting as a unit. Beansu's heading down to the bottom lane again to try and clear that out, push it through. They will be aware of that as he did cross the crab division. I think he cleared a pink out on his way though as well, so. This one's playing for the next dragon again, by the looks of it. Team Dignitas are on 3, and with this lead they're edging ever closer to another aspect of the dragon in this series. It has been so much about that aspect buff.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be saying aspect so many times today.
No, neither did I.
But interesting, look at the trinkets in from Dignitas. They've gone for 4 sweepers plus a blue trinket coming in.
Right.
So not a single member has gone for the yellow totem, and will just be relying entirely on bot wards. And
right. Well, you know, that's kind of a... It's good in the sense that they can now bait Mao's easier. The problem is, if they are split pushing, if they do have a 1-3-1 setup, they now have to invest more money in actual wards to ward their flanks. They've done an okay job of it so far. The problem is, okay, they've got double Sightstone. It leaves one of their laners now a little bit more vulnerable because you have jungler and support going around warding normally together. In this situation, Wonderwear might be a little caught out, but when it comes to his warding, I mean, as long as he just buys a ward or two, it should be fine.
So right now, this game has definitely stalled out a little, but with Baron and Dragon spawning in around 1 minute at the same time, it's about to erupt in team fights for both teams. Which will they prioritize?
I think Dig go for the Dragon here because they have enough global presence to stop Mao's going for the Baron. The Gangplank ultimate you can use the Twisted Fate ult to get the vision, then use a Gangplank ultimate to just chip people down in that Baron pit if Mao's were to go for it. Mao's don't have the fastest clear. It's not Blade of the Ruin King Corki here, and Victor, while he does have a lot of damage, is going to be cooldown reliant on actually taking down the Baron. So it's going to be tough for Mao's to commit to that, and they don't want to either. So it's not like it's a one or the other trade, but the trade that might be one or the other is Wonderwear pushing top lane. Has his teleport available, has the ultimate as well. Mao's going to lose this inhib turret.
Binsu's recall.
No, he's not going to get there in time.
Nope. I don't even think he can 1v1 him. No, the top turret is gone. And Wonderwear takes that turret down. Now going on to this inhibitor as well. He may just back off up against Binsu, who's going to try and keep him in place. The barrel is charged up. Wonderwear, it doesn't matter if he dies here at all. He just needs to stall them. There's the ultimate coming in. Upgraded that Death's Daughter. And Wonderwear just backs away. He barrels, he slows, he speeds up, eats some oranges, he laughs at you, and his team takes the Dragon.
And his team go and set up for Baron now as well. Wonderwear's still going and does damage. Now they set up for Baron here. They get full vision control, can de-ward everything with their sweepers available. And as long as they don't get engaged on in the next 35 seconds, teleport is still up for Wonderwear. So Team Dignitas still have some sense of control over this game. Inhibitor Tower and Dragon number 4 goes over to Team Dignitas. They weren't quite able to set up vision control on the Baron. Mao's are going to start it. I'm not too keen on this call right now. You know they had vision. Blue Trinket just came out as well. Gangplank's still not up though.
Nisbet into the pit. He's going to be popping the ultimate, and the Rampage comes in. Mountain is dead, and Nisbet will be blasting away Sayo with the head, but he's been CC'd. Immediately goes into the cleanse, but he's surrounded by 3 players. Sencooks with that Abyssal Scepter will not be falling today. Sayo will be going down 2-0. Now the disengage from Mouse, but they're running the wrong way. The Destiny comes up, looking to cut them off. 3-man knockup coming in from Nisbet. Chained in with the body slam. Onslaught of Shadows used to retreat. 4-1. Binsu, Death's Daughter will finish him off. 5-1. Team Dignitas take control over this game.
And that's going to be Baron going over to Team Dignitas. Wonderwear looking to push through the middle lane, but he doesn't actually need to. He has to come and help with the damage here. Otherwise, well, no sign of Rek'Sai coming up anytime soon. 25 seconds left on the timer, but that was just a risky play by Maus to go for the Baron there. You know Team Dignitas have 4 members remaining. So difficult to take that fight while behind, or to take that Baron while behind, and Baron goes over to Dig, 4 dragons to Dig, and they have about a 10,000 gold lead right there. I mean, this was even without the Gangplank. It's just, I mean, look at how much they commit to Kobbe here. And okay, they do manage to get him in the end, but everybody else is just focused on the damage dealers here in the backline from Sayo. This flash combo, I mean, I guess it's an easy read for Nisbet to look that he's going for it, but they stack for it as well, going through the catwalk area. It's just so difficult to get away from this situation. And incoming Death's Daughter, from that added damage right in the middle. Wonder where he even flashed for that. Wasn't expecting the damage for himself.
Yeah, Death's Daughter does a lot of damage. It's true damage as well, I believe. Does 300% of a wave. So yeah, a lot of damage. Kobbe, Nisbet in the middle lane. I mean, Dignitas have utter control over this game. Here comes the engage by Binsu. This is kind of a blindside onto Kobbe. He takes him out. Nisbet drops low. He's got the ultimate running, but he can only keep that up for a little while longer. The Destiny, the gate has been used. And actually, Sencux is heading towards that inhibitor. He has been spotted on the ward, however. He will be recalling. I don't think they can interrupt him in time. But that was a nice flank by Mouse.
It was great flank. It looked like Dig lost their heads for a little second there. They're ahead, but they have not closed this game out yet. Now they're up against it because MOUZ are looking for the mid lane turret. It's only the Gangplank and the Gragas here. Barrels are in effect to clear this wave, and Baroned up minions as well means that MOUZ cannot continue to push. But man, this is right down to it. Team Dignitas cannot afford to make another mistake like that, otherwise MOUZ may be let back into this one.
That was very smart shot calling coming in from MOUZ. You do not expect a team who's just lost Baron and a team fight that badly to come right back at you with an ultimate and a full engage. And that just completely took Dignitas off guard. Obvious, looking for an ultimate into his team. Gravity Field comes out for a disengage as well. And now MOUZ will head back to their base. After all of that, they managed to secure a lot of vision in their side of the map. Yeah. In fact, most of the vision is actually in from MOUZ, but we're going to see that engage from MOUZ once again, and the flank from the Hecarim. Yeah,
the attempted slow there, but the flash backwards play out from Mountain was enough to set that fight up, and not even the ultimate there from Gangplank can slow down MOUZ at that fight. But, you know, that's a minor team fight that was picked up, but it may have been enough to stall this one out. 1 minute 30 on the Dragon. If Team Dignitas get this would be Aspect once again in this series. Only one game would have not had a 5th Dragon. So MOUZ, it is imperative for them to take this Dragon away.
Yeah, this is very much a big deal, but you take a look at the item differentials, that 10,000 gold lead playing such a big factor in this game. And you can see all across the board, everyone is just ahead on Team Dignitas EU. Look, there's a 2,000 gold advantage between Nisbet and Mountain. Just from the global gold that's come out. Everyone has so much to play with in terms of resources. And
However,
he's
upgraded his trinket earlier this game. Hey, I'm looking at the positives and the growth from Game 4 to Game 5. There's a lot of growth for Team Dignitas. They didn't pick a defensive comp this time at all. They picked possibly the opposite of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different playstyle, a completely different composition that they've run throughout the entire series. MOUZ, to their credit, have adapted fairly well. They haven't just gotten complete steamrolled, but they've played the same game that they've played in every single game so far in this series. Yeah. Slow, back, and we will let you play your game. And Dignitas have been playing that game.
They have been. They have been punished a little, though, in the last couple of minutes. Now they're zoned away from Dragon. However, the Vision game only lasts for so long, because there's the Destiny. It's a big cooldown, but at least they get the vision control. Nisbet uses a fair amount there. Doesn't quite get the setup that he wants, and this fight is going to reset. But it's the control over the Dragon Pit that has gone over to Team Dignitas. That was the Gangplank ult being used. Ooh, big barrel onto Mountain, and Cedrian is going to signal the start of this. Obvious has missed 2 smites in this game. Will he get this?
He will. That's Aspect, and now Dan has to try and retreat. The culling comes across, tags multiple members. Nisbet gets the flash, the knockup, trying to kill Sayo. And honestly, I think Nisbet can 1v1 this mid laner right now. Those Fists of Fury coming in. Kobbe does get flayed backwards by Mountain, trying to back up. Ardent Blaze comes through. Obvious as well from the sidelines. Gets the autos, finishes them off. Kobbe comes in. That's a 1-0. Aspect has been activated. Middle turret is going to get destroyed.
And top tower as well. Or top tower has already fallen. Top inhibitor is on the siege menu for Team Dignitas right now. Looking for a second inhibitor. This will put them in touching range of a spot in the LCS. They just have to close this one out. And it looks like they're going to back away, play it safe, and look for bottom lane. Baron is up in under 2 minutes. Will they need the Baron to close this out? They have Aspect running. Is it enough? They have so much damage right now coming from this setup.
They do. Mountain is down for another 5 seconds. I think this bottom turret may fall down. Victor just doesn't really have the wave clear. by himself. Dan actually goes for this engage here. The flank comes in for Beansu, lands the ultimate onto Kobe, but I don't think it's enough. And Nisbet, however, will drop down. That's the the top laner exchange for the support. And now Dignitas will be fine with that trade. They'll just wait for the minion wave to come in and continue the siege.
Yeah, it's a patient game. Just wait for top, wait for mid lane. You only need about 30 seconds and you can ship this turret down. Ooh, flashed away from the hook. Did Wonderwear, rather than using that orange, but it may have been too little too late. Sayo forced to use his ultimate. Team Dignitas, they're playing it patiently, kiting back every time Maus are looking to engage. Cedrian is up in the top side of the map, trying to clear through the minions. Mid lane is going to push through soon as well, and that tower is on such little health.
But what tools do Maus have to play with right here? Stress. Sayo has already used his ultimate. The hook comes through, lands onto Wonderwear, but they don't go for it. They can't. They went for this engage, the 4 versus 5. It was not the right time to do it. The top lane is pushing in. The mid lane is pushing in. Dignitas just walk away. They can fight another day.
30 seconds on Baron with 2 inhibs down in favor of Team Dignitas. This was the fight that kicked it all off. Wonderwear at this point has not quite used his ult. It's about to come out on the top side on to Cedrian, I believe, but doesn't quite clip too much more. This was the setup off the barrels that chunked the both of them and led to the Dragon ultimately falling for Dignitas.
Yeah, the Dragon will be falling right here, and then now we have the team fight. Dan just had to jump out immediately.
Yeah, Team Dignitas are opting for the Baron right now, though, as we are looking at the live game. Sayo at this point was already dropping low. Team Dignitas are shredding through this Baron right now and looking to stamp their passports to a longer stay here in Berlin than just a couple of days here from their boot camp, but they still have to close it. It's if one thing we've seen in Challenger the last couple of days is that don't get too comfortable with a lead, just close things out cautiously. Team Dignitas look to be in position for that though, because how can Maus really stop the bleeding here?
It's going to be difficult with Baron now going over to that team of Dignitas EU. Elixir up, almost full item builds on a bunch of players on that team. Moving into this bottom side of the map, going to try and take out this inhibitor. Now is the time to engage from Maus. One last chance, Saloon. Wonderwear drops low, but Beansu takes the Fresh Express out of the Gangplank ultimate. He will get to safety or not. Sayu gets chunked down. Koei takes one. He's looking for more. Senkook's now coming in. The wildcards chunk through Mountain, and this is the final push. Team Dignitas, they like this stage, and they're going to stay. This is Team Dignitas EU securing their spot in the European LCS Spring Split.
Come here, boys! Guys! Come on, 3. Come on, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Come on! Okay, when you go, shake your hands. I'm so proud of you guys.
Ecstatic, the faces on Team Dignitas after that victory. They have secured their spot in Spring 2016 European LCS. A hard-fought victory there, 3-2 in that best of 5. It came down to the wire. Maus put up the fight of their lives, but in that last game, Dignitas edge ahead.
The Gangplank strategy comes out again. And it seems like Maus were right to ban the Gangplank away in games 1 and 2, but it wasn't all about the top lane. Honestly, that was a team-wide strategy. Kobe getting ahead early on. Senkooks managing to put the pressure on from mid lane. Obvious was able to control the Dragons. And you know, just from there, the entire team looked very focused on that game plan. Very different from games 3 and 4, and it was enough to get them their spot in the LCS Spring Split for the 2016 season. But for Maus, it's not all over. Maus will join Gamers 2 to face either Gambit or SK Gaming in just a couple of weeks' time for the promotion tournament. And you know, Maus are a team that, when they've faced adversity, have gone away, looked at their strategy, come back, and what we saw coming into the playoffs was a much stronger Maus. And if they can do that again, they may still be in with a decent shot at getting back into the LCS.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough choice for Gambit on honestly who to choose out of Gamers 2 or Maus. Both those teams have shown their strengths. But honestly, for me, that was the culmination of everything coming together for Team Dignitas. The mid lane there, Senkooks, it wasn't a selfish game, as you mentioned, right back in Champion Select, he went for the selfless game. He picked the Twisted Fate. He got other lanes snowballing. Wonderwear picked a carry in the top lane, not a tank. Kobbe just had another solid game, always turns up. And everything came together, and that resulted in the 3-2 win in this best of 5.
And I think it brings a really interesting dynamic now to the LCS. Not only is this a team full of a lot of younger talent when it comes to the solo laners, this is the first time they're actually eligible to play in a Challenger Series playoffs. That's an interesting dynamic. The other side of it, we now have, once again, have a full nationality team.
Yeah.
The Danish are in effect.
Martin will be happy about that one.
You know, we've seen Giants and how their fan base was impacted by getting into the LCS as a full Spanish lineup. But I now am really interested to see how the Danish community are going to rally, whether they'll rally behind Team Dignitas EU right now. Because, you know, it's very rare that you get a full nationality lineup. And, you know, Team Dignitas, they've had their ups and their downs this split, but if they can now go away from this, settle themselves and come into the spring split like they did into the Challenger Series summer split, they could be a team that are worth keeping an eye on when it comes to early wins in the season. I'm really interested to see how they'll go up against some of Europe's finest.
Yeah, I mean, they're a good team to back if you're looking to follow a team through the European LCS. Honestly, like, if you look at the solo lane talent, you look at Wonderwear, you look at Sencux, back in spring we were saying how good these players were. And specifically, Sencux definitely turned up today. Actually, you know what? So did Wonderwear in that final game. And on top of the solo lane talent, Nisbet already had the LCS experience. He's going back to that stage. Kobbe as well. As we mentioned, time and time again, he's a consistent laner. He always does well. He had the best statistics all across the board against every single other AD carry. And an Obvious as well, just returned to form. We were saying he was the better jungler in the Challenger Series and has gone back to that right now.
Yeah, a return to form. Seemingly, we're going to have to see how exactly they deal now with the off-season and how they prepare, see if they can level up some of the other aspects of their game as well. I'm looking forward to the spring split, Pulse.
Yeah, me too, Stress. Well, that's all from us. We're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk where they're joined by a few members of the victorious team Dignitas EU.
Thank you so much, Pulse. You're joined here by Sencux and Obvious, our newest additions to the LCS. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We heard you guys shouting, obviously, very loud at the end of the game. Talk us through kind of the last 10 minutes of that game, knowing that you're so close to grabbing that spot.
I mean, when the Hacker got the flank on Kobbe and Nisbet, we were kind of like, oh, are we actually going to throw this? But as soon as they responded, and yeah, we just knew we had the game. And it was epic.
What were you guys talking about between games? Because it was like you guys won, then you lost, and you won, then you lost. Like, how was it between games? Were you guys really nervous? Were you upset or anything? Or was you just keep it cool? You guys were going to win anyway?
No, we weren't really upset at all. We were just trying to go into it with a new plan every time. And every time we lost, we tried to do something else because obviously it didn't work for us. So.
Well, yeah, I mean...
The Anivia was,
we saw Anivia. Do you mind explaining maybe the plan
bit.
of the Game 4 team composition?
The point was to protect the Kog'Maw. I mean, the Anivia Kog'Maw is pretty strong together. But when they got so far ahead from the early game, when the Maokai mid-gang failed, and they just snowballed with S here, and they got 5 Drakes, and there was nothing we could do that game. We had no engage.
Yeah, 5 Dragons seem to be a pretty big theme through all of these games. Obvious, we talked about Dan on the other team was a player that can make or break that team. Do you feel like you've neutralized them a lot in this series, or was it more the team in general?
I wasn't necessarily trying to neutralize him. I was more trying to do something on the other side of the map whenever he did something. And it just happened that I ended up making more plays than he did.
Yeah.
And how do you look at Mousesport as a team? Because, like, coming in here, you guys... Looking at the entire split, maybe, you were the big favorites, or some of the big favorites, to make the LCS, of course. Now you placed Mousesport. They've improved a lot lately. 5 games. I mean, what is your both opinions on Mousesport as a team?
I think Mousesports, they grew a lot throughout the whole Challenger series. Like, in the beginning, I weren't really scared of any Challenger team, to be honest, because we were doing so good, both in scrims and in the important matches. But then in the end, we kind of went in a slump, and Mouse actually kind of went up. So, yeah, they improved. They're a good team now, actually. I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, you mentioned that they went up. You guys had a little dip, of course, coming into the playoffs with the team. But now the big thing, this is your trophy, but it also, of course, embodies what you have played for. You will be going to the LCS. How much of a possibility you think you have there to get far? We had, of course, Origin was here a couple of months ago, which is an absolute success story. But what realistically do you think, or how far you can get?
We can't be as cocky as Origin were. I think we're going to start off with saying we're going to avoid relegation and then
Yeah.
go from there.
I think, I mean, that's fair enough
That's
coming
good.
in as a challenge team. Obviously, Origin had all the former LCS players. You guys now, we got... I'm going to say you're going to be 17 very soon.
Yeah,
at
in
least.
September.
Another Danish
Coming in-
prodigy.
5 of them now, by the way. This is going to be pretty insane. Coming in, like, for you as a very young player, you're going to play against... Obviously, you faced all the other guys in solo queue, like Frog and whatever. But is there any, like, are you already feeling a little bit, like, nervous coming in, or you just want to go in and kick some ass?
No, I'm actually pretty excited because I used to play Cold League against Vivian and Nukedog back when they were in Cloud9 Eclipse and NIP. And I'm coming back to their league, so I wasn't that good at that time, but now I want to go and improve myself.
Super exciting. Obvious, what do you want to prove in ranking yourself among some of the LCS players? How good do you think you can do?
I already think if I play at my best level, I can handle most of the LCS junglers right now.
Awesome. Loving that. Well, a little bit of cockiness there, but that's okay.
I mean,
there's confidence.
I have been slumping, so it can always happen. But I think if I play at my best level, I can handle them.
What happened with this slump here? We keep hearing it. Brokenshot was talking about it. You guys went down for a few weeks. Nobody's really explaining anything. I mean, you don't have to reel everything, but is there anything you guys really feel like was a major factor?
Okay, we started out with the worst LAN in Belgium. We went to with all the other Cold League team basically. And then we got home, and then there was a week we didn't get too much practice, no really scrims. Then we faced Ex Nihilo in Cold League. And one day after, we go to Valencia as well, where we couldn't practice at all. So we had almost 2 weeks without any practice, like proper scrim schedules.
Then we got home and got smacked by gamers too.
Yeah, and that'll wake you up. But in any case, that slump is all done and forgotten. You guys made it. You're in the LCS. And so, as said, with our win today, Team Dignitas EU has claimed the #1 spot in the European Challenger Series for summer 2015 and will join the LCS next spring to replace those Copenhagen Wolves. As you can see, the completed bracket there. Defisho, your total impressions of the playoffs?
Well, I mean, this was a long final, but very exciting games, very back and forth between the teams. Fun to see adaptations, of course, in the pick and ban phases. Anivia showed up once, then she didn't show up again. Sadly for
Not
her.
going to let him live that down.
But
Come on, it's the Danish pride, man. It's Frog.
it is, it's true. I mean, it's also fantastic to see 5 new Danish players. I mean, that warms my heart.
Oh, you look so proud. In any case, mousesports, they didn't make it here, but they can still go pro along with Gamers2 with a win in the 2016 Spring Promotion Tournament. There you can see the teams, of course, Gamut and SK Gaming, who they could be up against. Guys, you played Gamers2 and mousesports often. Do you think any of those two, or what are their chances of still making it in the LCS?
Personally, I think whoever faces Gambit will lose, and whoever faces SK has a chance.
All right. Sankox, anything to add?
Yeah, the ones that face Gambit is going to have a real hard time and probably lose, but the team that faces SK can get in.
Oh, we'll see if that comes true. I'll mark your calendar now because we'll be bringing our full coverage of both matches on Saturday, September 5th in Promotion Tournament. But the fight to climb into the LCS isn't over yet. Until then, and later today, Team Coast will face Renegades for the auto promotion spot open in North America. That's coming up later. Coverage begins bright and early at 3 a.m. Central European Time, 6 p.m. Pacific. These guys might still be up for it after going to celebrate that they're in the LCS. For now, though, we need to sign off and get some rest before that matchup. On behalf of everyone here at the European Challenger Series, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back here on the weekend for the LCS semifinals.
A spot in the 2016 Spring Split is on the line.
On the hunt, Ultimate use Sedrin will be preemptively flashing. There's the flash into the tippers as well. Sedrin is locked down. Dignitas finished out the first game in his best of 5. BeanSu now coming in with the Chum the Waters. He's actually going to flash back and allow both of his allies to be hit by that ultimate from BeanSu.
Stop it, dude.
Brokenshot.
Yes, my friend, yes.
Du døtte. Du er litt døtte, Brokenshot.
Of course.
You are a bit døtte.
Of course.
It's for this. Speed up, speed up, And Team Dignitas EU take the 3rd game against mousesports. Wonderwear is into the back line, maybe a little too early on the trigger.
Go, go! Marker. Wizard, me and Zero Wizard. Can get through. Nice. Marker down. G boys.
Mouse will even up the series 2-2-2. One win separates both mousesports and Team Dignitas EU from promotion to the LCS.
Mountain to be knocked back.
Flash knocked back into the turret and the barrel roll as well. Do a barrel roll for first blood, but they're running the wrong way. The Destiny comes up, looking to cut them off. 3-man knock-up coming in from this bend. Chained in with the body slam. Go, go, go. Team Dignitas, they like this stage and they're going to stay. This is Team Dignitas EU securing their spot in the European LCS Spring Split.